course, the Tinglu, the big Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX, and the counter gain maybe, just kind of just liberating right now what's useful or not.
It's got to be right now. We're going quite slow, and it looks like we're going to be trading prize card for prize card for a little while at least. So I think it's a fair shout to say, okay, I'm probably not going to be able to utilize this for a while. And what I need right now is to keep myself in a leading position because it looks like Kim's about to sneak up on me with the fury that God of War can bring.
Yeah, especially when you're the initiator in the prize race as well, because you have the opportunity here to try and take a knockout where possible. We've seen Arvin being played. He's obviously just shown us the boss's orders for a future turn. Does get a nice stretcher for the Monkeydory once again. Can only attach one energy unless he plays something like the Crispin that is in his list, that one-off Crispin. So would only get one energy attachment onto one of the Monkeydories if he chooses to do so. It's just looking at pitching away a card from his hand. It's going to be the Air Balloon now, to get some more energies into hand, Dark Energy and the Fighting Energy. Just trying to see if he can, you know, set up the board in a way where his Monkeydory can outmatch Kim's, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. It's who can get their Monkeydory set up first, who can utilize that damage for knockouts correctly. And from Kim's perspective, you're just trying to not allow Sebastian to have any excess damage on the board to work with.
Yeah, so it's got a couple of key decisions that needs to be made here. Stadium comes down, so we can start getting some damage counters on. So you can only get 20 damage onto that Monkeydory. It's not quite enough to fling over to the Screamtail and then put it in range of Solrock's Cosmic Beam. So what does he play this 20 damage to? He puts it on that Pheasant Dip. Oh, no, maybe not. He's deciding the other Gardevoir for the moment, and it looks like it's just another Cosmic Beam, keeping that Screamtail around and actually just increasing the damage output of that Screamtail as well.
Yeah, that's pretty wild. So Screamtail, I suppose Screamtail could probably knock out anything on the board anyway with relative ease. So giving it more damage output really isn't a problem, especially when you're working with a single prize board state and knowing your opponent can push up that damage regardless. But here comes an Iono from Kim. Hopefully this will continue to bless Kim with all of the balls he needs right now to keep up this pace and keep Sebastian on the rocks.
This game too has been pretty so much better is the best way of putting it.
Yes.
I mean, double Monkeydory online with a Dark Energy on the board as well. And that Screamtail able to just kind of, he's the one now taking the initiative, right? He's the one who can now take the lead in the prize race. Of course, he does have 2 prizes on his board, and that's what Sebastian's going to have to start eyeing up at some stage to overcome that deficit. But this is where the Monkeydory damage, he's just going to try and remove maybe some of the Monkeydories at some stage. But he's taking the one out with the energy. I like that a lot, Amy.
I love it too, honestly. Again, it's whoever's Monkeydory are going to last the longest. And at the moment, Kim has 2 Monkeydory, both have energy, so both of their Adrenabrains are in effect right now. How many does Sebastian have?
0. Well, one on the bench, but not live with Adrenabrain.
No, and at the end of the day, that means that we won't have an attach for turn if we were to put an Ursaluna in play.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to highlight as well, just because you can't, again, without utilizing that Crispin, there's no way of actually getting 2 energy attachments onto the board. You can maybe weave in the energy switch, which we did see in game 1 as well. We do see the Lunar Cycle now, 3 cards. What other cards are we working with? Here's the Fighting Gong. Will we eventually finally see this Bloodmoon Ursaluna? Do we have the energies in hand to utilize that Battle Hardened as well? There it is. The little big bad bear.
It certainly is Battle Hardened. It brings a lot of ferocity with it. We don't currently have the energy, but we do have Crispin. Going ahead and playing that first. So grabbing out the energy, I imagine the attach from the Crispin's effect will be to the Monkeydory.
Yeah, absolutely. And then doesn't have to apply any more damage to it. Oh, actually, there's Team Rocket's Watchtower currently in play, so the Calamity Snowy Mountain is already gone. But then, of course, can we do anything here? We do get the Rescue Stretcher for the Monkeydory once again. Again, it's another Monkeydory that can get an energy attachment, but are you going to get this here right now?
Energy retrieval for 2, probably attaching one of them to the Monkeydory.
I guess this is one way, because you probably can take an easy knockout on the Screamtail. It does have 80 HP remaining, so let's get both of our Monkeydories up and running for the moment and play around with this damage counters. I mean, you're going to send some damage counters over, but you probably don't want to give too much to Kim at this point.
No, you probably just want to send the one over, but going for a few extras, keeping Monkeydory healed. There are 2 Monkeydory on the opposing side, so I suppose it does get a bit scary that they could then maneuver damage back. So taking it all off for now and taking out that Screamtail once and for all.
Yeah, you know your opponent in Kim already has that energy acceleration and I guess damage counter acceleration as well on the board with that ability. So you do have a chance to just kind of self-generate some damage without that Calamitous Snowy Mountain in play. I mean, right now, we just got under 7 minutes to go. Kim is constantly going to be staring down at a single prize board state in his opponent. So we'll still need 4 attacks at the least to be able to try and take this game. As Screamtail comes straight back onto the board there. Iono being utilized as well. Both players going down to 4 cards now. But Kim will have access to yet another Roaring Screamtail.
Yeah, Screamtail coming back again. It's a really scary Pokemon in this matchup because you can use it to such great effect to just chip away at your opponent's Monkeydory. And that's exactly what you want to do. You need to win the monkey race.
Yeah, and this is the Psychic Embrace retreat there. That's why the damage counters have gone onto that Monkeydory there. So now he's got 2 damage counters on it. Roaring Scream, or Screamtail, I should say, to the active spot there with 2 energies attached. So that's 40 damage that goes on because of Psychic Embrace, putting it in a pretty good spot once again to do exactly the same that we saw from the first Monkeydory knockout. Move 3 damage over from one of those Gardevoirs to one of those Monkeydories, and you can actually just start trying to win that Monkeydory race.
Exactly. That's what we got to do. Keep the Gardevoir safe by using our own Monkeydory, maneuvering damage back over to Sebastian's board. And I imagine that's exactly what we're going to see. Yep, going ahead and moving some off the first one. 3 onto the Monkeydory from the first Adrenabrain. And I don't know if Kim's going to give Sebastian any more damage to work with. Or it's a really tough situation. I think it is right. Yeah, that's exactly it. They're going to go ahead and use Roaring Scream on the Monkeydory after moving double sets of damage off with both Monkeydory, but putting it all on the same target so that you don't leave Sebastian any leftovers.
Yeah, so in this scenario, Sebastian is still potentially only 2 attacks away from actually still winning this game. Kim still needs to take attack 3 times. So there's still a position where Sebastian can do this, of course. There are, like we mentioned, there's a couple of 2 prizes on the bench there. That Pheasantipity is probably an easier target if you can move some damage counters to it. Gardevoirs at some stage, if you can maneuver additional damage counters to it as well, can be one way to take another big, bad, mad bite there from a Bloodmoon Ursaluna. As we do get another Lunar Cycle. There is...
Ooh, that was quite a nice Lunar Cycle.
Yeah,
we've got Superior Energy Retrieval. We do have another Bloodmoon Ursaluna. We've got a Nest Ball. So this isn't looking too shabby. Looks like we have the Calamitous Snowy Mountain as well. So let's see what's left in the deck for us. I don't know if there's a whole lot. We do still have the Monkeydory, which is, of course, what we want to go for. And then it's just eyeing up sort of whether it's worth going for the Bloodmoon Ursaluna this turn. I think you almost have to. I think you've got to start going a little bit aggressive, but it's such a shame that you can only take a single prize knockout this turn.
Yeah, maybe it's not too bad so long as you're keeping up in the prize race right now. So if Sebastian goes down to 3 prizes, Kim can only go down to 2 on the next turn. Maybe if Kim doesn't find a way to get a big bulky sort of EX in the active spot that can tank a hit, it just means that Sebastian has another turn to take another single prizer and then just push it closer and closer to the 2 prize knockout at some stage. We do get a Battle Harden now with the Stadium in play now and the attachment. And
we went for the attachment on the Monkeydory.
Yeah, so do we have something like Energy Switch in hand maybe? Or are we just going to take the knockout with a Cosmic Beam again? Yeah, it looks like it's that,
looks like
that route.
it. Just getting the bear ready to wrestle.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's quite a nice position to be in, but Kim's got to be wary that that bear is waiting in the wings. We do see... Oh.
There we are, the damage
of course,
from Cosmic Beam. Yeah, because it was the double Monkeydory Adrenabrain, which took out the Screamtail because it didn't have the Bravery Charm. And then just going for the Cosmic Beam on the Gardevoir because we can't push enough damage over to the Gardevoir, nor do we have any way of getting an extra energy onto Bloodmoon Ursaluna. Back over to Kim's turn. Of course, we're flipping the script just to give every every single card that we can possibly gain so that we can sequence this turn to perfection.
Yeah, we did hit the counter catcher, which is quite nice. Can we also combine it with another Iono? There is another Iono in hand as well. So maybe we could have to try and take down the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, combine it with another Iono, and just try and limit what's available.
Can't currently use counter catcher.
Oh, sorry,
they are on the
apologies.
same amount of prize cards.
I kept thinking that we're going...
So we would need to use a different method of getting our opponent's Pokemon into the active. But you know what? Screamtail, I hear she's making a comeback.
Yeah, I guess Screamtail could do exactly the same thing, especially when we're pushing over damage counters from the Adrenabrain anyway. And just kind of setting it up. Ooh, has a Professor Churro scenario that flipped out of the deck, of course. The Bloodmoon Ursaluna now currently at, was it 130 HP? Oh, no, 140 HP. But it's just targeting the Monkeydories once again. We've just spoken about it so much. I mean, we've said Monkeydory a lot so far.
We have. I think we need, how many times have Amy and I said Monkeydory counter at this point? But for very good reason, I've got to say. We know, and Kim has assessed, Kim is a very, very decorated player, as we've seen. And Kim knows the way that I win this is to make sure that I am not letting Sebastian have 2 Monkeydory.
I feel like Kim's position there, he's holding on to that Iono. I couldn't keep count of exactly how many Iono has been played so far, but it's definitely a couple, it feels like. And now he's just going to have to prep that Iono for maybe that one more turn where Sebastian takes a knockout here, potentially on that Screamtail, and then Ionoing down to 2, whilst also just trying to overcome the final 2 prizes. Oh, but it's a big boss's orders here. Onto that Gardevoir that's already damaged with 6 damage counters on it. Here comes the Calamitous Snowy Mountain once again. We get an energy attachment straight up to 3 damage counters on the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, Amy. We're dealing massive amounts of damage. It's going to be 2 prizes once again, putting him down to 1. Anything else?
It's gonna be close.
There you go, just under the Screamtail as well.
And Mad Bite takes out Gardevoir. Just can't handle it.
Yeah, there's just a calculation. 60 times 30 because of the damage counters that's on it is 180. Plus the extra 100 base is 280 damage. Plus the 60 that's already on it.
Yep.
Would be 340 damage, right?
Yep.
There you go.
It's always the 60 that's already on it that people forget. It's always that. But yeah, takes out Gardevoir, clean knockout, and now we're left 2 prizes to 1, and we are almost out of time. So we're going to be going into those 3 final turns now.
Yeah, and this is the tricky spot, right? Because the Iono might hit even harder here from Kim's side. So he does still need 2 attacks to actually win the game. Probably needs to remove that Bloodmoon Ursaluna as well. But he probably could actually take this game. We're in a tricky spot. So Kim will be, I don't know if he's drawn a card yet. So if he hasn't drawn a card and time has been called between turns, it does mean Sebastian was still turn 0. And now there's a promotion. It will be the draw card on Kim's turn, which will make him turn 1, which is a real interesting scenario. So if anyone's new to the game or hasn't heard, once time has been called, there are 3 additional turns. When time is called on that player's turn, that will be turn 0. And then we've got 1, 2, 3, sort of between the 2 players. But because it was still in between turns and there was no promotion or the draw cards, it does mean Sebastian ends as turn 0.
It does. It's a really tricky situation for Kim. There's a lot of Pokemon on the bench right now that can, and in the active, which can be knocked out by Sebastian. Realistically, what we need to do is move as much damage away from the vulnerable Pokemon as possible and put a huge Gardevoir in the active to attack this Ursaluna. That's the ideal situation here, is take Screamtail out of range of a single Monkeydory and then deal with the Bloodmoon Ursaluna with something with large amounts of HP. Here comes the Gardevoir, and we get that journey on the go.
Remember, Kim does have 2 turns, so he's turn 1 and turn 3, of course, so can still win this game 2 here. He's currently 1 game down against this Bloodmoon Ursaluna deck, and Sebastian is very likely to be Iono to 1 shortly, because there was that Iono just waiting in the wings as well. I mean, we want to make sure that there's no way to generate some more damage counters for Sebastian to really sort of take a cheeky knockout here. But there's the Iono to 1. Kim down to 2, but he's
Let's
quite
see what
happy
it
with his
is.
position with the Pheasantipity as well. Can you see that? Is that
I think it's a
switch?
switch.
It looks like a switch.
I think it's a switch, and that's not going to help us. We're going to have a draw for turn. Is it going to be enough? The bets are that it won't be enough.
No.
We've used a lot of resources. We used a lot of energy. Our draw engine relies on having energy in our hand. And, you know, you do need a lot to make that Bloodmoon Ursaluna work at the end of the day. So being Iono to 1 with a big Gardevoir in the active is huge.
Yeah, there's an energy attachment from hand, which he's been able to pick up. Here's Psychic Embrace to the active as well. Now pushing that Gardevoir to 60 damage, which is a scary number.
Scary
because we've already seen one go down because of it. But knowing your opponent currently only has 1 card to work with,
You got to hope that this isn't an energy. This isn't a way to re-establish a Bloodmoon Ursaluna.
so what are we working with? Which Pokemon we're
Let's
sending
find
forward?
out.
It's going to be the Air Ballooned Lunatone.
Makes sense.
1 card.
Let's see what it is.
Arven.
Arven? I don't think it's enough.
I mean, it's a couple of pieces if it can, but it
It's
might
not
be a
enough.
stretch.
It's not enough. We need a way to get the Bloodmoon back. We also need energy. A tool and an item can't provide that much value.
No
we
secret
might be
box
able to
available.
get a Pheasantipity, and that might be able to help us. But honestly, beyond that, I don't know. And I don't even know if there's a way to get the Pheasantipity out right now. We've taken the Fighting Gong because,
That's the cycle.
we don't have much going on. I think all we can do is Lunar Cycle and pray.
The other, just to remind everyone as well, the last bear, or Blood Moon, I should say, is currently in the prizes in terms of the smaller
Yeah, we
one,
need the
big
ninth
one.
stretcher, but I don't know if we have enough energy after that. And we mentioned how crucial it was to manage resources. I physically don't think there is a way right now that we can get enough energy and the Bloodmoon Ursaluna into play with the cards that are remaining.
Do we still have energy retrieval and like available somewhere? Superior energy retrieval. It's one of those things that we need to double check, but it's going to be the fighting energy from the Arven there. Where's the
deck?
Where's the deck gone?
I think he.
There's a lot of cards
There's
in
his
hand.
hand.
Hello.
That's the whole deck.
Is that the? Oh no, is that the hand? Is
Oh, is that the
deck?
hand?
So yeah, he's just grabbing.
Yes, that's the
grabbing.
deck.
Yeah, that's the deck. So right, there you go. Confusion
we got it.
sorted.
It's all good.
That was an interesting scenario.
What's going on?
But this deck will need to be shuffled. I'm just trying to think what else is available at this point. Arven Supporter is played, can still retreat. So this
Let's
Lunar
draw
cycle.
3 and see what we're working with, Alex. Lily? Nope.
Nope.
Light
Nice
stretcher, one bit.
And
Boss,
the boss's orders would have
nope.
wanted that earlier, but I don't think that's enough anymore. Has already played the supporter for turn Arven to even get into this position, so
I
feels
think
like
the
Kim,
Iono has really put Sebastian in a really sticky situation here. One that is far too sticky to get out of, unfortunately.
Yeah, and Kim will have one more turn to be able to deal with this as well, and there's not really much outside of this big Blood Moon Ursaluna EX that could pop into the active spot. But then Kim just needs to retreat into the Scream Tail or attach some more energies in Psychic Embrace, and that'll be all she wrote. There is the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX. We're going to do everything we can to slow the game down, of course, and it's a Blood Moon for 0 energy cards because that's Season Skill ability. And I feel like Kim knows exactly what's going to happen here. Surely he does have one more turn, I believe, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Hope so. I
go.
believe, just retreating into the Scream Tail or using Professor Turo's scenario and then taking out one of those benched Pokemon is the way to go. And there's the handshake as we get a tie because Kim took this game by
against it and then applied with that fairy zone on the lily.
Oh, you ready to just give up the game? It's over!
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Looking at his final HP to deliver the finishing blow, and just like that, your Pokemon World Champion.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road.
He goes on the high speed! Resetting the bracket and then winning it in game number 5.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on Victory Road. Put your hands up.
Welcome back, trainers. The Sevilla story so far. We're boom, boom, grooving. N has new friends. And to quote Drew Stevenson, eating a load of cheese. Friendships will be forged, we'll revel in rivalries, and crown the new Sevilla Special Championships champion today. Our players are already on that grind, headed towards Top Cut. And to see you through the day, of course, my name is Amy Wasley, and I am here with the wonderful Alex Dow.
Yeah, thank you very much. Always a pleasure to be alongside you.
Jesper Eriksson.
Thank you so much, Amy. Very glad to be back for a second day competition.
And Ross Gilbert.
They change the clocks and I don't know what time it is.
Goodness gracious. Everyone's pets at home are just going to be totally flabbergasted. They're getting dinner early. What? Thank you for joining us, trainers. Of course, we don't just have this event here in sunny Sevilla. We have a flurry of events left of the season.
Oh yeah, there's amazing events still to come. Of course, we're here in Seville right now, but there's so much to look forward to, beginning with Prague on our next journey in the European schedule, Utrecht, Turin, then that last international championships just before the fantastic double event that Ross is so keenly to highlight, the Pokemon XP alongside that Pokemon World Championships that everyone is going for.
I have not been shy in telling you my hype for San Francisco at the end of August for that double event, Pokemon XP and the Pokemon World Championships. I don't really know exactly what the scope of that's going to be. I don't think anybody does, and I am so hyped to get to San Francisco and find out in a couple of months' time.
It's going to be amazing. And if you want to get to any of our future events, you can do so by registering to compete or spectate using the link below. Don't forget to bookmark that. It's very important, and you should definitely get yourself along no matter which game you're playing, if it's Go, TCG, or VGC. Now, of course, there isn't just events. We've got things to be playing for. And to just give me a little rundown of what exactly is going on today. What's the end goal, Jesper?
The end goal is qualification to the World Championships. Yes, the XP might be nice, but these players here are vying for an invite to the World Championships. Although, that's the first place that gets that. But second place and onwards are going to get these championship points that are going to help them to get into that top 135 in EU or NA, depending on if you're traveling over.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the Masters division as well. We do have our juniors and the seniors at the same time, all of them vying for, as Ross puts it, to try and be above that big red line, that crossed out red line, and above and in the top 80 for juniors, the top 100 for seniors. And then, of course, for the different regions, they're different sort of brackets as well.
And Ross, what do points mean?
Well, points mean prizes, Amy. There are prizes available at the Special Championships. There's no cash prizes. What there are boosters. And if you win the whole thing, a direct invite to the Pokemon Trading Card Game World Championships in San Francisco in August, and a whole bunch of boosters that I believe go down a little bit further than we actually see on the screen there. But free booster boxes if you get in the top 8. And I've said this before and I'll say it again. Finish an event, get back to your hotel, crack a booster box of Pokemon cards. There is almost nothing better in the world than that.
There are many a time where we see Ross just sprawled on a bed with just open packets. So hopefully you guys have that image on your mind for the rest of today.
Cheers for that.
Thanks, Alex. Well, you know what? There are prizes to be had. There are lots of reasons to do really well here and why a lot of our players are really gunning for those top spots. But there is another incentive that we've yet to mention.
Yes, and when we're talking about incentives, we're talking championship points, direct invites to World Championships. Not just that, but every single quarter, we're having stipends given out for the international championships for travel awards as well in the top 4, and stipends all the way down to 16th. But if you're just missing out on that, 17th through 32nd is going to get that priority registration, which is so important to make sure that they get in to these international championships.
And this is how we see some of these top tier players really snowball their successes. They have a good regional, they have some good runs at locals, all of a sudden they end up with a travel award to the next international championship, so they go along to there. But it turns out they're actually a really good player, hence why they got the travel award. Now they do well at the international championships, and it just keeps rolling on from there. And it's wonderful to see. We see these players have that first big success, and these travel awards help them to roll that into season after season.
Let's see which players are on their way to that snowball and maybe avalanching their way into our top cut.
Yeah, so this is just a small snippet of the Phase 2 qualified players here at the Seville Special Championships. And there's many names that we saw across the stream, across the feature matches so far, or even some players who've yet to really properly feature, but just starting to show that level of consistency to make it through at the right threshold with the point structures to try and push themselves in this Phase 2 now to try and get a top cut position. There's so many names here. We've seen players like Ethan Wild, a Birmingham Regional Championship winner. Plus, we've got players who have been super consistent. Second place at EUIC, Drew Stevenson there in the top right-hand side. And there's just so many more names to call out.
And speaking of snowballing through, we can also potentially say cheesing through when you were mentioning Drew Stevenson as well as Christian Fontenot. Christian, we streamed yesterday with that Golden Go deck. Looking really good right now for a potential asymmetrical top cut. So is Ethan, speaking of that. So it's going to be really interesting to see if we may have a very festive champion of this event.
And let's not forget Sebastian Pedrosa, who is rocking that single prize Bloodmoon Ursaluna deck, which we did not expect to see at the top tables this weekend. So between that and Festival League with Ethan Wild, there are some surprises around. I think there might be a Crossel in there somewhere as well.
Shall we take a look at the standings and see exactly how everyone's doing right now?
Yeah, so this is the Masters Swiss ranking at Swiss Round 12. So heading into Swiss Round 12, Ted Tobin on God of War EX. It's something we only got saw towards the latter stages of yesterday's feature matches, but at a 10-1 record, rising through the player base at the moment. But then there's so many of those names that we've mentioned, Ethan, Christian, a couple of the names that we've seen as our featured players to watch for this tournament as well. But then there's so many more players that could potentially be making a name for themselves here.
And this is a really good example when we talk about asymmetrical top cut. Take a look here. Caleb Barber in 8th place at 9-2, but we've got Wojtek Katlan, apologies for pronunciation, also at 9-2, and everyone else on a lower record. So were the tournament to end right now, 1-7 would be into the top cut, but 8 and 9 would have to play one more game to earn that 8th place. So when we say asymmetrical top cut, you look at the player in 8th, you see whoever's got the tied record, but it is the lower ranked players that will play their way into top 8. The higher ranked players will avoid that entirely. So these rankings, as you go through Swiss, remain extremely important.
I'm going to talk about our first place there for a moment. Ted, who came top 8 in Birmingham, as well as Ethan. So really bringing it back, clearly gunning for that big win this time, securing his championship invite. So very good luck to Ted at this current round, playing right now. So hopefully everything's going rather well for them. Let's check out our players to watch. Of course, we know that a few of them have been doing incredibly well. We've seen Ethan, we've seen Christian. Alejandro did make day 2. I wonder how he's doing now.
This may be the best pick we've actually ever done on players to watch. 2 out of 3 at the very least. Have been following Alejandro a bit yesterday. Wasn't at these high tables just like Ethan and Christian, but I think a 2 out of 3, both of them being in contention, is a pretty good pick from us.
Yeah, all 3 players have shown a good level of consistency across this season so far. Like I said, we've already had Ethan winning a regional championships this year. Christian's always been there or thereabouts, if not has been a previous regional winner as well. And Alejandro had a couple of finishes earlier on in the season, and that's why we wanted to highlight these players. Sort of sometimes, you know, they have a bit of a breakout tournament and then they continue that level of consistency that we'd love to see, and it just showcase sometimes that high level skill that a lot of our Pokemon players sometimes need to have to maybe do well at a tournament like this.
Ever so true. Couldn't have said it better myself. And, you know, we've shown that we did make some good picks for a change. No, I'm joking. we
did well in Birmingham, I think. We might be on a little bit of a run here.
That's true. That's true. We'll have to see whether the team at the next event will be able to do quite as good a job. So that's a challenge for them. Of course, let's take a little look at our meta breakdown for Phase 1 and see exactly what we started the day with.
We started with the expected, right? Dragon Ball Dusknoir, Top Dog, Golden Go, Enzorg with the Reshiram and Zekrom. We need to remember that Zekrom, Gardevoir, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and a bit of unclassified. And the unclassified, we're talking Festival Lead, Bloodmoon, Ursaluna, all these more so wonky decks that we haven't seen a lot of before, and now getting into a real competitive environment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just so much going in this tournament. Ascended Heroes has really opened the doors for a lot of different decks to come to the fore and really challenge the status quo, right? What we called the big 4 in the previous formats, where we had the Gardevoirs, the Dragapults, the Golden Goes, the Charizards. Charizard's not even on this graphic anymore, but typically we're starting to see a lot of these dark decks come up and really sort of perform super well at the same time. I know, Ross, like, you love talking about Mega Box, right? There it is, still only at 4%.
I mean, criminally underplayed, this Mega Box deck, with all the winning it's done in Brisbane, in Las Vegas, in Houston, at EUIC, at the Fukuoka Champions League. I mean, it will not stop winning. 54 players, 4%. What is going on? It's like it's only 14 more than Alakazam Dunsparce. Sorry.
That's a great deck, Ross. I don't know what you're on about. That's a fantastic deck right there. Good choice, everyone.
I mean, I'm loving seeing Mega Lucario on there, although not if you come up against Alakazam. That's a pretty horrendous matchup. But yeah, I do think that Mega Box deck is just so underplayed right now. But maybe that's part of the charm. Maybe if it was played more often, more people would be specifically taken against it and it wouldn't do as well.
That's also what we went through yesterday in our round, right, Ross, where we were talking about why is it so criminally underplayed, right? Maybe players are expecting it too much and people are playing more Mega Lucario or any other deck that can one-hit KO that Absol to make sure that they can actually get around it.
So it's Festival Lead's problem.
I think that's a good problem for Festival League to have, to be honest.
I meant it's Festival Lead's fault.
Yeah.
I even saw a Joltik toolbox at the bottom there. I know there's one doing really well in day 2, and we haven't seen that for a long time. So there are loads of surprises ready for this Phase 2.
Yeah, speaking of Joltik box, it's the last major we can get to play Iron Hand CX, so also a bit of a send-off for that.
Absolutely. Let's see how our Phase 2 ended up looking. Let's take a look at that analysis.
Yeah, so this is actually a great showcasing of just some of these dark decks really coming to the fore now. Marnie's Grimmsnarl spiking up to be the same number of players in Phase 2 as that Dragapult, which did fall off a little bit. I mean, when you're in higher numbers, it's a little bit easier to kind of drop off, right? But Marnie's Grimmsnarl with that Frostlass really showcasing there's a lot to go for that deck right now.
We often talk when a deck is more played in Phase 1 that the conversion rate is not going to be as high as a deck that's not as much played. Ergo, Mega Box, right? And when you're looking at Dragon Ball Dusknoir being at 12%, that's respectable in Phase 2. But yeah, the story may be Marnie's Grimmsnarl alongside Festival Lead, Bloodmoon, Ursaluna as decks that are just surprising us a bit in terms of their conversion rates.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, if we continue looking at the rest of the meta as well, it's really interesting to see there's 3 dark decks there. And Gardevoir's still hanging around. Gardevoir's been around for such a long time now. It doesn't matter what's been thrown at it. It's still there as one of the best decks. And we've already seen with Ted being at the top of those standings at 10-1. I mean, it's just being able to handle this at the moment. It's still in a pretty good spot, but those dark decks are creeping along there alongside it.
I'm seeing all those dark decks and I'm thinking sure would be fun to be playing Festival Lead right now. Oh look, Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan jumping up in the best of the rest on phase 2, up to 5%, 12 people. That's a pretty decent conversion rate from what we saw back in phase 1. And Crustle, there's 10 Crustle in phase 2. It is hanging on there along with that Frostlass Monkeydory, Joltik Toolbox, and still some unclassified Chumpkin in there as well.
And when we're talking conversion rates, you're talking Mega Absol, around about a 25 to 28% conversion rate. That's pretty good for a deck typically when we're looking at that. And we do get our conversion rates, right? With Dragon Ball Dusknoir, 14% respectable, but a mighty 32% for Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, we've been seeing this a lot in more recent tournaments as well. What we've seen with Ascended Heroes, it gets that sort of consistency buff with the Pokepads. It gets the additional 10 HP just on those snow runs, and it actually starts to add up, because the reason why we're seeing a lot of Frostlass Monkeydory right now is that you don't have to immediately go into Technical Machine Evolution. You can go via the Pokepad routes and actually just evolve up, because the 70 HP is enough to protect it from so much. But if we keep looking as well, Zoroark EX actually historically has had a really bad conversion rate. Typically only the very top players who've been piloting it for a while now have been able to convert into a phase 2, but we're finally getting into the 20%. We're finally getting into the upper echelons of the deck actually performing super well, but that's because it's got so much going for it.
It just goes to show how much things change when an archetype gets one new card, whether that be N's Pokemon, whether that be Marnie's Grimmsnarl, or whether that be just the plethora of decks that have gained Pokepad. Now, Ascended Heroes has been a really large effect on this meta, as we've seen today. So let's take a look at what our favorite cards from Ascended Heroes was.
I mean, I'm going to start off here. Look, I've gone for an easy one and a less easy one. The easy one, Zekrom. It has transformed that Zoroark deck and turned it from a tier 2 to a tier 1 deck. We've just seen that on the representation on the numbers, right? But Larry's the Dunsparce. If you want to go to a Pokemon tournament and you want to have either the very best day ever or the very worst day ever, and you are willing to flip a coin to decide which of those is going to happen, might I introduce you to Larry's the Dunsparce. Pile Energy on with Larry's Kamala. Ignition Energy does count 3 times. Flip a coin for each energy on there. 80 for each heads. If it works, you will have the best day of your life. If it doesn't work, I mean, look, you still get to play Kamala in your deck, so you can at least enjoy that.
We often spoken a little bit about Frostlass Monkeydory. I've gone for the Mega Frostlass, which is the way that these Frostlass Monkeydory decks specifically deal with these very large Pokemon. When you're using Buddew's Itchy Pollen, hands start to build, and then you're looking at your opponent saying, 20 cards? 20 times 5? That's pretty good. And then I took Mega Charizard Y as the second option. 280 when you're discarding free energy might look bad, but when you're having the other Charizard EX with Infernal Rain, you get both of them going. Maybe something like Ignition Energy, discarding Ignition Energy every single turn, and just go 280, 280, 280. Potentially do that 3 times, and that's 6 prizes.
You're not wrong. It's a strong attacker. Not seen it utilized yet. Alex, talk me through your picks.
Well, I've already mentioned a little bit about the Frostlass Monkeydory, right? If I had my choice before Jesper picked his, I probably would have had the Snow and the Mega Frostlass EX as well. But we've just gone with a Snow. I just think it's such an impactful card for a really good archetype right now with that Frostlass Monkeydory. When you get to combine 2 of the best cards in basically our format, in Budew and Monkeydory, in a deck, and then you have the supporting cast of this Frostlass, of course, has to evolve up from a Snow Run. It just feels like so good, right? It feels like with all of our second picks, we all kind of went a bit out there. So I went with Nighttime Mine. It's got a really unique sort of, I guess, stadium, as it were, to really kind of impact the most played deck right now, because it's a Terra Pokemon and it increases the attack cost of that Terra Pokemon. And we did get to see it in Houston, which was actually kind of a cute way of playing it with that LGM, I believe, in that Zoroark list as well. So I thought, actually, it's got some cute effects, and then in the right meta, in the right format, in the right matchup, it can actually do some business.
I like that. We like doing business.
Yeah.
That's good. That's good. I'm going to talk about Honchkrow now, everyone. Of course, Team Rocket's Honchkrow was my first pick. I absolutely adore single prize decks, and this is really the pinnacle. You can't get much better than this. Went into the Team Rocket archetype. Already the Team Rocket supporters were so powerful, and this is just adding a fantastically strong attacker into that already strong unit. Pair this with Spidops and you are having a good time. You can even tech in cards like that Team Rocket Sneasel for some super fun combos and big knockouts. You only need the Team Rocket's energy. Honestly, it's a great time. If you haven't picked up this really fun single prize deck, I thoroughly think that you should go ahead and give it a go. And like you said, a bit more of an unconventional second pick, but I love Mega Dragonite so much. With the Electros, we've seen it have some success, and it's got some interesting combinations with Canary, and it's got some, honestly, I think it's got more potential. I think it's an unexplored archetype that deserves a little bit more love, and I think a little bit more work on that one could really make it shine.
I have some good memories about Mega Dragonite. That was revealed at the World Championships, and I remember I was still in the venue, but there was news out there, and I had to cover the news, Amy. But I was waiting for someone, so I'm just like sat on the floor in a corridor at Worlds while everyone's kind of streaming out the venue, talking about Mega Dragonite. It was fun. People at home don't need to know. There's a document, and they ask us for our picks. If you're not first in a document, Alex, you don't get your first choice.
Yeah, but I want to let you guys have your first choice first.
I was in first. I didn't want anyone else to take Larry to Dunsparce. I wanted that to be all mine.
You were worried?
Yeah.
I was. We also had a gentleman's agreement that nobody would take PokePad for fairly obvious reasons.
I think we all collectively have PokePad. It is one of the biggest consistency factors we've had added into our meta for a while. And it just kind of, for a lot of decks, it replaces Ultra Ball, and not having to discard resources that you might need later is a wonderful effect. Although if you Gardevoir, you still want Ultra Ball because you do want the Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
Yeah, until Gardevoir rotates. But when you're mentioning Team Rocket's Honchkrow, Amy, we have to be thinking it's the last ride for Golden Go, at least for the EU majors. But we get replaced by Rocket's Honchkrow.
Yay!
And with Rocket's Honchkrow, the perfect thing, you're mentioning strong Rocket supporters.
Yeah.
You're having Team Rocket's Proton. You can play that going first on your first turn, even though it's a supporter. And you can get triple Murkrow. Turn 2, you play Rocket's Ariana. Draw build to the 8 cards in hand. Attach, evolve, discard a whole slew of supporters, and suddenly, already from turn 2 onwards, you're knocking out massive Pokemon.
How long is it going to take for someone to mention that Honchkrow pairs nicely with Porygon? Porygon is my boy, and that is the combo. Because with the whole Porygon line, it does damage based on supporter cards, Team Rocket supporters, in the discard pile. And the problem with that was it was too slow. It took too long to get up to the big damage. But Honchkrow does damage based on supporters discarded. Honchkrow in the early game, and then my boy Porygon comes in. Beautiful.
Yeah, we wanted to just give you your moment there, I feel like.
Yeah.
We'll just let
It
you
was
have
making
that.
me a little bit uncomfortable. I'm like, I'll mention Porygon in a minute. Someone's going to mention Porygon in a minute. Why no one mentioning Porygon? I had to jump in.
Please mention Porygon.
Yeah, I mean, we have now. It's been done.
I'm pretty sure I would have mentioned Porygon, but I was like, all right, I'll let Ross have this one. And also Porygon C, you can use that reconstitute ability that says you can discard 2 cards from your hand, draw 1, discarding more supporters.
Oh, yes.
Okay, I've got to admit, guys, though, I did do a bad thing.
you done,
I did take PokePad as one of my caster predictions for the whole event, as most likely to be seen, because we didn't have a gentleman's agreement on that, and no one else took it. So I was like, well, if you're not going to, I am. And I also went for our Boom Boom Groover, because what's better than plucking a card out of your deck? Any card, multiple times a turn. It's Pidgeot, but better.
Sounds groovy indeed.
Hey.
I mean, it's working out quite nicely. Ethan is absolutely rocking that deck this weekend, in great position for that asymmetrical top cut. So, seems like a pretty good prediction, honestly, Amy.
Yeah, I feel like all of us actually have pretty good predictions for our number ones, right? I mean, I called both Ross and Jesper's pick a little bit boring, a bit tame with the Dragapult and the Charizards, but, you know, I did go with the Frostlass, following my theme of the kind of impactful cards, kind of saw the Marnie's Grimmsnarl shoot up to the second most, or actually joint first most played deck in phase 2 right now. My other choice was Noctowl, just because I have a bit of a soft spot for it. Dual seeking, when you have a Terra Pokemon out in play, being able to cherry pick cards, combo pieces, it just feels so good when you get it off.
I think
It's
you could
nice.
argue. Sorry, Amy.
No, it's okay. I was going to say it's nice when you can cherry pick things out of your deck, just like Thwacky.
I'm just going to say that Alex, calling our, picks a bit boring. Yeah, there's nothing more out there than picking a deck that just got 2 top 8 finishes at the last regional championships.
How long have both of your decks been around?
A while.
Exactly.
Although, Dragapult exactly the same amount of time as Frostlass, both in Twilight Masquerade. I went for Charizard. I think this was largely, I wouldn't have picked this in a North American event, I don't think. But we've just seen some European players like Oyvind, for instance, just absolutely doing brilliantly, the whole Finnish contingent really with Charizard over the past few events. That was very much the European circuit has shown that we have players to rock that. And Precious Trolley, that was really my little nod to the fact that I think this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan deck is underplayed, but also I think there's some unusual picks that can really make use of Precious Trolley, so I was hedging a little bit, hoping I could get it in there as well.
Yeah, picking Dragapult, yes, okay, Alex, maybe a tad boring, but I just do love to play these kinds of spread decks, just like Frostlass can be. But Dragapult just has so much maneuverability, so much comeback potential with Iono. Gotta give that one last hurrah as well, right? But still very, very good in the post-rotation format. And yeah, second pick, Slowking. You've got to go for something fun, right? And I did see it doing pretty good in Houston at some points of the tournament. And I know there's someone out there who's going to love seeing that card on stream.
It's only a matter of time before somebody has just an absolutely silly run with Slowking. The potential with that card is off the charts.
I mean, Slowking Festival lead, you know?
No.
They're very not similar decks, Jesper.
I'd say in the silliness department, we could argue that they're both a bit silly, but
one's potentially a grass type hitting all these dark Pokemon, so I feel like it's in a good spot.
And one just goes turn 2 Kyurem on all these setup decks. What's not to like?
Don't do that. That's using it too early. Gosh, come on, Jesper. Have you even played Slowking?
Not too much. I tend to stick with my Dragapult decks, honestly. It's like the last half a year I've only been playing Dragapult and Absol, so you can take my word on it. I just do my little bit of Fury-mon over here.
Well, you know what? If you guys don't want to miss any of the action, you can go ahead and make sure that you are on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. Bookmark that web link because you're going to need it loads because you never want to miss out. And don't forget that if you also want to get all of the latest updates, you can go ahead and follow us on all of our social media accounts. We're on pretty much everything. We're on X, we're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, and we're on Instagram. Don't forget that if you use hashtag #PlayPokemon, show us what you're doing. Are you here at the venue? Are you at home? Are we playing in a side event day 2? Show us everything that you believe in. What's your favorite deck to win the event? Let us know. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon and we might be able to feature your posts on the broadcast today.
Okay, I know how to get some tweets from people.
Go on.
I know how to get some people getting in touch. Show us your pets. I know you're all watching with your pets. Show us your pets. Use a hashtag #PlayPokemon. I know a lot of you are watching. Show us your pets.
What happens if we don't have a pet?
I mean, show us how you are watching. I just know there's a lot of people at home watching with their pets that want to show us. Show off. Show us.
I gotta say, I'm gonna want to pet them all. That's the problem. That it does cause a conundrum. But we are gearing up and getting ready for a round to show you guys for our phase 2, our next Swiss round. We've got 2 more to show you before we descend into that asymmetrical top cut. So with that, I will bid you adieu for now, but stick around. We've got lots to come.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a 2-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to Phase 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. In Phase 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus up to 8 additional competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokemon events, visit championships.pokemon.com.
Welcome back, trainers. We're back at it again, ready for our phase 2 coverage of today. My name's Amy. I'm back with Alex. How are we feeling about this?
Oh, so good. I mean, we had such a great time yesterday that I'm looking forward to what else we can showcase for today and eventually actually crown our Masters Seville regional, I say special championship champion.
Absolutely.
But also the juniors and the seniors as well.
Yes, we've got loads of lovelies playing today. It's not just our Masters division. Of course, we can't forget the future of our game, as mentioned yesterday. So we do have our juniors and senior competitors battling it out still, tooth and nail. Let's take a look at their meta.
Yeah, so this was the phase 1 of our juniors in this Seville Special Championships. We mentioned how Dragapult is still one of the best decks right now, and the juniors are taking that information and running with it as well. 17% of our junior players piloting that deck. And then again, it's a lot of these decks that we've seen before. They've got a lot of familiarity, a lot of that consistency that they've seen watching other maybe seniors and the masters, and then playing in their own meta game as well. Charizards, the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, Frostlass, Gardevoir still there, Golden Go, and Raging Bolt.
Honestly, I love seeing Raging Bolt make a bit of a comeback because it had fallen off a little bit in popularity. And I think, you know, giving a deck that you're familiar with is such an important aspect of this game. A lot of these juniors will have been playing this deck for a long time and just know it inside and out, and their comfort and feelings within that can just help them push forward into those higher spots. So I really hope to see a Raging Bolt. Yay! Oh my goodness, 3, that's perfect.
Yeah, that increase in percentages. I mean, where a Dragapult's fallen down to second, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, just like the Masters, has risen right to the top there, just under 20%. 4 of those junior players out of the 21 there piloting that really tricky sort of damage manipulation, damage dropping deck. But it's a really cool thing to see. But as you mentioned, Raging Bolt surging up to 3rd spot there. And this is just showcasing 15 of the decks, right? There are another 6 decks actually in the junior division that we're not even showcasing here on that first page.
Could be anything. Could literally be anything. But I tell you what, if there's one thing that Marnie's Grimmsnarl shows, it's that this game is great for teaching your kids math.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're gonna need to pay attention to a lot of mathematics going on. That's HP ticking up and down with the Monkeydory, moving it around. And actually, when they're playing against Frostlass Monkeydory as well, it's about making sure that your opponent is placing the correct amount of damage as well. You've got more to think about, and actually keeping all of that in mind, it's a big learning curve.
Yeah, absolutely. And it makes it feel so impressive to kind of watch these younger age divisions pilot a deck like that, because it's every single turn, you know, between turns, you have to do kind of this kind of systematic processing of all of the damage counters dropping. And it's just like, I mean, I struggle. I need to find systems myself. So maybe I've started, when I played some Frostlass Monkeydory, tapping my own Frostlass Monkeydory just to know that I've put it on, and then tapping it back and I'd twist it again. So I'd love to watch kind of these players be able to do that in an environment like this where they're playing for so much on the line.
Oh yeah, it takes a lot of multitasking, and I think that's a skill that's really valuable. So taking that into their next decks, the next meta, whatever it may be, actually it's such a valuable thing to learn and be good at now, and we can see that they're nailing it. There's some great players up on Frostlass Monkeydory that are trailblazing their way through to this phase 2, which is fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about trailblazers, there's a lot of players who maybe have risen from the junior division into the seniors. We get a chance to look at the senior meta game as well. Remember, there's 103 players in our senior division here at the Special Championships. Dragapult still that #1 deck to beat. 22 of our players there having to pilot and play and utilize that Phantom Die to fantastic possibilities, but at the same time, slight differences here now, Amy. We have Mega Absol. This is one of the divisions where maybe they have learned from most recent tournaments and gone, well, if that deck's winning tournaments, I can do it too.
Feels like that's a really good conversion rate. So feels like we're going to have some good to and fro from this. I think hopefully we're going to see that. No, it dropped off a little bit, but not that bad when we got 6 decks at the top there, 3 of kind of comparison from the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan side of things. Joltik Toolbox being that high up is really curious.
Yeah, 4 players there still on the Joltik box. So there's 29 players and they're phase 2 of the senior division. It's that last chance that Ross had highlighted and Jesper had highlighted that you can sort of quote unquote cheat your game by taking additional prizes with Amp You Very Much. So it's another nice way to see a deck which we've seen for a bit of time now. It has, in the right meta game, in the right sort of format, with the right tools, it can do a lot of, I know, unique things in the Pokemon trading card game, because typically you can't take additional prizes because that's not allowed unless you have an attack like Amp You Very Much.
I'm sorry, but any card that allows me to essentially cheat the game is undeniably strong. We've got the Iron Hands, of course, and then we've got some that will allow you to use the supporter on your first turn.
Yeah,
we've got a few of those in format as well. So we've got these kind of cards that do allow you to do things out of the ordinary, and those become so strong. And this is the last event they'll be able to utilize that Iron Hands.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about all these kind of little ways to, you know, do little sneaky little things. One that we always see and always mention is something like energy acceleration, right? Typically, you could only attach 1 energy per turn as your action from your hand to a Pokemon. But when you've got cards like Gardevoir EX being able to Psychic Embrace from the discard pile or use anything like Janine's Secret Art to be able to accelerate some energy, it makes things really unique in the way we can build decks and actually have to pile it into a meta right now.
Absolutely so true. Let's go and chat to our grooviest player out on the floor with Ross.
Ooh.
Well, I'm going to let other people decide if Ethan is in fact the grooviest player in the room. What I can tell you is phenomenal record with Festival League so far. Ethan Wild, how is your tournament going?
It's going pretty well. I just won that round, so I am 10-1-1 with 1 round spare. Hopefully I can ID and lock up a place in Top Cut and keep it going from there.
I mean, let's take it back to the beginning then. You're playing Festival League. Would you have played this deck if you didn't have your invite locked up from winning Birmingham?
It depends. I do think it's a good meta call. Like, in this current meta, like it has a lot of good weakness matchups with Zoroark, with Grimmsnarl, with Charizard. I think as long as you can dodge Dragapult, that's your only real like bad matchup.
And the numbers for that, especially in phase 2, they are down this weekend. That seems pretty good for you. How has your tournament been going in terms of the matchups? Have you found a lot of them to be quite straightforward with this deck?
I do think they're pretty straightforward. I mean, with multiple Boom Boom Grooves a turn, you're kind of just cherry picking cards out of your deck, and being able to just play with your entire deck, essentially have access to whatever you need. You can kind of assess any situation in front of you and just cherry pick it.
Very nice. Now, you've already taken down Christian Fontenot's Golden Go this morning.
Yeah.
And you've taken out a Grimmsnarl.
Yeah.
But you've lost to a Gardevoir.
I did, yeah.
So you have a look at the decks around you. You have a look at the decks you think are going to make Top Cut. What do you think your chances are going into Top Cut? Are you worried about anything?
I've not seen too many Dragapult around top tables, so I think it's just the Guardy that I'm really worried about. There might be 1 or 2 Dragapult that could squeak in if things go their way, but fingers crossed the Grimmsnarls all win their winnings.
Go Grimmsnarl! Well, this deck's been around for a while. Since Twilight Masquerade, this deck has been a thing. People have loved it. People have played it. It's not had that success. Are you now flying the flag for this deck, or is this more of a one-off tournament metacal?
I think post-rotation, the deck is definitely strong as well. It doesn't really lose anything, so I think it could be one to stick around.
Very nice indeed. And since you're here, you've got a lot of friends here. Any shout-outs you want to give before we get rolling?
I'd like to shout out the Lost Zone Kitchen and 88 Card House for supporting me. I'd like to shout out Matthew Robry for like pretty much always just following what I say and playing the same 60 as me. And I'd like to shout out just everyone that is there to help me test.
Thank you very much. Very nice. So shout out to those people. Grooviest player, we'll let you guys at home decide. Best Festival League player around right now, I think that's pretty much settled. So let's head on back to the casters, because we got more Pokemon action coming up faster than you think.
Thanks, Ross. Thanks, Ethan, once again for a fantastic highlight on Festival League, one of the many decks that were unexpected that have been doing really well at this Special Championships.
Yeah, absolutely. I always love kind of listening to Ethan. It's great to kind of follow this journey that we've been sort of having with Ethan throughout this tournament so far. I'm kind of hoping Ross, next time he does speak to him, actually gets Ethan to like boogie with a bit of a groove.
That would be great. Yeah, we need to try and set that up.
But yeah, it's incredible to watch a deck like that. And I think, as Ethan kind of said in that interview, it probably is a deck that's here to stay. We've spoken about Festival League a lot this weekend, and it's one of those that obviously gets that little consistency boost, obviously with things like that Wacky, just in terms of that ability. And then in a format where there's so many dark types, it's a scary little Pokemon when you're utilizing the Applins. And don't forget, you still got the Goldeens and the Sea Kings and all these other things going on as well.
Yeah, you not only get to cherry pick cards, but also get to draw extra cards when attacking with Sea Kings. So using attack modifiers like Black Belt's training and the Maximum Belt, actually it can really pump out a lot of damage, and that can be really damning for an opponent.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, we're going to speak a lot more about Festival League because, I mean, he's on a great record. 10-1-1 he's mentioned. He's currently second on the standings. If we have a little look at the same time, here it is, up to date for Swiss round 13. Ted continuing his position at the very top there, did take another dub, now 11-1 in the rankings there. And again, we're still talking Ethan, we're still talking Christian there, but they're starting to be joined by a couple of other players as well. Caleb Barber at 10-2, Wojtek Koslan in 5th, also at 10-2. And then some of the other names that we've seen across the feature matches already. Sebastian Pedroza, Kim Pabega, you got Nico Alabas, which I had the chance to sort of interview and have a conversation with yesterday as well. It's always great to hear this insight from so many of our players.
Caleb's actually got a really interesting deck as well, so hopefully we might be able to hear from them or see them today, because it's a really interesting build that they've got going on as well. I shan't give anything away in case we feature it later, but just keep that name in your head. If you see that name pop up on the screen, do come running back to see what's going on, because I can guarantee it's going to be a good time. So we've got loads of still really fun decks. Looking like it's going to be a very varied top cut. I think this might be the most varied that we've had in a while. And I think that's just because people are able to use the cards from Ascended Heroes and all of the cards that we have in our toy box right now to really construct some interesting decks and take a chance. And I think it's that point of the season, isn't it?
Yeah, I think some people have occasionally call it silly season, but it's not that silly. But because it actually just makes it so much more fun. It's not necessarily what we've seen in recent sort of formats and tournaments. We've seen decks like that quote-unquote big four, right? We saw a lot of Gardevoir, a lot of Dragapult, a lot of Charizard, which we know is still a fantastic deck, and a lot of Golden Go. But this is the opportunity where in this tournament where we've seen some players like Ethan have that opportunity to play a deck which is a little bit more out there. He saw the meta game, how it was evolving from Houston and other sort of maybe more local tournaments and other tournaments we've had prior to Houston as well, and went, well, Festival League is actually in a good spot. And then there's other little things. We still have people bubbling away with, like your pick, with Honchkrow or Team Rocket's Pokemon. And it just makes things so interesting right now. The dynamic is shifting.
I feel like you could expect to run into any deck at this event. And I think that's really what brings the spice of life with Pokemon, is that if I don't know quite what to test against, if I don't know what I'm going to come up against, then what's the next step? Well, the next step is obviously to know my deck inside and out, know exactly which ways I can worm my way around certain situations. Using the top decks as a platform for this by saying, okay, well, if I can deal with extra damage on my bench, then I can use Dragapult's kind of mechanics as a platform to allow myself to understand that in a way that if I came up against a Greninja, I would also be able to deal with extra damage on my bench.
You just mentioned Greninja. I just realized that was a deck that I also forgot about as well. It's also prevalent in this current format. It's actually a deck which is actually pretty cool as well. I don't know if any actually done too well in the end, but that's got quite a unique attack and a unique couple of attacks, especially partnered with certain Pokemon. And there's just so many, the card pool is so large right now that we just have access to so many different sort of combinations and different sort of techs. So this is where we're talking about, even if you are playing a deck which is quote unquote one of the big 4, 5, 6, that you can alter the slight way of how you would compete in a meta that changes, especially with the Ascended Heroes releasing certain cards that kind of just make certain decks like those dark types really come to the very top.
Yeah, exactly. And then when we see dark types flurry to the top, what's going to follow them?
I don't know, Amy, what follows them?
Grass types! And a lot of people will be experimenting with that, whether it's looking at sort of a Teal Mask Ogerpon build of a deck, whether it's looking at what other grass types we have in the meta. We saw a Mega Venusaur yesterday.
I was just going to mention.
When you look at the meta, something that's really impactful is always weakness. That 2 times damage on a Pokemon, that's game breaking. That is completely phenomenal. That can break apart a matchup, whether it has weakness or not. So when you look at a singular type going towards the top, you have to think to yourself, well, what am I going to do to stop that? And the answer in this case might be grass types, as long as you don't see too many Gardevoir and Dragapult along the way.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is another sort of key aspect of the Pokemon trading card game, where you're now starting to think about, well, not just your deck choice into how well you can best play it or pilot it. You're also sometimes starting to think about the meta game as well. And that's why we get a chance to kind of showcase, well, this is the current sort of field or the meta game of a particular tournament. And this is roughly what you're going to be sort of percentage-wise might be hitting up against in your rounds. But sometimes with tournaments so large nowadays, you're talking about a little bit of that variance. Sometimes you just can hit some complete random decks that you'd never had thought about, never had tested, and then you're in a position where you have to just play your deck as best as you can and slowly work out some of those tactics and strategies against them.
Honestly, I played Charizard to one event once. Once. And immediately, round 1, hit a Blastoise. I felt like I was playing Pokemon Red back in the day. I was like, oh no, this isn't going to be good. And it wasn't.
My rival has suddenly popped up in front of me again and has chosen the best starter against my deck. Dang. Right.
Exactly.
If you are just joining us, just a reminder, right now, our players are starting to get ready for Swiss round 13 here at the Seville Special Championships. We're just here, just kind of waiting for our players to kind of start to get ready at the table, and we'll go over as soon as we can. It won't be very long. I'm pretty sure I'm starting to hear murmurs that I can hear their feet tapping away behind us to try and get to the tables. But at the same time, Amy, is there anything else that you're looking forward to trying to showcase in one of these matches?
I honestly think it would be really, really nice to see Caleb's interesting kind of homebrew of a Terra Box style deck. I think that would be really fun. We've also got kind of some Joltik Box doing well. We've still got a Crustle doing really well. And I know that you guys really wanted to see some more Crustle. I think I saw some specific comments saying, I hate Crustle, but I want to see Crustle. It really is that love-hate relationship with Crustle.
It's that level of just kind of, it's like that little, what do you call it? I've lost a word for it.
Oh, Alex, you'll have to come back to me on that one.
But it doesn't matter. Do you know what? Who is ready and are actually at the table already? Our players. So it's time to head down there to see who exactly we're going to feature in this Swiss round 13. And there are our players shuffling up. Game face is on. It's going to be, well, the player that I did get a chance to interview yesterday, Nico Alaba on the left-hand side, piloting that Ends Zoroark EX deck. And we get a chance here just to showcase some of his accomplishments. Yes, he is a former international champion, having won OCIC back in 2020. But that level of consistency that he's had over the years, World's Top 64 in recent years in 2025, Utrecht Special Championship champion, Bilbao Special Championship champion. This guy is no stranger to winning special championships.
And very well is in good stead to do so once again. But facing up against the deck that we've been wanting to see a little bit more, we have Samuel Smith, went Liverpool Regionals top 64 in 2023, but making a very large stand to add an extra entry to that portfolio today with Marnie's Grimmsnarl. And I'm so thrilled to be able to see this matchup, because I think it's one that, you know, they're not expecting to see one another. They're two dark decks that are thinking, I want to see Gardevoirs, I want to see all of those great matchups for me. But when they end up facing one another, that can be a little bit tricky. So let's see how these two players have kind of got around the fact that they're not really expecting to see one another.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Samuel is currently 8-0-4, so he's actually undefeated in this tournament so far. Nico Alabas has taken a couple of losses, but at the same time, I mean, this is a real intricate matchup, right? Because Zoroark does have a lot of abilities.
It does. That's the problem. And so Marnie's Grimstar might be able to make a really big mess of that board state with so much damage
look
swinging
at this,
around.
Amy. The
no.
prizes are being showcased right now. Nico Alabas, a couple of pieces that would be annoying, but that right-hand side, that secret box there, alongside a few of those energies could be awkward. There's the fist bump. Swiss round 13 is kicking off right here, right now. The Seville Special Championships. It looks like Samuel is going to be starting energy attachment to that Monkeydory. Do we have anything else?
Runt, but I think that's it.
What Pokeball is on that snow run, Amy?
A love ball?
It looks like a love ball. It looks pretty cool. But yeah, it's just a pass over. And it's over to Nico now. Buddy Poffin here with that Badoo in the active. So we know what's going to happen on this first turn shortly. But we're going to try and set up the rest of the board state first. Well, we didn't even get a chance to speak too much about the Frostlass Monkeydory, but let's talk about the Enzoroc EX. It tries to get into that Enzoroc EX as soon as possible, typically anyway, because of that ability trade where you can discard a card from your hand to draw 2. It has that attack, I should say, for 2 Dark Energies Night Joker, and it utilizes an attack from an bench ends Pokemon, and this is where it's really come trumps here, because now you have access to the End Zekrom with Rampaging Thunder. You have access to things like the Darmanitan with Backdraft and Flame Body Cannon, so you can start to quote-unquote cheese some prizes. But this is how the deck can sometimes just overwhelm a lot of its opponents.
An absolute flurry of basic Pokemon has hit the bench as Nico goes ahead, uses Ultra Ball and Buddy Poffin to bring forth 2 Zorua, an Enzekrom, and Darumaka. Actually, one of my favorite variants of this deck, personally. I really love how you can utilize Darmanitan's attack to be able to target multiple Pokemon on the same turn, and that might be what Nico needs to do to trump this matchup against Samuel.
Yeah, and it's going to be one of those interesting scenarios here, because this is where Samuel is going to have to start thinking about utilizing some of those tech cards he's got in his list. He is playing that Shaman with that Flower Curtain ability, but at the same time, do we have an opportunity to get to that stage when you're under item lock and Itchy Pollen, as we do get the energy attachment to the Enzora as well? Nico obviously has seen now the Snow Run on the bench of Samuel, and there's the Itchy Pollen, 10 damage to the Monkeydory. He knows that's going to come back over with Adrenabrain, Amy, but for the moment, we might as well slow the game down and stop him as much as possible.
Well, I like the Tatsugiri. We're able to retreat here and go ahead and try to attract customers. We're saving that air balloon for later. I like managing resources in this way. We've spoken about how strong that is. So here we go. We're going to see if any customers are coming to the cafe. I wonder what Tatsugiri's got on offer.
Yeah, here we go. 6 cards that we're working with.
No customers.
Like, yeah, just having a chance to see 6 cards in the deck there, because that was kind of any sort of first opportunity to see anything, and just not enough. So it's going to be an Arven being played now. Can't play the item card, of course, but will give himself access potentially to a tool card like that Technical Machine Evolution. That is one way you can kind of burst straight into your pesky Frostlasses as well. Now, Frostlass has got that fantastic ability, of course, that allows you to use Freezing Shroud between turns, between Pokemon checkup. You put 1 damage counter on each Pokemon that has an ability. Now, it's not just a Pokemon on your opponent's side, it's your own too. So Tatsugiri and Monkeydory will take some damage. But this is where it gets real tricky for some opponents, because with Monkeydory, you can fling that damage straight back over. And this isn't even talking about the Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the list as well, which has its pre-built-in energy acceleration with Punk Up, a fantastic attack in Shadow Bullet for 180 damage, and then 30 to one of your opponent's bench Pokemon. There's a lot that can go for this deck and really sort of start to dismantle your opponent.
There's a lot going on, but that's exactly why we need to piece together everything so meticulously. Going to put a Bravery Charm on Tatsugiri to help it survive a little longer, and then it's just a pass over to Nico's turn, where Nico can begin to put together this Zoroark party on the bench.
This is the scary part of playing a Frostlass Monkeydory type decks or Marnie's Grimmsnarl, is that if you don't find a customer with that attract customers, or just don't have access to a supporter, especially under an item lock, you're in for a really, really tricky time, because he didn't have an energy to be able to utilize anything like the Technical Machine Evolution. So let's try and protect the Tatsugiri in hope we can try and attract some customers on the next turn.
Indeed. Tatsugiri also having the Bravery Charm to protect it from something like Darumaka means that it can't even use the Technical Machine evolution. So there was a lot that would have had to have happened to have allowed Samuel on that turn to actually do something that develops his board, whereas Nico's been really flying. And now I think we're ready, after this Lily's Determination, to start trading our way with those Zoroarks into the perfect hand.
Yeah, I mean, the perfect hand, and you're talking already having Secret Box in hand as well, which is, again, just giving so many different options, right? And that's one of the A-spec cards that we can play one of in every single deck. One single A-spec, I should say, in the deck. And here we do also see that Domanitan also hit the field. So Nico has set up the board right now to a great spot, right? He doesn't really have any threats from Samuel's side. And knowing that his opponent hasn't played the supporter either, and the item block really inhibiting the sort of game plan right now, it's just another Itchy Pollen. What do we have here?
Ooh,
Just an
Impidimp. So at least that's starting us off. But again, not doing too well otherwise. We're going to need to get this evolution on the way so that we're able to avoid an attack next turn.
There's a couple of customers it has attracted. Lily's Determination hits the hand from the attract customers ability here, and now we're just kind of playing out a couple of more cards where we can, especially those air balloons, the tool cards, which are not item cards, of course, so can be played under the Itchy Pollen of Badoo. And now we'll get to shuffle and draw a fresh new 8 cards.
Hopefully this will be the 8 cards we need just to start bolstering us into the driver's seat. We need more Impidimp, maybe another Snow Run. We're a bit afraid of that Flame Body Cannon on the other side looming down at us, which might be able to be enacted just next turn. So you really need to think about what's going to happen on your opponent's next turn and how on earth am I going to combat that?
Yeah, it's going to be a scary scenario here. So it's down to Samuel to just try and find a couple of more pieces, really be looking to try and evolve up that Snow Runt as soon as possible, really start to get some damage counters, really kind of between turns as well, because it really starts to impact everything on Nico's board as well, because there's those 2 Zoroarks with both abilities here. We do have Spike Move Gym come down now, and that's a free, easy search for any of your Marnie's Pokemon.
I imagine we're going for another Impidimp here because although we can't evolve this Impidimp next turn, we do need another one down just in case this current one gets knocked out. We're still not seeing any energy. And although, as you mentioned earlier, Marnie's Grimmsnarl can accelerate the energy itself, we don't have any to utilize right now. So we can't use that TM evolution. We can't save Snow Run necessarily.
Yeah, so this is a real tricky spot. It feels like he needs to kind of get into a position where he can handle those End Zoroark EX on Nico's side. Nico's already shown his hand with those Pokemon with the abilities here. And there's not really much else we could do, as we do get the first Adrenabrain, sending 1 damage counter from that Monkeydory over to End Zoroark EX. And it will be a pass over here. Very passive couple of turns. That Itchy Pollen Badoo really putting in some work right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, not much going on Samuel's board right now, but that is the nature of the beast. That is the pace this deck is used to, and it can quite often come back in the late game and bite. So we're looking into Nico's turn, going for our 2 trades, a fantastic ability that we've seen literally win so many tournaments in the past in various Pokemon, and Zoroark's one of the best at utilizing it. Going for the manual attachment on that End Zoroark EX. And now just thinking about whether we want to continue Itchy Pollen or whether it's go time.
Yeah, so there's the opportunity to try and find a way to boss his orders, I was about to say, and actually start attacking some of the more threatening targets on Samuel's side right now. And Nico identifying that Dark Energy Monkeydory with the Air Balloon as a Pokemon that's something that he needs to get rid of. Just kind of start controlling the board in more of a better way than usual, as we do see the attack now.
Flame Body Cannon. Here we go. Darmanitan's signature move going ahead and doing damage to the active and a benched Pokemon. So we managed to deal with the Snow Run as well. Sadly, Snow Run did not survive. We've got Impidimp. We can make a Grimmsnarl. We can start putting a flurry of attacks towards Nico's board, but we don't have much else to do.
Yeah, we can't double attach tool cards. Certain Pokemons once upon a time could. but not that Tatsugiri, unfortunately, as we do get another Monkeydory down now. And for anyone who was watching, of course, Monkeydory does have dark weakness, and that's why, despite having 110 HP, the Flame Body Cannon was doing 180 to it when the active spot because it was being attacked by that Zoroark EX. So over to Samuel now having access to those item cards. It's going to be so important to try and reset back up those snow runs where possible, and then start trying to get into those Marnie's Grimmsnarl just to start applying pressure to Nico's side of the board.
Yeah, now that we're allowed items, it does open that window for a comeback, so we can hopefully start to put the pressure back on. And of course, Nico had to discard all of the energy from Zoroark, so Nico's going to need to re-establish that energy on their Pokemon before they can keep dismantling Samuel's board, because that's exactly what's happened. Samuel's just kind of back at square one again.
So there we go. The Arven choices has grabbed the Buddy Poffin alongside a technical machine, Devolution, a key piece for this game plan up against the Zoroark EX, of course. And that's going to be one scary thing that Nico's going to be having to track throughout this game, as we do get the Artisan coming down as well. Just a one snow run from that Buddy Poffin. And we do finally get that Shaman with the Flower Curtain ability. That is one way to prevent all damage done to your bench Pokemon that don't have a rule box by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon. So that could have been a way to protect it, but we weren't able to get there because of the pesky item block from Badu.
And that's exactly the power of a little Badu. He is so tiny, but so mighty. So unfortunately, weren't able to save Snowrun on that occasion. But Shaman is here to save the day and say, no, little grassy friend, you must stop being such a pest on this occasion.
Yeah, one of the interesting things now, the board state that we're setting up from Samuel, he's kind of telepathing exactly the direction he's going in, as he does attract another Lily's Determination to the hand. But he's saying that, well, with one Snow Run and only one Monkeydory, I'm just going to try and protect this board and maybe just start trying to get into my Marnie's Grimmsnarl as my main way, at least at this stage, to try and deal with Nico's board. But let's just see the direction here. Of course, we already Arven, so we can't play the Lilies yet, but we have it for a future turn. Let's utilize some of that Adrenabrain ability now. We'll put the other damage counter on the other Zoroark EX and start applying some real pressure. But again, another passive turn, but this is what happens with this deck. It can just take a moment to get there.
And that's okay. That's exactly how it works. We want to just establish the board, get all our Pokemon evolved. Marnie's Grimmsnarl has huge HP to conquer. So when you take everything into consideration, actually this deck is fine going slow. They don't mind this position. It's perfectly fine. They've got that Bravery Charm on the Tatsugiri for a little bit of extra beef to make sure that it sticks around for as long as possible while they get set up.
Yeah, there's the first trade from Nico. There, he was talking to me yesterday about how, you know, just being able to filter through so many of the cards that aren't useful in certain matchups, or maybe just you get to the stage of the game where you can pitch away an Zoroark because you don't need a third one, or you can pitch away the Buddy Poffin because you don't need that anymore. And then you're just left with just good cards, right? This is then you're just able to get your energies, your ends PP ups, and all these other cards that allow you to just then accelerate the game in your favor. As we do see a Nest Ball coming down now, trying to think about that maneuverability, does have to potentially put down another Pokemon with an ability, and those ticks eventually when a Frost Ice comes down will be important to keep track of. But it's just one of those things that he needs, because with no Ends Castle in play after being bumped from the Artisan, this is the only way we can start to maneuver some of these Pokemon around.
Yeah, we need to retreat around so that we can utilize this Ends PP up, which will attach an energy from the discard pile directly to a benched Dark-type Ends Pokemon there. So in this instance, we can't do it to the active. So we need Pecharunt on the bench to be able to utilize that switching ability. We're going to take the Artisan away from our opponent and then use Pecharunt's fantastic ability. And not only that, but it doubles up because it poisons our Pokemon, which activates that Binding Mochi.
Yeah, and it looks like Nico was kind of eyeing up that boss's orders in hand as well. There it is, targeting the Snow Run, trying to limit the amount of damage ticks between Pokemon checkups, or between turns, we should say, and just removing the Snow Run from play. So can just use Shred, the first attack from the Ends Zekrom, just to do the perfect 70 damage there. And then, of course, he does have some damage ticks from that poison, as you correctly called, Amy, but we're removing that threat, so we're not going to see any of those Snow Runs or Frost Slashes anytime soon, at least for the moment, as we do get another stadium come down. It's one of the greatest things of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck, actually, because you get to play some stadiums that only benefit you, and then you've got so many stadium bumps as well. As Lily's Determination gets him another fresh 8 cards after shuffling in his hand.
Let's see if this helps us out. Unfortunately, we don't have much that can actually kind of cheat evolution like Rare Candy, so we're going to be looking for some more Grim just to really flesh out this board and maybe a way back into another Snow Run so we can establish our long-term game plan. But at the moment, it's not looking too healthy in the hand either. I don't really spot anything that's going to get us out of this situation right now other than maybe attaching another energy. We can use Spikemouth Gym to, as correctly said by Alex, very cleverly go and grab a Marnie's Morgrim, getting us slightly closer to that end goal of grabbing ourselves a Grimmsnarl.
Oh, that being said, we do have a couple of rare candies that could have bursted into a Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, but yeah, no, not finding it right now, I don't believe. I did see the Marnie's Grimmsnarl in hand. That could be one way to just try and get into a big, beefy attacker, because the punk up ability really just kind of sets it apart with so many stage 2s alongside something like the Charizard EX, as it is just another pass, no Snow Run in play, damage tick from the poison between turns at the Pokemon checkup. But Nico is working with a rather large hand. Now, we've seen 2 Boss's Orders, Amy, but he does play 1 Power Pad to bring them both back, so could effectively use Boss's Orders 4 times.
I love Power Pad, such a brilliant card. It's been in our format for a long time, and honestly, I think it's one of the most useful cards when you think that you may need more of multiple supporters, because you can bring a few different ones back based on the situation. It gives further flexibility to your deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is where Nico really has to just showcase exactly how his deck really shines. He's finally playing that secret box he's been holding since pretty much that second turn, and then amassed a massive hand so far. So I wonder what pieces he's going to be choosing. You do get to choose, after discarding 3 cards, a supporter, an item card, a tool card, and a stadium card. So you can remove the Spikemouth Gym from play if there is another stadium in your deck as well, as it looks like it is just going to be the 3 choices. It's the Binding Mochi, the Ends PB Up, and the Professor's Churro scenario. Another opportunity to really just kind of protect your sometimes, you know, Pokemon that could be a bit damaged, and especially when you know damage counters are coming your way.
Yeah, and 180 damage from the Grimmsnarl is no small feat when you know that more are going to come your way. Here we go with the Power Pad, some of my favorites. We did take a Boss's Orders back, so very good call there. It just allows us, again, that flexibility of maneuvering between which knockouts we would prefer to take. Nico has 3 prize cards left to take in this Swiss round 13.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was a Black Belt's training alongside that as well, kind of, you know, just showing that he needs sometimes those damage modifiers to be able to reach the extra damage HP, or I should say, of the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. We do get the attachment from the Ends PP Up to the bench Ends Zoroark EX as well. There you go. And there's just a way now to have 2 powered up Ends Zoroark EXs, both of them with Binding Mochis. A Professor Churro scenario also removes the very, very low HP Badoo out of play at the same time. He does only play the 1 copy, has used a Power Pad, so we won't be seeing any more shenanigans from that respect from Nico's side of the board right now. But he's got so many different options. He's applying a lot of pressure. Will likely be going down to 2 prizes here, while Samuel's still not just been able to really set up the board at the moment. But looks like we're going to just rampaging thunder that little fish. That Tatsugiri has gone down to the discard now, and Nico's down to 2 prizes remaining.
Yeah, Nico had a really great tell there. Nico realizing that Badoo was just not going to hack it long term. We can see a Marnie's Grimmsnarl in our future, and it does exactly 30 damage to a bench Pokemon. So not really wanting to give up that extra prize card, utilizing Professor Churro's scenario was so clever there. And here it is, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, using its punk up ability. It can attach some darkness energy to Marnie's Pokemon. Here we go. We're going to go 2 to the active. Let's see if we're going to choose any others. Maybe to the Impidimp, or maybe we're just going to hold on for later. Yep, we're just going to go for the Spikemouth. I imagine another Morgrim's coming our way. Oh no, another Impidimp. Fantastic.
Yeah, just kind of setting up the board. The scary thing is, Samuel also knows that Nico has set up the hand and different positions to try and be able to take a massive one-hit KO on this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, which has 320 HP, as we're kind of showcasing as well. With the Binding Mochi, can deal 290 if a Zoroark EX is poisoned, but the way to stretch up to that massive potential, as we do see the counter catcher on that Zekrom here, trying to remove that potential attacker and an Iono to boot. Nico going down just to 2 cards here. Does have access to trade, however. That's the only scary thing.
Very true, but Zoroark here in a really tricky situation because Marnie's Grimmsnarl can't one-hit KO it at this time. Bringing forward the Zekrom to deny Nico that attack and then disrupt with Iono, it's a pretty lovely combo here to try and slow Nico down, bring this back into the driver's seat, and for Samuel to be able to take some great prize cards and maybe come back into this game for real.
Yeah, this is one of the positions where Samuel's going to try and just make sure this Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX sticks around for that little bit longer. Night Stretcher being played, finally trying to get another Snorunt back down onto the field once again. This is the same one back for a third go. Third time's a charm, it hopes.
Well, Shaman's here to help, so maybe it's going to. But here we go with, of course, our attack, and we're going to do the extra damage onto the Zoroark, which is already damaged, but it closer into the range of Marnie's Grimmsnarl.
Yeah, and Samuel has finally taken his first prize of this Swiss round 13. Nico has just put up the damaged Zoroark EX to the active spot. I can't quite see what's actually in the hand for the moment. We do have a Dark Energy there right now. Just double checking what's available in the discard in terms of what he might have access to left in the deck. We know that Black Belt's training is in there, but does still need another Zekrom EX to come and hit the field at the same time. We have trade. We're going to see 2 more cards, Amy. First, Dark Energy hits the field, or discard, I should say. Another Dark in the hand. Monkeydory is coming into play. Oh, just kind of deliberating first. Wants to see all the pieces of the puzzle to begin with. I think Black Belt's training might actually be in hand with a boss's orders.
Already, wow, we just got those back. That's, I mean, that's the power of this deck, right? You churn through so many cards with those trade abilities, and you keep going every turn. So that, alongside things like the Iono, where we knew that those cards were in deck already, we're putting our hand to the bottom, it's not a shuffle in, you are more likely to see them.
And he's got the poker pad. Does that end up doing enough? As we do see the Monkeydory hitting down, the poker pad could be one way to get the Zekrom. He does play 2 copies. I'm not too sure if maybe the other one has been discarded so far. If there's no access to the Zekrom, because we're not playing the Reshiram as another attacker, it is just then access to the Darmanitan as an attacker. Having pitched away a couple more of those Dark Energies does kind of increase the attack damage of Backdraft. Does have boss's orders in hand as well, so can maybe target something else at the same time. I think this is where it's just kind of one of those tricky situations. The trade not necessarily giving all the pieces he needs right now.
No, it's a very tricky situation. Thinking about the boss's orders here so that he does take a knockout, of course targeting the Shaman. So although damage won't be able to be dealt to the bench on this turn, setting up for a future turn and taking out the Shaman.
Yeah, so just discarding the energies with that flame body, with the flame body, it can an attack as well. We know it won't be able to attack the bench, but it does load up more energies in the discard pile, something we're going to have to keep track of in terms of the amount of damage it can be doing at a turn, because we don't see it too often, but Backdraft does do 30 damage for each basic energy card in your opponent's discard pile. That could be one tricky way to maneuver as Nico goes down to 1 prize card away from winning game 1 of the Swiss round 13.
Samuel finally gets a Frostlass. Snorunt has evolved. We made it through. Shaman was around just long enough to help out.
Yeah, just a poker pad being played there for the second Monkeydory. So we do have 2 Monkeydories live. No damage counters to be working or playing with right now, as we do just get the shuffle up. He does have an Iono in hand once again. Maybe another opportunity to limit what Nico has access to and what is available to there. But let's just see the direction we go from this angle, because this is the key turn, right? This is the opportunity here. Is it enough to get Samuel back into the game? Currently 5 prizes down to 1 in this current matchup. And it's all on this Marnie's Grimmsnarl and this Iono to try and just hang on in there for the moment.
It's been enough before. It could be enough again. Iono is so tricky, taking you down to just one card in Nico's case. And if that one card is one you want to hold on to, it's not even tradable. And we're looking at just kind of 2 cards there that Nico's going to have to wiggle around with and just trade abilities to try and get into a more advantageous spot. Although Samuel's hand is not looking great right now. We do have the rare candy, so we could go ahead and go into another Marnie's Grimmsnarl. But it looks like we're just going to go ahead with the Pokepad for now into Snorunt. Because I don't think there's a way, no, without a supporter to get the Marnie's Grimmsnarl this turn other than Spikemuth.
Oh, he's actually just going to Technical Machine Evolution there.
Ooh, okay.
So gets the second... yeah, and I think Nico's just kind of showcased there. That is game 1 here. I think Nico's just explaining with the poison damage and being able to then utilize the attack of the of the Enzoroark EX there, that there is a way to win because Flame Body Cannon will take the final prize on the bench. Nico Alabash 1 game up in this Swiss round 13, 1 foot in to pushing himself into a fantastic spot for potentially making the asymmetric top card. And here it is. This was game 1, and it felt so passive, so slow, unfortunately, for Samuel, as Nico started taking advantage of the board state, Amy.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. Nico was just able to pick apart Samuel's whole board for the majority of the game, and that's the strength of this N-Star Manatan, is being able to, you know, Zoroark can copy the attack, and then you're doing damage plentifully across the board. Shaman managed to help us hang on for a little bit, but unfortunately, with the back and forth, we just kept taking consistent knockouts, and Samuel was just unable to establish a board early enough. Once Samuel finally got that Marnie's Grimmsnarl into play, Nico was able to take out Shaman, and that allowed for a last Flame Body Cannon to take the final prize card, even after Samuel's managed to re-establish a board state.
Yeah, it's just a little bit too little too late for Samuel. He's going to be hoping to try and activate a lot of those Frost Slash ticks as soon as possible as we get a chance to see both our players' prizes now. Secret box this time for Nico alongside one of those Enzoroark EX. Nothing too crazy on Samuel's side, so roles reversed this time as we kick off game 2 here, the Swiss round 13. Nico Alabash will be going first, giving Samuel a chance maybe to utilize that Technical Machine Evolution as soon as energy attachment to the Enzoroark and Zekrom on the bench and a pass. Thank you.
Okie dokie, over to Samuel's turn. We've got an attach for turn on the Monkeydory and an Arven, which is a great start as kind of what you want to see if you're Samuel in this instance, because you're allowed to take, of course, a tool and an item card. Our tool card will very likely be our Technical Machine Evolution, or maybe one of our kind of retreat enabling tool cards instead, like Air Balloon. But of course, we're then going to be eyeing up the secret box.
Yep, and Secret Box can also be the one that grabs Technical Machine Evolution, right? So just double checking exactly what is prized and what Samuel will have access to on this turn, making sure that even he does choose Technical Machine Evolution, that he hasn't suddenly prized all the Frostlass, for example, and they actually are good targets that are available to him. And there it is. There's a secret box now, just discarding that Bravery Charm, knowing it's not necessarily as useful. Sometimes it can help to buff up some of the HP of things like the Monkeydory. Having to pitch the second one's not going to feel too great. And also the Pokepad does just mean that hand is looking pretty strong right now because he's holding on to that rare candy, that Technical Machine Evolution, and a Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So it's going to be 4 cards here from the secret box, an item card, a supporter card for the next turn, and then also a tool card and a stadium. So lots and lots of pieces, perfect combo cards for this deck.
Great to have right at the beginning of the game, right? Is exactly what you need to set up and establish your board, making sure that you're going to be able to put pressure on early, which is what we didn't have last game. So Samuel's looking in a really strong position now to be able to take this further this time. So thankfully that secret box is here to help. We've got the Spikemuth straight online, going to go in first with that. Spikemuth providing our first Impy Dimp of the game. We're going in with the Buddy Poffin. Pretty chalk and cheese here, understandable notions of checking how many of our Pokemon we have as we go along. And we get to see Badoo this time to be a bit of a menace on the other side. Air Balloon, of course, on Monkeydory. We mentioned the retreat potential here being potentially necessary. And looks like we might be going for an Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, it looks like this is the angle he's gone down. Possibly having to think about the Monkeydory in the active spot with the Dark Energy. If we did use something like Technical Machine Evolution, it would mean potentially losing that Monkeydory and the energy attachment. So Badoo here to try and slow the game. He saw how well it worked for Nico in that game 1. So let's just do it straight back at him. In the hand there, Nico now having access to the supporters he can play on his second turn. Lily's determination kind of just showcases that the hand wasn't actually too strong other than this card. When you're under a lock from the Badoo, has taken 20 damage that ends Zoro because of weakness.
Yeah, that's quite a nice little damage output as well, because we need the extra damage on these Zoroarks. We need that to be able to take those big knockouts later in the game. So actually taking it a bit slow here, but actually item locking and getting 20 damage on the Zoroark, those are numbers that could really matter later.
Yeah, so these 8 cards really important here. Has us now just draw into his Pokemon. Finds a Buddy Poffin, but can't utilize that. Finds Darumaka, I should say, however. So that's going to threaten the board in some stage. And now it's just, what else can we be working with here? Are we going to try and protect the end Zoroark here just to try and make sure we don't lose it because it's so important to the game plan? Looks like it. A retreat with the Dark Energy into the end Zekrom for the moment.
That's a lot of items in the hand I'm seeing, Alex.
Yeah, it's not looking too pretty. That looks like another Darumaka. Maybe a supporter or two there. We'll have to double check. It is a pass over, and we're talking about passive turns in that game 1. It's Nico's turn because of Badoo really putting in that work once again.
Absolutely bringing it home, showing that Samuel can do it too. Badoo proving it really is a thorn in the side of its opponents. Nico being slowed down to a snail's pace so Samuel can finally build that board up, put on some pressure. We've got Amani's Grimmsnarl so much earlier this time. That's what we're talking about. We're punk up in. We're going to punk up to the Grimmsnarl and a little treat on the Impy Dimp as well.
Yeah, and just to boot, another Lily Determination. We're going to see 8 more cards. Now it's going to be one of those key decisions here for Samuel, whether you decide to actually start applying pressure of your own with your Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX and actually start attacking, dealing 180 damage to the active, dealing 30 damage to your opponent's bench Pokemon, or one of your opponent's bench Pokemon, I should say. Or do I continue just locking out Nico from items, maybe just limiting what Nico has access to? See what his hand is working with here. We do have Pokepad, so we do have access to another non-rule box Pokemon of his choice. It's just going to be that decision here. Will it be another Snorunt? Will it be the Frostlass? It finally comes down as well.
Gotta be, surely the Frostlass. Again, we were struggling to evolve it last game, but not this time. Samuel's took a slow first turn approach, but it has paid off. And we have Frostlass, we have a Monkeydory, and we have Amani's Grimmsnarl. I think either approach are great here, but of course Samuel Smith is the one doing well in this event, so I'm sure he'll pick the ideal scenario, and it's gonna be the Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, we'll continue slowing the game down whilst these damage ticks are going to start applying to all Pokemon with abilities, as we do see the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX and the Monkeydory on the board now with 1 damage counter on it because of that Freezing Shroud ability. Back over to Nico, has evolved that Darumaka into the ends Darmanitan, has another Lily's Determination to just try and maybe find some more pieces here. And that's going to be ever so vital to just try and stem the flow, not just of the damage counters coming his way, but just to kind of even set up his own board state in a way that he'll be able to react to everything that's happening from Samuel's side.
Will Lily save the day? That is the question. There's plenty in the deck that are not item cards that can help Nico here to get back in this game. A Stadium would be really helpful, maybe an Ends Castle. We want the Evolution. But honestly, I'm going to be real with you, Alex. That hand's not looking fantastic.
No, he does find a Badoo of his own, but if unable to maneuver the end Zekrom from the active spot, it's just a pass over once again. Damage ticks from Freezing Shroud once more. Monkeydory starting to find ways to actually really utilize Adrenal Brain shortly as well. We're going to start to get some real value here as we see another Monkeydory hit the field. Only one Freezing Shroud does mean the Monkeydories can start to really just protect themselves and its friends by flinging over some of those damage counters at some stage. We're getting some more Lily's Determination. I think that's 3 back-to-back now. Back-to-back-to-back, I should say.
Monkeydory proving double trouble can be incredibly impactful in this game, as Samuel already has damage on Pokemon. They can use the wonderful ability Adrena Brain to move those damage counters over to their opponent's Pokemon, putting them in range of a knockout from the bigger Pokemon like Marnie's Grimmsnarl. So we're looking at potentially putting some damage counters on the Zorua, maybe even taking some knockouts here, and this could be the turn where we see it going pretty strong into the lone Zorua. You want to be able to knock that out. We're going to do 30 damage naturally from Shadow Bullet, but now we're going to move across 20 onto Zorua. And I'm not good at maths, but I can do this one.
Yeah, 70 HP Zorua is now in range of that incredible attack from the Shadow Bullet of Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, stopping Nico from having any Zorua or Zoroark coming in, and that's a double knockout there. Massive blow to Nico's turns, and game plan now has to put the Ends Darmanitan in the active spot. Does play Reversal Energy because he's playing the Darmanitan, but it's just a one-off copy when without any cards to be able to continue trading through, we're in a sticky situation.
I believe the reversal is in hand, so we might be able to utilize it, but to what effect? I mean, we can take out the Badu on the bench and we start whittling away at this Marnie's Grimmsnarl, but it is very much a slow process. It's going to be a slow burn for this Darmanitan. So we're going to have to see how this pans out. We do have a Buddy Pop, and we can now use items, so the comeback is strong with 2 Zoroark on the bench finally.
Yeah, here we go. But is it, again, a little bit too little too late? Just over 14 minutes of this Swiss round 13. Nico is 1 game up against Samuel right now. Both players looking to try and push themselves in a position where they could potentially make it to the asymmetrical top cut. And now Nico's just kind of working, what else could we do in this scenario? He's staring down at big Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. He's staring down at the Freezing Shroud of the Frostlass. Reversal Energy attached to the active. So can take down potentially the Frostlass and limit what's available. Ooh, could go down and take potentially some additional aspects as well. Right now, this Miss Monkeydory does have 100 HP. And there's the Iono to boot at the same time, so we're going to see some more cards here. I wonder how Ends Darmanitan will be able to handle the rest, though.
This is a wonderful play, I think. Honestly, like trying to take down this Monkeydory could be a really big strike in the right direction. Flame Body Cannon naturally is only doing 90 damage, so we would need some sort of modifier for that. We can't use the Black Belt's training, but we might be able to...
So it means he's probably going to target down the other Monkeydory, and then with the Frostlass tick, we do hit the 110 HP to remove both from play.
So true. That is kind of terrifying, using their own Frostlass against themselves.
And then when you're only giving up some damage counters from your side with just your 1 single Monkeydory as well, which you can save your energy attachment for on a future turn, you're just kind of racking up some damage counters to play with. Here it is, Flame Body Cannon is going to be the double Monkeydories. Knockout between turns. So anything like the Pheasantipity, well, it's not being played anyway, but if anything like a Pheasantipity wouldn't matter anyway. But it's such a cool way to showcase you're dealing effectively 100 damage just from Flame Body Cannon there as well, because Freezing Shroud takes the ticks up to 110 between turns.
Huge amount of damage, really dismantling Samuel's board. Absolutely phenomenal play. The comeback is clear. Nico knows what they're doing, and this Darmanitan was ready to play regardless, really taking down those Monkeydory on the bench and in the active in the end, managing to use Frostlass against him. That's the danger of using a deck like this.
Yeah, and exactly. Now putting Samuel in a position where without the Monkeydories in play, Dark Energies, a lot of Dark Energies committed, they won't be having access to too many more. There's 9 total in the deck. Well, not right now, of course, but in the overall deck, 4 of them already committed to the bench Pokemon, 2 in the discard pile at the very least from the 2 Monkeydory knockouts. But here comes Samuel having to try and find his way back here. Both players down to 4 prizes remaining. Iono means both players get 4 cards. And just looking at Nico's hand, he's finally found himself an Ends Zoroark EX.
Finally, just that Iono ticking over, retreating Badu using that free retreat cost. We attach the Technical Machine Evolution just to get it out of the deck because we don't need it anymore, so we don't really want that back in the hand at any point. And now it's which one do we target? Just gonna go for one of the Zoroark on the bench. And our Manatan is down, and since it's an evolution Pokemon, it's not coming back anytime soon.
Yeah, here comes an Zoroark to the active spot, the damaged one. 30 damage on it right now. What are we working with, Nico? We do have the Zoroark EX, so we do have trade live now, as we do see the first trade of this game too. Badu hits the discard pile. Let's see what, I think he might have hit a second one perhaps. It did take the other one that was prized out of the deck as well. Ends PP up, because now a more powered up attacker, as we don't always forget that Freezing Shroud is ticking away at the same time, and it's going to be in Nico's mind. What are we working with here? There's another Darumaka that hits the field. He does play a 2-2 line of the Darmanitan. Kind of such a massive threat. Oh, there's a Pesharant in the hand and a Black Belt's trading. There's not really too much else we could do.
Just going to be a pass while we wait and get geared back up again. And again, the damage is taking away. And with no Monkeydory to take it away, Samuel is looking a little bit scared here as their Grimmsnarl creeps closer to being KO'd by an Zoroark.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that he also now has to be aware of, because outside of the Monkeydories that we just see hit the field once again, the only way to kind of heal them and prepare them is with that Adrenabrain ability. We do get a Spikemuth Gym also coming down, bumping away that Team Rocket's Watchtower, another Impidimp to the hand. Remember, only Samuel will be able to utilize that stadium just to kind of thin the deck a little bit. This is one of the few things that Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX has struggled at times with, this mid to late game draw, because we don't have any sort of pre-built in draw power. It's just working with what's in the hand. So it's going to be another massive attack, I'm sure. And then just kind of the Freezing Shroud ticking away. There it is, the Shadow Bullet to the active Zoroark and additional 30 damage to the Zoroark EX. Freezing Shroud also taking place, so that Zoroark EX right now down to 230 HP.
Deciding what to promote here is also a very important decision. Hopefully we'll be able to get into our stadium, which will allow any Pokemon to be able to retreat for free. It wasn't the top deck.
Finds Binding Mochi, which, I mean, he does still need to find the actual attackers. Black Belt's training is pitched away now. What cards are we working? Another PP up. And then the Dark Energy to the Monkeydory, so he can find a way to Adrenabrain damage off the Zoroark EX as well to try and protect it. But once again, no other real way to have a effective attacker for the moment. Here we go. It's gonna have to be that draw. He's used trays, isn't he, for the Black Belt's training, as we do see with the counter on it right now. Just deliberating that Adrenabrain play. Knows he needs to heal that Zoroark EX so it's not under threat.
It's going to go straight to the Badu. It makes sense. It's only got 30 HP. You get to take a prize card, and we're evening things up here in our Swiss round 13 in Sevilla.
Had a 50-50 to get a secret box or Iono or 2 Dark Energies, and unfortunately, because of where the Dark Energies are placed, has picked up another Dark Energy here. Ends Darmanitan to the active spot now.
So can we retreat it? I don't think so.
Only with the Pesharant in hand.
Oh, okay. So we can maneuver Zoroark into the active. I think it's just a lot of decision-making going on here. Go ahead and poison. We can obviously attach that Binding Mochi, which will increase our damage output by 40.
Yeah, and then it's just a pass over for the moment here. Just trying to protect the board, knowing that his Darmanitan's the only attack he has access to. Just over 7 minutes here. Boss's orders from Samuel will mean he takes game 2 with the Shadow Bullet on that Pesharant EX on the bench. And we're going to a game 3 with just a little bit of time remaining. But there's an opportunity here for both our players still to try and make it into as far as they can to as close as that asymmetric top cut.
It wasn't so peachy for Petrarun in the end, as it spelt doom for Nico. Let's check out the replay. Samuel started so strong this time, managed to get that Marnie's Grimstyle set up so early, and did exactly what Nico did in game 1, but in game 2, and picked apart the board piece by piece, making sure that Nico stayed low on Zoroark in the beginning. Nico then was able to come back and attack with the N-Star Manatan, taking both Monkeydory out, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough, as Samuel Smith was able to keep on with this barrage of shadow bullets until it was just too much, and a boss's orders onto that Petrarun EX was all she wrote.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, a great display again of how Marnie's Grimstyle EX can really just kind of dismantle a deck. But it feels like in both games 1 and games 2 so far, Amy, Badoo's been sort of the MVP because you get 2 or 3 extra turns as both our players lay down their prizes now. And Zekrom in the prizes for Nico alongside the Black Belt's training. And again, on Samuel's side, nothing too crazy. Both start Badoo,
Oh my goodness! 2 different arts of Badoo, both beautiful in their own right. I'm a big fan of my grass types. Going ahead on Sam's beginning turn, and in with a Monkeydory, attach an energy. Again, love this stadium. You're right, Alex. Only Samuel can make use of this stadium, which is great because you're not like Artisan. You're not giving your opponent the extra hand in setup.
Yeah, it's just the benefit only to you. It just feels so great. Now, Samuel's still got one more item in hand. Knows he's staring down a Badoo, so we'll just be thinking, well, I might as well just play this out. Does get the Shaman down as well. It's just a pass, just holding on to the Pokepad maybe for a future turn instead. Buddy Poffin instantly played by Nico here. Both players at a little bit more of a faster pace, knowing time is sort of ticking away, just under 5 minutes now to try and push themselves in a spot where they could win this game.
It's not a lot of time for decks that both have a lot going on, but there is potential, and that's what we're striving towards here. Both players want this win to push themselves further towards that asymmetrical top cut, so I imagine they're both vying for that place. 3 Zoroark. Okay, this is feeling a lot more like an even matchup this time. We've got both players with kind of the bare necessities of their benches set up right now. So both of them are looking towards a strong setup. Let's see how this pans out, considering that it was one way or another previously.
Top deck there of the Lily's Determination really kind of saves the hand for Samuel there. Nico is actually holding on to that Iono. Asked how many cards are in hand currently. Chose not to play it, but Samuel there saved from a Lily's Determination, or by a Lily's Determination, I should say. As I'm sure we're going to start firing off itchy pollens against one another. But here we go. Another fresh 8 cards after shuffling in that hand. What are we working with here? Still has access to Spike with Jim as well. One of the key things that we try and do is try and get maximum value of it. So rather than immediately using it before the Lily's Determination, maybe we could just draw into them first. Oh, we tried to evolve an Evidem into a Frostlass.
Samuel.
But here comes a Spike with Jim, I'm sure, to grab the Morgrem, at least for the moment, and then just start getting another attacker ready. Because we can start utilizing this Badoo to slow the game down for the time being. Oh, yeah, he did have a Morgrem already in hand, so it's just... Oh, no. That was from the deck.
Yeah, it was. It was
Sorry,
from the bottom of the deck.
there you go.
You're right. Honestly, this matchup feels a bit sticky when you're going a Badoo into a Badoo, but one of you already has a Monkeydory with an energy setup to fling that straight back. Only 30 HP. This can get a little sticky because someone's got to break the item lock at some point.
Yeah, and with Monkeydory already live and active and loaded, actually 2 of them live and loaded with energies, it does then mean you can be the kind of the one who applies the pressure by taking knockout with an itchy pollen, and then also healing up your own board as well, which is quite detrimental and removing your opponent's Badoo. But this is on Nico now. It does have End's Zoroark EX in hand already. Has a boss's orders. Just needs to play the Iono that he just chose not to do so in the last turn because he thought he had a good read on Samuel's side. But when you top deck a Lily's Determination, you can't really account for that, unfortunately. So Nico's got Iono. It's just a handful of items and maybe a Serrano there, but can't be played, of course. It's a trade, does find a dark energy, so
but we don't have
attack.
an attacker. You can use Scratch.
You could certainly use Scratch, but we just get an Itchy Pollen for the moment, so we're Badoo-offing for the moment.
Yeah, Badoo's still putting in the work, delaying this game, but Samuel does have quite a flurry of good cards in hand still. We're going to go for the Spikemuth first, I think. Probably going to take another Impy Dimp here because we do have the Grimmsnarl in hand already. So we just want to keep developing this board even further and making sure that we're set up for future scenarios. So, yep, there's just double checking. There's our Impy Dimp. We have so many supporters to choose from that realistically could go for anything here. So another Impy Dimp on the board. Grimmsnarl could come into play here. We could start going aggressive if we choose. There we go with the first one. And of course we use Punk Up to attach. Oh, a card fell.
Oh,
it's okay. It's all good. We're going to grab it. There we go. It was just that Impy Dimp.
It got flicked away, did it?
Yeah, those wristbands, man. There we go. Okay, so moving very well on. We're punk-upping to our Pokemon.
Yep, so just over 35 seconds or 35 seconds to remaining in this game right now. You can see Samuel there just kind of setting up the board, looking pretty strong. No Snow Runs, no Frost Aspiration. We're just going Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX alongside the Monkeydories for the moment here. And now it's just going to be an opportunity to actually fling over some of that damage counters from the damaged Badoo on the active spot. Could send it to the other Badoo and an Itchy Pollen for the knockout. And then that leaves Nico with no Badoo available, at least for the moment. And also not under item up. But no, it's just going to be the boss's orders, it looks like. He hasn't played the Lily's Determination, which was his second turn. So there's the boss's orders and the Enzoroa. And it's just going to be... yeah, just kind of confirming exactly what he's doing there. Adrenabrain to the other Enzoroark EX. Time has been called, so this is turn 0. We now have Marnie's Grimmsnarl taking 2 prizes there with that Shadow Bullet attack. And so it's over to Nico for turn 1 of time.
Let's see if Nico can bring this back. We're 1 apiece in this Swiss round 13 here at our Seville Special Championships. Let's see if either player can bring this out to a victory with limited time left. Serrano to bring that extra Enzoroark EX, a Pheasantipity to be able to draw some cards, and maybe that Pecharunt just to give us the flexibility of switching.
So yeah, those 3 Pokemon EX go to hand from that supporter, which is so useful in a deck like this, especially when you want to get all your EX Pokemon out. Especially evolved up to the Enzoroark EX. And if we do see the second one evolved now on the bench. So we're going to see the Darumaka also hit the field alongside Pheasantipity. That's always a nice additional draw. We'll try and turn the game on its head with Flip the Script. It's been doing so since its inception into so many decks now. And now we do see, of course, items that can be played from Nico's side as we get the first trade of game 3. Oh, no, second trade, because we had the active one already. Lily's Determination pitched away. Iono pitched away. We've already played our supporters. What do we have access to here? Not really too sure. There's
We really need an attacker here, Alex. We're really fishing for that. With 1 Enzekrom in the prize cards and only 1 other in the deck, that's kind of what we need to be able to get this online now, because Enzekrom and Darmanitan are only attackers. So there we go. There it is. The handshake, considering this is a tie. Both players evenly matched.
Yeah, both players taking 1 game apiece here. Nico taking game 1, Samuel taking game 2. Both our players will be taking the tie. It's a bit rather unfortunate because they could have put themselves in a fantastic spot, but great. You have to commend both our players for even just showcasing the power and ability of both of those decks there. It's real showcasing of just how great some of those abilities are. We get to see it once again. This was game 1 where Nico took a great start because of the Badoo early starts, but setting up that board, eventually sort of dismantling Samuel's side because Samuel just couldn't get anything going. There comes the Binding Mochi with the poison because of the Pecharunt, subjugating Chains. Snow Runs was never sticking around on the field enough. Shred dealing plentiful enough damage. But then here we go. It's just a Rampaging Thunder over KOing that Tatsugiri, I think, just a little bit. But then the boss's orders was the key moment here, removing the flower curtain Shaman, and without that re-put back onto the board on the next turn after Samuel just played out his turn with that Technical Machine Evolution, we had one final Flame Body Cannon to take the final prize.
Absolutely. And then we moved on, of course, to our game 2, where it started out much more advantageously for Samuel with that huge board setup and managing to take a massive 2-prize knockout right at the beginning, leaving Nico with just a lone N-Star Manatan. However, we did manage to make a comeback with that. We took a knockout thanks to Reversal Energy, and then it was just trying to re-establish this board with some Zoroark. But it was just too late, as Samuel was able to continue to use all of those damage counters to their advantage and move them all around, taking knockout after knockout on the Zoroark and Zoroark. And that final boss's orders on that Petulant on the bench just tied it all up with a bow for the win there. And then we went on to game 3, where it was seeming rather evenly matched. We both started with a Budu, and we were going back and forth, but unfortunately there just wasn't enough time to resolve this game in the end, even after a really impressive double prize knockout again from Samuel.
Yeah, we had a real sort of riveting, quite lengthy games 1 and games 2 there. And then this final play with the flip the script and then counter catch it on the Shaman, just kind of limit what Samuel had access to. And that was all she wrote. So both our players there, a lot of respect between both, of course, because they've gotten so far to this stage at the Seville Special Championships. But they have taken a tie, which does put them not in a great spot to have made it through into potentially that top cup.
It was a real tussle. Either of them could have won either of those games.
Yeah,
so I understand why they stayed in it, because the writing wasn't on the wall for either of them at either point. It was, no, I can still come back from this. I've got to keep pushing. No, this is fine. I can keep pushing. That Reversal Energy turn with the Darmanitan kind of felt like, oh yeah, here it is, the big comeback. And then we had the Zoroark hit the bench afterwards. Yep. And it just felt like that might be Nico bringing it back, but it just wasn't quite enough to deal with the core of the Frostlass, Monkeydory, and Marnie's Grimmsnarl package.
Yeah, Marnie's Grimmsnarl really kind of showcasing just being a big, bulky, dark type attacker with that kind of additional snipe onto your opponent's bench as well. Just meant it was just a little bit too much in that game 2. But again, game 1 was really where kind of Nico showcased just how great ends are. We've spoken a little bit about it this weekend throughout. We've seen it a couple of times now. Especially this variant is a little bit different to the one we saw yesterday, where it has the access to the Darmanitans to be able to use, and quote unquote, we like using this word, or I like using this word, the cheating of being able to take additional prizes with Flame Body Cannon, as it were. But this is just one way to just showcase just different ways to build a different deck. And then it's a slightly, I wouldn't say a different play style, but you have so many more options, right? In terms of how you can handle a meta game, how you can handle different decks. And that's what makes this game so interesting.
Yeah, honestly, it looks like it was going to be a clutch game through and through, and we didn't just quite get there because of time. But let's check out how our players to watch are doing throughout this event thus far.
Yeah, so these are the 3 players that we earmarked to watch for this Seville Special Championships. We know Ethan, we've seen him throughout, we've been following that journey, especially this weekend, because he is playing that unconventional deck, Festival Lead, and piloting it to such a great finish right now. And then, of course, we've also had Christian also followed a little bit. We've had him featured on the stream with that Golden Go. He's also been doing super well as well. Alejandro has also been a player we've seen previously, showing that level of consistency, having great finishes at previous tournaments. He did also make phase 2, but I think his record was a little bit on the shorter side. But I know, again, he's doing his best to push himself up as high as possible.
Well, we've spoken about Christian, but let's go see them on the floor with Ross. So let's Golden Go, everyone.
Yep, Golden Gone over here with myself, Ross, and Christian Fontenot, who is sitting on a phenomenal record with Golden Go. Last European major where you can play it. You're making the most of it.
That I am, Ross. It's been a good one for sure. I wasn't, again, like I mentioned earlier, wasn't really fully sold on playing Goldengo this weekend, but eventually caved, had to give it, the one last ride with Goldengo, and it's been going really well. Locked up my spot in ASIM, should hopefully be locked up for top 8 as well. So, yeah, that's another top 8 for me. Really happy with that. I tend to only get 1 top cut per season, so this is the first season I've gotten 2 top cuts this season, despite it being my 5th top cut now.
So tell us about the other top cut. got?
Of
Where
course.
was that?
That was in Gdansk. Also with Goldengo, of course, that time with the Prime Catcher. Really love that list. Been playing that Prime Catcher version for a really long time. Still think it's super strong, but the Legacy Energy, man, it's so powerful. The single prize Goldengo is completely unfair in so many matchups. It really is.
So the Legacy Energy, is that because of the single prize Goldengo? Do they go together, or are there other reasons for that ace spec?
Yeah, so there's a couple of really good reasons. Obviously, a one prize Goldengo is
pretty good.
Naturally pretty good for sure. But the build also enables you to not play Arven, because the Legacy and the Arven don't really synergize.
No.
So you're playing cards like Lily and Hilda and increased ball search, and now our deck is actually wanting to go first in the blind and in almost all of our matchups, right? Which is really important, because going first in this meta is super strong. And I mean, if you're getting turn 2 going first Goldengo with Legacy Energy knockout, I mean, that's ridiculous, right? But even just like, the turn 2 Soul Rock, right, with like the big wide board, it's really strong. You got the 4 boss. You're always taking something on turn 2, making this really strong board, especially with a lot of Dragapult players nowadays are favoring the going first, right? It really helps that matchup. Of course, with Dragapult being so popular, any percent there is very valuable.
No, absolutely. So the Legacy Energy then, because this is a big thing that's a bit weird in your list this weekend.
Yes.
How many games do you think that's made a real difference for you this weekend?
Not that many. I mean, obviously, it's won me plenty of games. I hit Terrabox and Goldengo Mirror and Charizard and all those matchups. It's a phenomenal card, game-winning card. But you hit stuff like Grimmsnarl, Frostlass, Alakazam, right? The card does nothing into those matchups. Once in a while, you can find a niche line where it like bails you out, but they have so many ways to play around it. It just doesn't really matter. But in exchange for having the Legacy Energy again, it really boils down to like you get to go first, and your deck being built and like not reliant on Arven is just so strong. And all these like Itchy Pollen Badoo decks, right? Like Arven under Itchy Pollen, yeah, you get a tool card. That's fine. It's not great. Hilda under Itchy Pollen. Now we're talking. And I mean, Lily for 8 is just, it's so good. Wonderful. So it is really just like the perfect storm, in my opinion, where I truly do think that his Legacy Energy Goldengo beats nearly everything in the game, because the Legacy Energy patches up all your naturally bad matchups, your EVs, your Charizards, all that stuff, and you're already naturally so strong into decks like Gardevoir and Dragapult and Grimmsnarl, right? And those matchups are very losable for sure, and the Legacy doesn't do that much into those matchups, but you have your 2 Turos, your Picnic Basket, your Soul Rock chaining, right? So many things you could do. This truly feels like a deck that could beat everything.
I love it. Well, that was going to be, got a couple of questions left, but this is an important one. You're a person who is clearly locked into Top Cut.
Yes.
You've run the numbers. We were chatting before we went live, going through the numbers and all of that. So you have a decent idea what's in Top Cut.
Yes.
How are you liking your chances given the specific field in Top Cut?
Well, it's weird, because a lot of the matchups in Top Cut I really like. There's some Gardevoir, some Terrabox, a bunch of Zards and Polts doing well. Really hoping for a clean Top Cut that I can just like hit, my standard default matchups that you've seen all the time. There's one problem though, and it's Mr. Ethan Wild on Festival Lead, which is my only loss in the tournament in round 10, and I'm really not hoping I hit Ethan again, because that matchup is horrible, right? So, unless some Dragapults can stop Ethan, he might just win the tournament. But if Ethan doesn't, then I'm hoping it's me.
I mean, I called it yesterday. I like Ethan's chances, but you're clearly making a big claim yourself.
Absolutely.
I've got to ask, do you play at locals? Did you start at locals? Do you have a locals journey you can tell us about?
Of course, absolutely. I always strongly encourage people to go to locals. I've been pretty bad about going to locals recently, but I got into Pokemon because of the local scene. It started with a group in Arizona, and then, eventually I found a group in Denmark. My first local type of event, it was a city championship at the time. My round 1 pairing in the senior division was against Jesper Eriksson. I got absolutely rolled. That was the same year he won Worlds. But from there I started showing up to my local library every Monday, and then as we got further into time, it became my local card store every Monday, every Wednesday, depending on how. It's been years by now, so stuff changes. But always like going to my local league. It's always a fun time, and I also think for a lot of people, sometimes people don't go to local leagues because my locals maybe aren't that good, or they're not as good at the game as me. But also by playing against your locals, you're making your locals better as like a good player, right? So even if you think you're like too good for locals, still show up, because you being there is going to give you better competition down the line, which will help you improve. So seriously, go to your locals. It's really important, and it's just so much fun.
I think you've put it very nicely indeed, but you might be thinking, wait, how do I go to my locals? How do I get my journey started? Luckily, we can help.
Hey,
Do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Dang, that twin cannons every time. It always gets me when I'm playing Charizard. That one time. Find a Pokemon event near you, scan the QR code here, and you'll be able to find out all of the events near you. I've thoroughly recommend going to your local scene. It's absolutely fantastic to not only meet new people, but also, like Christian said, improve the standard of play, practice together, have fun, cook decks just like that festival lead together.
Yeah, absolutely. Or you can find yourself in that Blastoise versus Charizard matchup with Amy as well. I know it's giving her PTSD, but it's a great opportunity, honestly, just to kind of connect with so many different people, right? You don't actually also just have to play the trading card game. There are other Pokemon games out there as well, like the Pokemon video game, Scarlet and Violet, or even more that's coming up as well, or Pokemon Pockets as well, or even Pokemon GO. But we're here at the trading card game, and this is what we know and love. And it's just one of those magical places you can go to alongside your friends, meet new ones, and actually just encourage each other to get better and have fun. That's the main thing I've taken away from so many of these interviews that we've had across this weekend, because even Christian had said it himself. It's so much fun.
And that's the imperative thing. We are playing a game at the end of the day, and although there is a lot at stake, we are all here to have a bit of fun at the end of the day, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the same time, you know, there's so many people in this community that I would not have met if I wasn't part of the Pokemon. This is why I've been around for such a long time now. I'm starting to show my age, which is not always the greatest things. But you know, you have a wonderful league that you help run and sort of help support. And I've seen some of the players come through the kind of ranks as well and actually become, you know, not even just Ethan becoming a regional champion, but we've had also international champions come out of the league as well, which is an amazing sort of feeling, especially when you're there helping to nurture that level of talent to level of play, right, Amy?
Feels great, honestly. Like, you get the bragging rights. You're like, well, at my locals, we have X player, and I get to play against them weekly.
Yeah.
Like, that is such a fun little kind of humble brag as well. And also, you know, just being able to have fun with those people and have those heroes actually just be around as well and show us what life is like when you are such a prominent player.
Yeah, it's an incredible sort of achievement for so many players out there right now, and that could be you one day. You know, just go into your local leagues. Maybe you enjoy it so much you find yourself traveling to a Pokemon League Cup, a Pokemon sort of Special Championships, a regional championships, maybe heading off to an international championships. Then maybe one day you could be someone who goes to the World Championships as well. And that's, you know, competition's great. It's all great fun at the same time, but then you get to go with your friends with the same hobbies that you all know and love together, and it's just a truly special feeling. I can't keep repeating myself enough. Honestly, that is it's a great place to be.
Exactly, and locals will take you everywhere, all over the world potentially, even to somewhere like Sevilla, where we are today. And of course, let's take a look at those standings right now and see how our players are doing.
Yep, so this is our Masters Swiss ranking with our top cut, or heading into our top cut as well. So 13 rounds of Swiss has been played. A few of those names we've already highlighted and seen before as well. But you can see there, this is where we're starting to see our asymmetric top cut. It is that 10-1 record, which is 31 points that makes it into our asymmetric top cut, or going all the way down to 12th place there. So many players still in the with the opportunity to vie out to become the Special Championships champion. I mean, there's a couple of players there who unfortunately do miss out, but are still in a top 16 spot. Drew Stevenson, Kim Pabega, in those great sort of positions where they earn a great ton of booster packs and championship points. But it's those 12 that we're going to be focusing on shortly.
And we've got a plethora of decks in there as well. Really good mix that are going into asymmetrical top cut. And some of them I'm not entirely certain of the interaction between them. So I think we've got some riveting games coming up. So don't go anywhere. This is possibly one of the most exciting asymmetrical top cuts we've had in a long while. So you better be glued to that seat.
And absolutely. And if you're just joining us here, we're going to be entering that asymmetric top cut in due course. But as our players are starting to kind of finally see the standing and see exactly where they've ended up. But if you're unfamiliar with the concept, the asymmetric top cut does mean whoever has the same number of points or / record as a player in 8th spot also, quotes unquote, makes it into our top cut as well. Now, if you're at the very top echelon of our top cut, in the asymmetric top cut, I should say, you actually don't have to necessarily face anyone in that. So you get a little bit of a break. But those who from 8th and slightly a little bit below and above may have to face one another to make it into our final top 8 cut.
Yeah, so you get your chance to battle your way in, but somebody who won't possibly need to be doing that is our wonderful Ted, who is standing by for an interview.
I'm sitting here with, we were talking a bit before, Ted, and we were talking about a little bit of chat banter about you being the random guy, Ted Tobin. First of all, congratulations on making our asymmetrical top cut. How does that feel?
Pretty good. This is my second one of these this season, so it's good to see that it wasn't a fluke and stuff like that. So can't be annoyed about that, especially since I think I'll be top seed.
Top seed, pretty good. After your performance in Birmingham, another top 8 of a regional championship there. Again, massive congratulations and running it back with God of War. Now, it's the last European major you got with God of War, unfortunately. Is it one last ride, one last hurrah for that deck for you?
Yeah, I think so. This is the last time we were able to play it to a kind of big event. I don't think I've got any like local events to play, so this will be the last big God of War event. So good to give it a good send-off.
And speaking of send-offs, how do you think about your chances of winning the entire Special Championships here with it?
I mean, God of War is the best deck, so I always have a decent chance, but, you know, I got my eyes on the Festival lead, so I might get knocked out by that. I'm not sure about that matchup.
Yeah, going into this tournament, we weren't talking a lot about Festival lead. Online chatter has not been Festival lead. When you turned up yesterday for your first couple of rounds and you saw Festival lead going on, what was the first thing you thought about?
Well, I couldn't believe it, really. I walked past Ethan earlier in the day, and I asked him, oh, I guess you're on Pult again. And he goes, no. I walked past his game, and he was playing Festival lead. I'm like, oh, so he's playing like a joke. Christian told me it beats God of War, and I'm like, I doubt this. And then I played him today, and I'm like, this matchup's actually pretty close. That's ridiculous. How do I have a close matchup at the Festival lead? But I think the aggression is just so fast that if I don't set up quickly, I just kind of get ran over.
So let's say you're getting to play against Ethan at some point. If we are to put a percentage chance on it, how much do you think your chances are?
He told me he was 55% favored. I think I'd probably put it the other way, maybe 55% me favored, but it's definitely really close.
And after Birmingham top 8, after now getting yourself into the asymmetrical top 8 here, in terms of Worlds, looking pretty good for points. What is the goal for the rest of the season?
I don't know. I don't think I really have much of a goal for the rest of the season, but hopefully I'll be at Worlds, so hopefully I can do well there.
And going to Worlds, hopefully you get in there. Of course, we have this big red line underneath the 135th spot. Now, you mentioned to me this was your first season traveling outside of UK, traveling internationally. I mean, it's been working out for you so far, but how does that feel for you finally getting to experience Pokemon outside of UK?
It's really nice because, you know, it's been a chance to show that, like, I'm not just like a can only play at locals person, so it's nice to sort of play in different places, see all the different kinds of players everywhere. You know, I've met so many good players at these events. It's such a dream.
And speaking of traveling internationally on this, what has been your favorite stop on the circuit so far?
Ooh, I really liked Gdansk. I thought Gdansk was great.
Poland's always great to have good tournaments. I mean, I was thinking you might have said something like Sevilla, speaking of asymmetrical top 8, maybe Birmingham. But if we're looking forward in a whole perspective, right? Yeah. Top 8 Birmingham, asymmetrical top 8 here. Are the dreams just winning a tournament here?
I mean, it'd be nice. You know, you can't ask for any more than winning.
But yeah, we can't ask for any more than winning. Best of luck to you, Ted. And it's been amazing to watch your progress here at this Special Championships. Hopefully it goes very far. But with that said, thank you so much for all of that, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Jesper. Yeah, it's actually amazing to actually see and hear from Ted there, because he's been our #1 seed for a number of sort of rounds now throughout the Swiss pairings, and I've been tracking it along because he's one of those God of War players. We saw him do super well in Birmingham, and now he's brought it once again. I know he's just said for the first time he's having a chance to travel internationally, but I was like, oh, if only he started traveling with God of War a little bit earlier. But yeah, it's incredible to hear that kind of level of story, just kind of having that breakout And I think it's just another way of showcasing that there are loads of players out there in your local scenes that just maybe haven't had the opportunity. And when they do, they can really strike down and strike fast. And Lightning might actually strike twice. It actually has already.
Indeed. And for Ted, you know, this is a real chance to show that he's got the stuff. He's got the makings of a champion. He's been so close before in Birmingham, and now he's got that second chance, and he's going for it here. I think he's absolutely got a chance to take it all home. He's done so well throughout this event thus far, really keeping that top seeding the whole time, not letting it escape from underneath him, and now he could potentially go all of the way.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in just looking at his rounds, in phase 2, he's won all of them, and of course felt like I think he's just ID'd with Christian to make it into the asymmetric top cut as first seed, of course. But then it's just thinking about every other little thing he has to consider. He gets a chance to kind of take a little break, see what all the other brackets and other players are going to be facing off against one another, and then it's just that opportunity to really showcase. He's already called Gardevoir the best deck. I love that bravado about it. But then he also kept saying, well, I'm scared about Festival League. Yeah. But he's already beaten Ethan once already.
He did it.
He's already mentioned that he thinks it's slightly favored. Ethan thinks it's slightly favored in his way. I mean, I think we're in for some really interesting Pokemon in the asymmetric top cut.
I completely agree. We've heard from so many trainers across the event thus far. But let's hear some more trainer tips from Las Vegas.
To be unprepared. Definitely study the venue, definitely study the game that you're playing, watch past streams. Don't just decide, hey, I'm gonna book a flight and fly and not know anything.
God, one thing not to do before a tournament is second guessing yourself and changing your team at the last minute. You gotta trust your instinct and hope that the practice pulls you through.
The big advice that I got whenever preparing for this event is to not change your deck last minute. You want to go with something that you're comfortable with, that you know the matchups with. You've been practicing with it for a while. So if you're going to switch your deck, then it's going to be probably last minute, and you're not going to know your matchups really well, because at the end of the day, TCG, this is a card game and we're all here to have fun. So go with the deck that you're most comfortable with and the one that you're going to have the most fun with.
2 things not to do before a tournament. First, don't leave packing your bag or packing everything up to the morning of. You're going to forget something, you're going to be rushing, you don't want to do that going in. And the other piece is don't go in without any prep. You got to make sure you're prepping, you're taking your time, trust your gut. It's also, last minute changes don't always work.
I would say just don't stress yourself out, don't psych yourself out, do your prep, but don't be too nervous. Always show up to have fun, have a good time, just go out there, do your best, and yeah, just don't be too stressed.
Something not to do before a tournament is not check your deck size. Make sure you have 60 cards, make sure all your sleeves are fresh. I've heard so many horror stories about people forgetting cards before their round, getting deck checked, and getting penalties from not having correct sleeves. So just be really careful. I don't want it to happen to me. I don't want it to happen to any other players as well.
For 4 energy turn attach plus enough for the KO, and Daniel Magda will take our top 4 feature match here.
Oh my goodness! There will be a concession. Daniel Magda going to take home the gold at Gdansk Regional.
My name's Daniel Magda, and it feels pretty good. Phase 1 was very rough. I didn't play to the best of my ability, but I was able to regain my mental and push forwards. Phase 2, I faced some tougher matchups, but I drew fairly well and allowed me to get into top cut. I paired 3 Grimmsnaws, and I lost 2 of them. One was due to my own mistake, and one of the Grimmsnaw I had a repeat in the in top 4. That was an interesting matchup for sure. And I also paired one of my good friends, Leo Lata, in the same 59 mirror, and I was able to be the luckier player. I decided to play Goldengo EX with Sorok and Lunatone. It's a comfort deck for me. In Lille, I played Garchomp, and from this year's World Championship, I had a lot of experience on Goldengo, so it was a comfort pick for me to play. I didn't prepare much and had a week, I played like 10 games total, almost none on live. But I have experience on the deck before the set even released. I had to keep Briar in mind, and then I need to formulate my game strategy around being able to win even when Emma can play Briar to even out the price trade. A big problem in the Flyra matchup specifically is the Wellspring Mass Ogre pawn, but Emma didn't get to use it. So that was pretty lucky for me. And I was also surprised by the inclusion of Black Belt to KO Goldengo with a charge up Ursaluna. I'd like to thank my mom, my guardian Milo, Drew Stevenson for giving me the deck, my high school teacher for letting me play live during his lessons, and yeah.
Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary EX was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary EX, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a two-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary EX also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary EX, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokemon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second-place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordinary EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokemon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favorite competitive Pokemon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokémon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokémon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only two choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
I tell you what, Chip telling us all about those anti-meta decks does seem kind of relevant here. We have Festival League and we have Crostal in the top cut here at Seville Regional Championships for the Pokemon trading card game. And we're going to be starting off the top cut in mere moments. And by we, I of course mean myself, Ross, and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. How you doing, Jesper?
I'm doing fantastic. I'm just looking forward to crowning a champion here today. Championship Sunday, so we may be calling it sometimes, right? And we have a riveting matchup coming up.
I was going to say, let's not go straight to crowning a champion. We got asymmetrical top cut, we got top 8, we got top 4, and we got the final that we need to get through before we can go and crown our champion. Now, if I saw correctly, we had, I think, 12 people who made this asymmetrical top cut. So let's see if we can take a quick look at the bracket and see how it all is going to be shaking out. Now, very importantly, Ted Tobin, Nicholas Dodge, Christian Fontenot, and Ethan Wild, they are in, they are locked. They don't have to play asymmetrical top cut because we're 12 people, 4 are in, and 8 have to play one more game to get those final 4 spots.
Yeah, and we see good matchups between people like Elmar Trisp, Caleb Barber, Tommy Markula, Daniel Veres, Oscar Rivas, Sergio Nieto, Nina Eisenblätter, and Victor Andersson, who I mean, we can say it now. We'll be seeing that latter match here on the stage in a second versus, well, between Nina Eisenblätter and Victor Andersson. It's going to be exciting because we're going to see something we haven't seen on stream this weekend yet.
We are going to see something we haven't seen on stream this weekend, and we are going to keep in mind that the winner of that is going to go on and face Ethan Wild in top 8. Now, interestingly, of course, I chatted to Christian Fontenot just a moment ago over there on the floor. Hopefully, you guys all saw that. And one thing he said was, don't really want to play against Ethan. Well, I got bad news for you, because if you make the semifinals and Ethan makes the semifinals, you will be playing in that top 4 match. That is to worry about later. Now, we've got Nina Eisenblätter and Victor Andersson, and they are going to be facing off in this asymmetrical top cut round to try and get themselves into top 8 proper. And they've got headsets on, so we can just tell you the thing we've yet to see on stream this weekend, Charizard.
Surprisingly enough, speaking of the last part of the season, last couple regionals, we've seen Charizard here, there, everywhere. Apparently, in Sevilla, people haven't been liking our good old friend Charizard, and giving it one last ride is indeed Victor Andersson.
It feels like there was probably at least one of the casters who picked Charizard as one of their cards to watch this weekend. I feel like one of us might have done that, although going into this asymmetrical top cut game, there will be no favoritism shown. It is going to be against Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which has been repping a lot in Sevilla this weekend and has been a deck we've seen on stream a bunch, we've seen it winning a bunch, and we've seen it quite high up on that phase 1 and that phase 2 metagame. It is interesting to note both of these are darkness decks, which may well have an issue with something like Festival Lead in top 8, but let's worry about top 8 when we get to top 8. Right now, you can call it the asymmetrical top cut round. You can call it top 16 of a few people missing, which is honestly a bit clunky. Let's stick to asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, and with that said, we can bring it down to the stage now. Players are ready, as said, with headsets on, and we get to see Nina Eisenblätter on the left versus Victor Andersson on the right. Victor Andersson being first Charizard we've seen this weekend. Really looking forward to how they're gonna go through this matchup, which historically have been quite difficult for Charizard since we've seen Frost's Monkeydory past this tournament. Plays much like Grimmsnarl, although Grimmsnarl just has Grimmsnarl as a big attacker into Charizard, which is going to be this dark type showdown we'll have.
It is going to be a dark type showdown indeed. We are going to have Charizard, who, you know, likes to make those comebacks, has that big attack, which gets more powerful as the game goes along. But of course, you might be wondering, hang on a second, what are the players doing at the table? They're looking at each other's deck list. Now, Nina Eisenblätter there, we can see Leo Regional top 16, Dortmund Regional top 32, Gdansk top 128, and Frankfurt top 128, all in the past couple of seasons. Nina really making a name for herself as one of the up-and-coming players in the European region for the Pokemon trading card game.
Yeah, such a massive accomplishment sheet for her. Really awesome to get into this asymmetrical top 8. We do have Victor Andersson here on the right. Birmingham Regionals top 64, Stockholm Regional top 128, trying to defend home turf there, and Stuttgart Regional top 256, making their name here. One of their highest placements yet, and trying to make it all the way here in the Special Championships.
Quite similar in terms of profile players who have in the past couple of seasons had a few phase 2s, had a few decent results, but no real top 8s or tournament victories. Trying to change that today. Now, it is worth noting that why would they have each other's deck lists? Well, we're playing open deck lists now that we're in Top Cut.
Exactly. We've had a slight rule change over New Year's where it is that when players reach these asymmetrical top cut rounds, they get an X certain amount of time where they get to look at each other's lists before sitting down and playing, as we're seeing they're trying to set up right now. And what this makes it is so there's no surprises to get.
Nope.
Nina knows exactly what Victor is packing in their deck, and also the opposite. Victor knows exactly what Nina is bringing to the table.
But you don't get to keep a copy of the list, you get to look, so there is memory involved. Here we have a look at the prize cards here. Nothing terrible prize for either player. So we are getting ready here to get rolling in our asymmetrical top cut. There's a fist bump. There are your basic Pokemon, and we are rolling with our asymmetrical top cut here in the Seville Special Championships. And Victor has that attracting customers Tatsugiri in the active, and is going to go and use a Buddy Poffin to go and search a couple of basics. While they do that, why don't you tell us a bit about this Charizard deck?
Yes, what's so awesome about Charizard is that you're having a 330 HP stage 2 Pokemon. Early game, not doing as much damage, 180, but for every single part every single time that your opponent takes a prize card, that attack raises up by 30. So after 1 prize, 2, 10, and etc. What Victor tries to establish is Charizard. Pitch out to search cards every single turn, much like we've seen Ethan doing with his Flackies, and also using Dusknoll to do some prize card manipulation, forcing Nina to take prize cards, making Charizard stronger, but also putting some damage on the opposing board.
There's only a 1-1, there's only, sorry, a 2-1-1 line of Dusknoll in the deck, and there's things like that that Nina will know about. She will know, hang on a second, if I can just deal with, like, if a Dusknoll comes up and I can KO it, that's it for the entire game. That's the only one I've got to worry about. Things like that are important to keep in mind. Look for the small counts. Look for the important cards. They're attracting customers. Look at the top 6. Find a supporter or whiff and don't find any supporters. Not ideal. That's the you had one job, Tatsugiri.
It seems like Tatsugiri is kind of fake in these early game stages. Although Victor's going first, we'll have another chance at Tatsugiri next turn. I did see a Lily in his hand, so currently it's going all right. But going over to Nina's turn with this Grimmsnarl deck, we've seen a bit of Grimmsnarl this weekend. One of the top decks in this Phase 2 cut with 12%. Not bad, terrible pricing, although 2 Lily's Determination in prices. Not too great when you're trying to play that as your continued supporter in the early game. Although, starting off, Pokepad for that second Buddy, which we typically only see one of in Grimmsnarl decks.
It is interesting they play a second. So, this Marnie's Grimmsnarl deck, it is all about spreading damage. We've got Frostlass that puts damage counters on all Pokemon with abilities during Pokemon Checkup. We have got ourselves Monkeydory that moves damage from your Pokemon to your opponents, and we've got Marnie's Grimmsnarl that does 180 to the active and 30 to the bench. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, it's worth noting, also gets energy to itself, or any Marnie's Pokemon, when you evolve into it, which means your attachments for the turn can just go on to your Monkeydory, and this is a deck very much like some of the other Frostlass decks we've seen this weekend. It is all about spreading damage and setting up these big turns for multiple prize cards. The big difference here is that you've got a Grimmsnarl with huge HP that can just hit 180 to the active. That is how it works. So here we see a Professor's Research getting 7 new cards. We want some more basics.
We do see a secret box in the hand of Nina there, so that getting those bases is not going to be an issue whatsoever. Can be finding pieces like Artisan off this secret box, more Buddy Poffin, or just Pokepad, as we've seen a great inclusion from Ascended Heroes helping out these Grimmsnarl decks. We haven't seen much of Grimmsnarl before Ascended Heroes, but Pokepad boosting that consistency. And
I do want to spare a thought for our co-caster Mike Ellis. He's had 2 top 16s with Grimmsnarl at regional level events this season already, and missing the event where Marnie's Grimmsnarl is probably best positioned in the entire format. But here we do see the secret box getting resolved. You have to discard 3 cards, but you can get a supporter, Lily's Determination, a stadium, Spikemuth Gym, an item card, Pokepad, and if you want to get a Pokemon tool, that's a Bravery Charm, get one of those as well. Basically, you get one of every type of trainer, and you get to cherry pick the specific one that you want.
One thing I really do like about Nina's deck is that we're playing max consistency. We're playing 4 Professor's Research, 4 Iono, 4 Lily, 4 Pokepad. You get to draw cards. Although, she has made the decision to let go of tools like TM Devolution, which we've seen in past rounds being so potent against these evolution decks, which typically would mean, in this case, that Nina actually need to fulfill these knockouts instead of devolving Pokemon.
Absolutely, but Marnie's Grimmsnarl will hopefully help with that. While we're talking consistency, that Spikemuth Gym Stadium lets you search for a Marnie's Pokemon once during your turn. Firstly, it's great for you, but unless you're playing a mirror match, it's just a blank stadium for your opponent. They are going to get nothing. And we're actually starting off with Victor here, straight into Lily's Determination. It's a shuffle draw 6. But if you've got exactly 6 prize cards remaining, as Victor has, it's a shuffle draw 8. Haven't used Tatsugiri yet, so hopefully we can now start to build. But of course, what did Badoo do last turn?
Oh, Itchy Pawn. Wait, we can't even use Red Candy into pitch out. So what Victor's trying to go for is one of these 2 TM Evolution that they're running in their deck. We get one, and we get an energy as well, so we can actually bypass Itchy Pawn in terms of getting our evolutions on the board. Yes, we may not be able to do that, but we also get Duskull, so we can do TM Evolution on something like the Pidgey into Pidgeotto, which they're running, and the Duskull if we want to. Maybe even going for double Charmeleon in place, since they're rocking 2 of them in the list.
I love this. This is really good. This is exactly what you want, because you're right. You turn off Rare Candy. That is a big thing that Badoo's done. But the good news is you've got TM Evolution. Now, we searched out the boss's order to attract customers. We haven't played it. We attach an Energy and a TM Evolution to Tatsugiri, and then we get to evolve 2 Pokemon. And, I mean, anything on the board is there. Obviously, Pidgeotto is going to be one of them, so you can hopefully go into Pidgeot next turn. And it looks like it is that second Charmeleon that we're going to be going for. So a decent little setup, and then passing back to Nina, who's got some evolution plans of her own.
Yeah, we do see that Frost Ice coming into play immediately. It's going to be very good. Of course, can deal damage to Tatsugiri. When the Charmeleons evolve, Charizard has an ability. When Pidgeotto evolves into Pidgeot, also has an ability. And that's going to be very important for Nina to try and push these damage counters further and further. Obviously, as well, putting damage counters on her own Monkeydories to be able to accelerate more damage onto Victor's board. And then finally, at some point, grabbing these knockouts, potentially even multi-prize knockouts.
Well, we're seeing Spikemuth Gym absolutely pulling its weight here, going and getting that Marnie's Morgrem coming out to evolve one of those Marnie's Impidimp. And that means that you're already up to the stage 1. We've got a Frostlass already. We see an Energy onto Monkeydory. You don't need to worry about getting Energy onto the Marnie's Pokemon. When you get into Grimmsnarl, that will get the Energy. For now, just go ahead and put them onto Monkeydory. Here's that Pokepad you said about. It's Monkeydory number 3. If only there was bench space.
You know what, Ross? There will be bench space at some point. At some point, Nina will be without the Budew in play. If there's going to be a Charizard without a boss's orders, potentially, that will get knocked out. But what Victor maybe be looking at, like previous rounds, is getting rid of that Frost Ice on the bench. We did see Tatsugiri get the boss's orders last turn. If Victor can get one of his 2 Charizards into play, it could potentially be evolve it a Charizard, boss up that Frostlass to get that off the field.
Charizard, interestingly enough, has a very similar ability to Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Also goes and attaches Energy when you evolve up into the stage 2. So Lily's Determination grabbed off Tatsugiri's Attract Customers. We've got an Energy, which is going to be going down onto the Charmeleon. And then we play Lily. And here's the thing, you don't need to attach that Energy. You can get the Energy when you evolve up, but this just means 1 fewer card in your deck, which means you're more likely to draw into something like that Charizard.
Exactly. Fitting is winning. Fitting is the game of everything here. And unfortunately for Victor, did not get it, although Victor can still get the knock on this Budew with the Charmeleon with a steady fire breathing, dealing 40, double for the weakness, 80. Not that you need the 80 because this Budew measly has a 30 HP. Although, it seems like you're doing Nina a favor here when you're knocking out the Budew with that third Monkeydory being ready in their hand.
And it is almost like you search out that third Monkeydory and you say to your opponent, go ahead, knock out my Budew, make my day. Now, interestingly enough, we see the second Duskull coming down. Nina knows that only one of them can possibly evolve without the use of something like a Night Stretcher, which she also knows is not in the deck. There is Super Rod, though.
I do really like what Victor's done here. Could have gone under Aggression and promoted this Charmeleon. Recognizes, wait, Nina did search out a Monkeydory. If I just knocked out a Budew, we would make space for even more and further accelerating the Frostlass damage. And thereby, yes, you're not getting that prize card, but you're setting up your board more, and we're potentially being able to double Dusknoir in 1 turn, and further along the way, be able to play into Briar. It's going to be a fantastic setup for Victor if we can getting these Ghosts further accelerated into play.
That Briar is as a supporter card. If your opponent has exactly 2 prize cards remaining, and you take a KO of a Terra Pokemon, you take an extra prize. It's very important. We see the first Monkeydory moving damage over to a Duskull. We're about to see the second Monkeydory being activated here. You can move 2 damage from the Monkeydory anywhere on Victor's side of the board. The question is, where are we going to move it? It doesn't seem to be obvious right now. Does seem like it's going to go onto the other Duskull.
I do like the spread of it here. Going for Itchy Paw, and again, being able to do 20 with Frostlass in combination. But putting 20 on each Duskull means that Monkeydory and Monkeydory again with 2 damage counters each will be able to knock out one of these, right? Since there's an Itchy Paw going, since there's only 1 Dusclops in Victor's deck, if Victor decides to just evolve one of them, the other one would still be in range of double Monkeydory.
I like that indeed, and this is one of the things we see. Open deck lists are absolutely huge. You get to make these plays knowing that they kind of have to work, and that is wonderful. Only one of them can evolve until one essentially comes in and goes away. Secret Box gets drawn off that Lily's Determination here, which would be great if...
You weren't item locked.
Yeah, the item lock does really make Secret Box a lot worse of a card. But here we see the evolution up into Charizard, and now we can go and attach up to 3 basic fire from our deck to our Pokemon.
Yeah, one thing I'm really scared of for Victor's side here is that since Lily's been played, there's no way to gust this Budew around, which may be forcing the question from Victor. Do you still want to take this knock at this turn? Maybe it's too late otherwise, right? And we're looking at these Duskulls. These are the key to the matchup. This is the way where you can price raise more efficiently than Nina can and be faster than Nina can if you can get them up and running, though.
That is the big if. It is worth noting Tatsugiri is going to be knocked out going into Nina's turn by virtue of that Frostlass. Unless the Frostlass itself gets KO'd, that Tatsugiri will be knocked out going into Nina's turn from that Frostlass's ability. But here we get a boss's orders just being searched off Tatsugiri. It's not been played yet. Can't be. Lily's determination has been. We retreat into Charizard, and we take 1 prize off of Budew, and then we're going to give up a prize for our Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and dealing even more damage here. Tatsugiri still needs to take the 10 damage from the knockout. Charizard needs to take 10 damage, as it also does have that Infernal Rain ability. And yeah, finally get to see our first prize card with Charizard taken this weekend on that Budew.
It looks like we might see our first Marnie's Grimmsnarl of this game. We see a Morgrem coming down onto the bench. We're not at Grimmsnarl yet, and we don't have Smikemuff in play right now, so it's not quite so easy. Nina using Artisan, going to go and search out a Pokemon. It's going to be that 3rd Monkeydory, and you don't need to put any energy anywhere, you know, from your hand. So Nina could now have 3 Monkeydory, all with energy on. She can double Monkeydory to go and KO one of those Duskull if she wishes, or she could potentially move 2 to each and then set up for maybe a double KO next turn, forcing Victor to have to go and evolve next turn to save that double KO.
That would be super great if we could still be item locking Victor. When we can't do that, it means that Victor's availability of going potentially Dusclops plus Dusknoir or double Dusknoir or double Rakendial, that's very hefty to do, is there. With the secret box in hand, if Nina doesn't KO at least one of these Duskulls, we may be seeing a sweep scenario where we can go ahead and say, all right, I'll just Dusknoir your Morgrem on the bench, take that out, and then I'll go recover that Dusknoir with the Night Stretcher, Rakendi Dusknoir again, put it on the active potentially Grimmsnarl if Nina gets the evolution, and then go Charizard for a knockout. And then cleaning Nina's board of attackers, essentially. And that's where Nina really has to be heads up in trying to get rid of these Duskulls as soon as they hit the field. And that's why you needed to keep the item log on for a bit more to make sure that these ghosts don't get to be a problem for you.
Absolutely. Very well explained indeed. So we are going to getting a Monkeydory number 4. Nina does play the full suite of 4. No bench space for the 4th one, but that's all right for the minute. Here comes Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Now you get to go and search for energy. Just going to get 2, it looks like, for that Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the active. You don't need any more energy. And if you evolve into another Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you can get the energy when you do the evolution. Speaking of which, we are actually using Spikemuff here, but we're searching out an Impidimp.
And then my eye spies a little bit. Nina sitting and shuffling with a very tiny deck. I saw 7 cards left in deck already. And that's what happens when you're playing 4 Research, 4 Lily, 4 Iono. You're getting through your deck so fast. And when Marnie's Grimmsnarl essentially can search up to 5 Darkness Energies out of your deck, it goes really fast. So typically here, of course, there's going to be recovery cards like Super Odd, like Night Stretcher to keep the resources alive in this game. It's going to be what Nina has left now. And it's not a lot. So Nina has to be speeding up this game massively. What I really do like about this is that you could go and say, all right, we're going to stock up this Pidgeotto. Yes, we're potentially not getting a knockout this turn. We're not, since we're putting 30 on Pidgeotto, but we're pressuring Victor to get out of Pidgeot this turn. Otherwise, that Pidgeotto is going to fall to something like an Adurna Brain.
Absolutely it is. So, a lot of damage going down on the Charizard, putting that up for a KO next turn. And with Monkeydory, each take 1 damage counter, has not taken out those Duskull on the bench, has left them for later.
Ross, Victor's hand looks awesome here. We're looking at Secret Box, Ultra Ball for Pidgeot. We have Dusknoir in hand. There is the possibility to pull off the double Dusknoir Dream this turn, taking out the Morgrem on the bench and putting more damage onto the active Grimmsnarl, being able, as said, to sweep the entire attacking force of Nina's board.
Wow, we're going to need a Dustoir, we're going to need a Night Stretcher, we're going to need 2 Rare Candy. Night Stretcher won't do it. It's going to have to be a Super Rod and then a Search. There's no Night Stretcher in the deck here in this Charizard list, unless I'm missing something here, Jesper.
No, you're indeed
So that
correct.
is going to make it a little bit more awkward, but you're right, it is absolutely there. And the other thing is, Charizard is currently doing 210 because Nina's taken 1 prize. But if you use a Dustoir, then Nina's taken 2 prizes, you're doing 240. If you use a second Dustoir, then all of a sudden Charizard's doing 270. That is a big difference from where we were before.
And it actually makes a difference, so you don't need double Dusknoir to pull this off. You actually, well, measly only need Dusclops on the active Grimmsnarl, and then Dusknoir in the bench Morgrim. With that damage in play, those 270 would be ending up getting the knockout onto the Grimmsnarl and making the sweep a little easier than first perceived.
And it's actually really funny. It's at 10 damage that's... Oh, no, it doesn't matter. It's going to get it anyway. Doesn't matter. Well, we are flipping here. We are getting ahead of the... Is that Mesagosa?
Yes.
Of the Mesagosa. We are getting the heads. That goes to searches for a Pokemon. That's a pretty big deal. What have you seen, Jesper?
It is all there in deck. Mesagosa heads can get either Dusclops or Pidgeot. Pidgeot could be able to search for one of the key options. We're also looking ahead with Rare Candy. Things are going fast here for Victor now. Can be able to Rare Candy Dusknoir. Get rid of the Morgrim on the bench. Go in and say Dusclops in the active and get both of them gone. Rare Candy Dusknoir coming down here. Also sits with Ultra Ball. It is just more riches going with Dusknoir on the bench, Morgrim. All right, Victor, are we going to see the Dusclops on the active Grimmsnarl as well?
All we need is Dusclops, and there's a rare cat, there's an Ultra Ball in hand that can search it out. Ultra Ball 2 cards and maths works like this. You do 50 to the active using Dusclops. Charizard, you then look and you say, oh, my opponent's taken 3 prize cards. That means I do 180 plus 90. That's 270 plus the 50 from Dusclops is 220. The 10 damage on Marnie's Grimmsnarl is actually irrelevant here. You are doing 220 between this. This will work, and it's not just taking the prizes. The prizes don't actually matter that much here. What you're doing is cutting your opponent off from every single attacker on their board.
And it means Nina would need to find back these Marnie's Impidimp. Yes, Nina may be running free, but if you're only benching 1, Pidgeot can go ahead and say, well, quick search for a boss. So it means that Nina essentially would need to bench 2 of them. Yes, it's a very thin deck Nina sits out right now, and it's going to be difficult to dig for these pieces without potentially decking out as well.
Well, we are seeing an Iono come down, and this is what's super annoying for Nina. She'd only taken 1 prize. Victor forced her to take 2, and is now playing an Iono to put her down to a 3-card hand because she's only got 3 prize cards remaining. Does draw an Iono, so that is at least something that can draw out of it. But we are about to see Pidgeot using Quick Search. Yes, Victor put this all together without even using Quick Search, and this is... I mean, you call it like a bonus search? Doesn't actually need anything here this turn, so he can go and get whatever he wants.
What this requires from Victor is to have some foresight into saying, all right, I can get this quick search for free. There's nothing I need to be searching right now, which means for Victor's case, it's about figuring out what would I like for next turn or the turn thereafter. How do I close out this game from here? It's going to go down to 2 prizes after knocking out this Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Victor cannot bench 1 Duskull by itself only because otherwise triple Adrenabrain can take that out.
Yep.
So it would mean that even with the Super Rod, you would need something like a Buddy Poffin on top.
I think I really love what's going on with Victor here, because if that Charizard in the active goes down, you've got a second Charizard rolling, and you just need to attack twice. 2 turns in a row, you attack, you win the game. And right now, there is no TM Devolution. We've already pointed that out. So there's no big damage coming. There's, you know, some little pings from Frostlass and some extra pings from Monkeydory, but that's not enough to take 2 KOs in the next turn or 2.
Exactly, and with Nina sitting on 3 prizes left, even TM Devolution, if that was to happen here, would only take the knockout on the active Charizard and not even the bench Pidgeot unless you used one of your Adrenabrains there. But you would not, even with the full amount of Adrenabrains onto that second Charizard on the bench, be able to get the knockout because that's evolved from a Charmeleon.
Yep. Not going to be going ideally. Now we do. Oh, and that seems to be picking up cards. I think that means that Victor has taken game number 1. Nina realizes there is no way back after all of your Marnie's Pokemon have been KO'd. You have no more attackers. Victor takes game 1 here in the asymmetrical top cut at Seville Regional Championships.
And an awesome heads-up play here for Victor going into this game. Starting off with that Tatsugiri, massive importance in terms of consistency, fails to first attract customers. Don't worry about it. We do get off Lily Evolution, Mist Energy to be able to evolve into Pidgeotto and Charmeleon. And from there on, after establishing these stage 1 Pokemon, gets everything needed. Knocks out Buddy for first prize. Yes, Nina gets the Grimmsnarl going, but this awesome turn, Rare Candy into Dusknoir, being able to use that on the benched Morgrim, and thereafter doing Dusclops on the active Grimmsnarl, and then finishing it off with the Burning Darkness.
It was absolutely beautiful. It was a double KO on both the Marnie's Pokemon. Essentially, all the attackers. That was what did it here, getting those KOs. It was a thing of absolute beauty, and that was where they decided to pick up the dice. So it's a bit weird when they're in the middle of a turn and people just start picking up their cards, but you look at that board state, you look what was going on, and it was pretty obvious. Victor was just in too good of a position. And like I say, it wasn't that Nina didn't have anything. She still had Monkeydory and Frostlass. The problem was, that was incremental damage that builds up over a few turns, and she didn't have a few turns. And yes, Victor was going to win in 2 attacks.
Yeah, Nina could have swung in with Bloodmoon or Ursaluna and taken knockout, but that would have been that second Charizard to be able to pick up that Bloodmoon or Ursaluna on the return. So Nina was left out of options. No attackers left. Victor going first again. Starting with Body Puffin again and Secret Box, everything you could wish for.
Yes, we're rolling here in game 2 of Asymmetrical Top Cut, and that is a pretty nice hand we are looking at. Going to get whatever you want. Does seem to be going first, so there goes your Secret Box, and you discard 3 cards from your hand, and you grab yourself an item, and a tool, and a stadium, and a supporter. Oh, if you're dropping a Buddy Puffin with a Secret Box, that tells you how good your hand is.
And it might be a bit of a sign that your hand might be too good. You'd Secret Box, discard a supporter. All right, you get one. You discard a Buddy Puffin. Well, we're just going to go ahead and get another one. For simply here, we're looking at Lily, Buddy Puffin, everything we need to be setting up this game for Victor's side. Going ahead and taking a little bit of a prize check here. Supporter-wise, could also be getting something like Arven again, although Buddy Puffin, Lily, look at Team Evolution for next turn as well.
Oh, yeah.
So we're getting everything that we wish for. And if you're getting Team Evolution off the Secret Box, might as well just go ahead and roll with a Lily, where you're pretty likely to draw an energy off it as well.
You absolutely are. Artisan, obviously the stadium of choice, because that's going to go and get you a basic. And essentially here, you're just set up. You get 3 basics between your Artisan and your Buddy Puffin. And then next turn, you've got TM Evolution ready to go. And you've got Lily ready to go and get yourself 8 cards. And you've basically guaranteed that you're going to have a fast start. Yes, there are Iono in Nina's hand that she could play to try and disrupt Victor. But that is not really what you want to do. You want to be playing something like Lily or Professor's Research to get more cards. So yeah, here we see the energy going on to that active Klefki, just basically leaving it there for next turn. Klefki, for what it's worth, does say basic Pokemon in play have no abilities. It's not really relevant for either player, so it's there, but it's not really doing anything in this matchup.
Is there mostly with these Psyducks that have been running around all the place with these Absol decks? Although with Nina, the only thing it blocks is Monkeydory. But Klefki is going to take damage from Frostlass. It's going to end up being quite a mood point here, not being super efficient.
In a couple of turns, maybe it would be relevant. Right now, no.
No. And if you want to stick a Klefki in the active and pass it over to Nina, it's not quite good either because it soaks damage from Frostlass, as well as Nina could potentially be using something like Counter Catch to get around it. Yes, you can joust off something like this Air Balloon here, but unless it's extreme circumstances, Ross, I don't think we'll be seeing that.
Nope. I think right here, it's just kind of, it's going to be there to use TM Evolution next turn. Now, good news is there's an Air Balloon on the active Impidimp. That frees up to get an energy attachment turn 1 on that Monkeydory because, you know, spoiler alert, that Klefki is not staying in the active for very long here. So we're searching with a Nestball to go and get another basic. Looks like Nina is eyeing up a second Monkeydory here. So go and pop that on the bench and then get rolling with that.
Yeah, more Monkeydory, more goodness off that, more adrenaline rating is fantastic. We do see Nina setting up the same way as game 1, which leads me to think may be afraid of the same things happening again because it looks like a mirrored setup from game 1 if we're putting them side by side. Although with this Buddy, it is going to be more difficult. And what I really like from Victor here is actually keeping back that Artisan in hand to make sure that Nina doesn't have more ease of setting up herself.
I really like that. It's a heads-up play. I'm also noticing here Right now, we are getting that Badoo coming straight back into the active. We mentioned this in game one, but it bears repeating. If it wasn't for the Badoo, then Victor could go Rare Candy, Pidgeot, Quick Search, yay! That is not something you want to give your opponent access to, so you had to go Badoo. We see a Charmander hitting the bench. We see TM Evolution. Now it's time to get Artisan, because we're going to play Lily's Determination. And it's quite nice. You're not using Artisan now. Play Lily's Determination, see the 8 cards, and then decide which basic you want to get off of Artisan.
And if you're a Charizard player, what Victor is doing here is what you need to be looking at. This is exactly how you want to be starting your game. As soon as you can, TM Evolution, get your stage 1s into play. You don't really care about Ichipon here. And if you can draw something just like one Duskull off this, you can Artisan for a second, double Charmeleon, don't even need Evolution on that. So when you're going to use Artisan, you can get Duskull. You can just go, well, I'll TM Evolution my Pidgey and my Duskull. So you have more ease of getting everything you want. You can even go, no, Team Evolution Star never works. So yeah, disregard that.
And this just backs up not using Artisan. You play it, and then you Lily. Because right now, you look at your hand, you look at the board, and you really want a Duskull. Brilliant. Search it with the Artisan. Had you gone and searched out another Charmander or whatever, then you potentially miss that opportunity. So we've already got a Charmeleon evolved. TM Evolution is going to get a Dusclops. It's going to get a Pidgeotto. And essentially, Victor here has 3 different Stage 2 lines, all of which are ready to just evolve manually next turn into the Stage 2s.
You know what? Spoiler alert here for you, Ross. I saw Pidgeot in that hand of Victor's as well. Is going to be able to use Quick Search to get whatever they like next turn.
Well, we see treble Monkeydory from Nina, setting up, hopefully, that Frostlass as well. Spikemuth comes down. That is going to go and search for a Morgrem. Now, there is one Rare Candy in Nina's deck. She's only playing the 1, but that does give that possibility for burst potential. The problem is she's kind of setting herself up like in game 1. There's only one Impidimp on the board, or Morgrem as it is now, which means Victor has the possibility next turn of potentially KOing it, and you wouldn't even need any kind of gusting. You could just use Dusknoir if it evolves up, which you can get with a Pidgeot. We've already talked about that, and that means that Nina will again have no big attacker.
And here we're going out to Victor's side. Drawing Mesa goes off a turn. Doesn't even need to play that. Goes into Charmeleon. Pidgeot in hand as well. Get into play. There's even a Charizard. You can even save this Dusclops by going Quick Search for Boss's Orders onto that Morgrem and then setting the pace for the entirety of the game. Victor's getting such a great head start in this game too.
And what I love about this is now Nina can only play 1 Impidimp per turn. So you can essentially Gust and KO it this turn. And then if Nina benches 1, you can, if you've got it, Gust it. If you don't, Dusknoir it, and essentially just play Keep Away. Nina plays 1 every turn, you KO it every turn, and Nina's playing this whole game with just Frostlass, Monkeydory, and no TM Devolution. This is a phenomenal start from Victor. We're going to see the Quick Search, and that is, well, I mean, we're going to get some Gusting here. That could be a fun thing to do.
We are. Boss going to the top of the deck there, Ross, and yeah, undoubtedly, Morgrem is going to go down if that boss is being played, which, no doubt.
Oh, yeah, that Morgrem is done.
That's going to be that Morgrem going away from the board.
Yeah, sorry, Morgrem. This is not going to end well for you. Manual retreat of the Klefki, popping a Charizard into the active, Boss's Orders onto the Morgrem, and then you're only doing 180. Nobody cares. That is easily enough to get a KO on the Morgrem. And now what you're doing beautifully is essentially leaving Nina with 1 spare bench spot every single turn, and that is a very difficult way to play the game indeed. So what has she got here, Jesper?
If I have to be truthful, Ross, not a lot here. When you're thinking about a position where there's a Dusclops on the field, you're stretching for 1 Impidimp. You can't get more bench spaces like you can with decks that play Area 0, and it just gets more and more difficult from this way out. Victor has not priced any Dusknoir, which means that even if you want to play Lily for a turn, that's always an option to be able to take out. But there's not even a singular Frostlass in play yet. You haven't been able to put any damage counters onto Victor's board other than the Ichipon.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the only real downside I'm seeing with Victor here is that Counter Catcher isn't going to be live because you're rushing too far ahead in prizes. That is the worst thing I can say about Victor's setup right now.
That isn't too bad. As long as you're ahead, right, Ross, you're getting closer and closer to the victory. Do you see 2 Boss's Orders in that list, although that second Boss's Orders is still in the prize cards. So if we want to be hunting down that Impidimp, would need to be Dusknoir, unless there comes a situation where Victor uses Dusclops on the active Budew and Nina promotes the Impidimp, but I doubt that will happen.
I don't think that is going to happen, unfortunately. But, you know, there's only 2 bosses orders in the list, so you haven't got Gusting for ages. There's a couple counter catches that, like we said, aren't probably going to be very relevant, but it doesn't really matter. You can use Dust Noir or you can use Gusting. The name of the game here, now we see Lily's Determination being played, so you've either got to let that Impidimp sit, or you've got to KO it with the Dust Noir when it comes out in a moment. Of course, there is a fun thing you can do. Just take out the Budew, let Nina evolve into a Morgrem, and then KO it. But you would get punished by a rare candy.
Yes, we will be kind of punished by that one rare candy. And Victor can kind of make this calculated decision of, all right, I know Nina only plays one singular rare candy. What if I just knock out the Budew and see what happens, right? If Nina goes Marnie's Grimmsnarl, we can still go Dusknoir plus Charizard for the knockout.
We've had a head on that Mesagosa. What are we searching for? It is Dust Noir. We were wondering whether this was going to be the play. Seems like Dust Noir to take out the bench Impidimp. I mean, I would trade that in a heartbeat. You don't really get ahead in the prize race. You're trading one prize for one, but you're giving up a tech Pokemon you don't need and taking out your opponent's only route to a viable attacker. Oh, that's a trade I'd make every day of the week there, Jesper.
Oh, that is a good deal, Ross. Indeed it is. And you're looking at Victor's setup here. Has everything we need. Taking 2 prizes already. Going down to 3 prizes left. Nina's going to be benching an Impidimp. Then Victor's going to go down to at least 2 prizes. And then from there on out, it's going to get easy and easier for Victor when Nina gets to take prize cards, other than donated prize cards from Dusknoir. Benching that extra Duskull. And next turn, Nina's not going to be able to take out that Duskull, which opens the line for Super Raw, Dusknoir, plus Red Candy again to be taken out a potential Impidimp or that Frostlass if it becomes online from the Snow Run.
And there's so much going right for Victor in this game. You've not had to really use Rare Candy very much here, so you've got some of them available. You just hit heads off Mesagosa to go and get your Dusknoir, so you didn't need to use Quick Search for that. That gave you an extra Quick Search for something else. Nina right now is using Pokepad. She's going to go and grab her Frostlass, but it's worth noting, while Victor's had this redonkulous start to the game, Nina's not even been able to evolve up into a Frostlass yet. She's done very, very little here.
And I need to be stressing here, Ross, there's no TM devolution in the deck. So even a convoluted way of saying, well, maybe we can do that. Well, we do see, we have to remember there's 2 Impidimps in the prize card, so it actually needs to be like Night Stretcher to get it back, going for a bit more of a Frostlass board, but still need to stretch. There's no team devolution, which means that when you have Frostlass, yes, it's great, but we're not going to be able to Frostlass 330 damage onto Charizard. We're not going to be able to Frostlass 280 onto this Pidgeot before Victor has taken the remaining prize cards.
I'm getting deja vu here, unfortunately, because we've once again got a single Marnie's Impidimp hitting the bench here for Nina. Now, the good news is it becomes more difficult. There's only 1 boss's orders left, and actually that's prized. One's been played, one's been prized, so boss's orders isn't available here. So it would have to be, yeah, we're gusting up. We're using Counter Catcher to bring the Duskull into the active, playing an Iono. Actually, the only way to get that Impidimp this turn is Rare Candy Dusknoir.
But that's not going to happen if Ichipon comes live.
That's what I was going to follow up with.
Which was what I'm thinking the Monkeydory is going to go into.
I think that could be, and this would be a way to guarantee that Impidimp survives for a turn. The problem is, if it turns into a Morgrem, you can still Dusknoir it the following turn. So I'd be looking for a Dusclops this turn, if nothing else.
Yeah, but we can't even get the Dusclops back. Like, it's still hard to get the Dusclops, although it's not prized. So with the Mesagosa, flips heads, all right, but we do, yeah, Quick Search is there. Cannot still remember if that Dusknoir, that was Rare Candy, right?
I can't remember if it was Rare Candied or not. We're 2 games in here. I'm just hoping Victor just moves his discard pile a little bit so we can see. But regardless, it's going to be more difficult. The thing is, when you're up a couple of prizes and you've got a much better setup, you feel a bit better. Here comes the Itchy Pollen. Victor still sitting pretty.
Has a Jet Energy in hand, so that Duskull is gonna move regardless. First amount of Freezing Shot here in this game too. Maybe a tad too late, Ross. I do remember though, this Dusknoir was TM Evo'd into Dusclops, so it means that we cannot access any Dusclops this turn, although that's not going to be the issue. We can get to see the Jet Energy potentially. Gonna try the Mesagosa, see if we get a heads, and could be able to thin out this deck even further.
It's a heads.
Not even needed it.
No, the only real thing to go for here is either a Charizard to evolve now, or yeah, we haven't even Dusknoir back into the deck. So it really has to be a Charizard.
And an awesome play we can make here is say, evolve into Charizard, Infernal Rain, put one on Duskull, one on the Charizard. So that's fully loaded, and we can get to retreat to Duskull. Not even need to use that Jet Energy yet. Needing that potentially later if Counter Catcher tries to stall the game even further.
We've seen one Counter Catcher, Nina does play two, so yeah, there is still another one we need to be taking account of later on in the game. So that would be a fun play with Infernal Rain. And if you're Victor, this Itchy Pollen isn't really worrying you too much. Now, we do see the Charizard, that is confirmation. Are we going to see the evolution and the energy? You're far enough ahead here that the Itchy Pollen doesn't feel that bad, and you're still taking a prize every turn. Now, he's thinking about it. Here comes a Charizard. Infernal Rain is announced. You don't have to get any energy here because the deck is private information. However, we are looking at 2 energy, and I think you might be right here, Jesper. We're going to get 1 onto Charizard, who's already got 1. It only needs 1 to attack. And then, in theory, 1 onto the Duskull. You absolutely nailed it, Jesper. Now we can retreat that Duskull into a Charizard and take prize number 4.
And prize number 4, meaning 2 prizes left for Victor to get themselves into top 8. Nina has to do something right now to be able to do it. Although this Marty's Impidum staying on the board, meaning there's an opening for Rare Candy. Even though it's an opening for Rare Candy, being able to go and say, well, we can attack with Marnie's Grimmsnarl, put 30 on Duskull, and then use our Monkeydories to take out the Duskull. So Duskull is very likely going to go down next turn, so we don't see an accelerated Dusknoir being able to take out the Marnie's Grimmsnarl, although it will be the only Marnie's Grimmsnarl in play. And then you can just hit it twice with Charizard for the last 2 prizes. So there is a really good way for Victor to win.
Yeah, absolutely. When you're down to 2 prize cards remaining and you're properly up and rolling in the game, you don't really need to worry very much at all about getting, well, about getting rid of it. Like, you can just 2-hit KO it. Because that Duskull, we know it's not really going to last very long. What's going to happen is that treble Monkeydory is going to be able to take it out next turn and take away that plan. But your 2 prize cards remaining, your opponent's only taken 5. Just 2-hit KO the Grimmsnarl. You will be fine. So,
and speaking of 2-hit KO on the Grimmsnarl, just pull that boss's orders from prizes. So even if Nina goes Grimmsnarl this turn, hits, takes a hit on the Grimmsnarl, retreats it, Bitch is going to be like, okay, I got my boss order finally.
And that, now all of this is assuming Nina hits her single Rare Candy and Marnie's Grimmsnarl. Now, the good news is Marnie's Grimmsnarl is in the deck. There's 2 in the deck, none in the prizes. But, oh, and actually, did I see that lone Rare Candy already in hand? Here comes Mesagosa, big flip. It is a heads here. And yes, the lone Rare Candy is in hand. So there's no question of if there will be a Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We can see it coming. But is Victor far enough ahead that he can just double attack to KO?
I mean, Ross, I would reckon so, right? It's going to be difficult. You can get to take 1 prize on Duskull on the bench. You get to take 2 prize on Charizard with 2 attacks. But with the way that the game's drawn up right now, it doesn't look like you can take the full 5. You can get to take 3 pretty easily. Or maybe even 4 with double attack and then Klefki, but your Grimmsnarl would end up being knocked out on the way back. So actually needing something like double Frost Ice to push more damage, although it's still difficult when you don't even have all 3 Monkey energied up.
That is the problem. Only 1 Monkey does have the energy right now, so you can get a second energy on the Monkey. There is a chance here. I don't know if we can even KO the Duskull right now. Here comes Spike Muff, so that's going to search out the Marnie's Grimmsnarl nice and easily. But the problem is you can only get that Duskull up to 5, which does open the door for Rare Candy Dusknoir shenanigans and a potential for Victor to end the game next turn with that last boss's orders, which has been liberated from the prizes, and a Dusknoir onto the bench. Could be game next turn for Victor. Regardless, strong position. We're not going into Marnie's Grimmsnarl. We're going into Morgrim here. Did I miss C? I thought that was a Rare Candy in hand.
I thought that was, but we have to be looking at the deck and also be looking at the options of actually getting into Grimmsnarl with the discard pile as well, right? But I would imagine here, Ross, if we don't go Marnie's Grimmsnarl this turn,
we can't now. We've already evolved up into Morgrim.
Exactly. Now it's just going to be too difficult for Nina to try and stall this game out. It has to be using gusting effects like Counter Catcher or alike to push out something else and hope that it's not going to work. But with there being pitch outs quick search, it's going to be so easy to get these resources. And there was Marnie's Grimstone on hand, but I think your eye may have spied wrong, Ross, in terms of that lone rare candy. It doesn't look like a rare candy. It's I think it's a Professor's Research and a Lily in the hand.
And maybe I saw Snow Run, and I don't know. Something looked like it. No, I must have misseen. My apologies on that one. I thought there was a candy in hand. Turns out Nina did not have access to it. It's just a pass. Damage is going to tick up from the Frostlass, but this does actually open the door. It's a little bit of a combo, but if you can rare candy, if you can Super Rod the Dusknoir back, and then rare candy, Dusknoir, and you don't even need gusting. You just need rare candy Dusknoir after a Super Rod, and that will be the game.
There's an Ultra Ball in the hand here, but we need two pieces. We need Super Rod, candy, and a way to search back the Dusknoir when we've gotten that back into the deck. Is going to be able to grab that Super Rod off the deck. Need to spy a bit more. There's an Arven in hand, Ross, so we may even be seeing the game ending this turn. Super Rod for Dusknoir, Arven for candy, being able to use Dusknoir on any bench Pokemon, and then using Burning Darkness on deactive to take these last two prizes. Victor is teeing up for this right now.
This is what I said. With no Marnie's Grimmsnarl there in the active, even with Marnie's Grimmsnarl in the active, this would have been a play. But with no Marnie's Grimmsnarl, you don't even need gusting anymore. It is literally just going to be search out and then rare candy. Here comes the Ultra Ball. And of course, I don't think we've used Quick Search yet. So we can just go and use Quick Search to get the rare candy. Have we used Quick Search? We've used Quick Search. Never mind. So we're getting rid of the Arven here. Are we going to have a way towards rare candy? We don't, just to be clear, we don't need it. Now, is there anything? Can Dusclops KO anything?
Ross, there was rare candy in the deck. Could have used Arven for rare candy. Just going to go with the boss here.
I don't mind this at all. Essentially, you're saying, look, I don't need to win this turn. I'm going to win next turn. But you still don't have an attacker. There's been no Grimmsnarl this entire game so far. So it really does feel like all Victor needs to do is just go to next turn and either announce an attack or use Dusknoir. Either will do fine. And Nina is just looking here. She's picking up her dice. It looks like we are picking everything up. Victor Anderson is going to take this 2-0 and move on to the top 8 of the Seville Special Championships.
Could have done it a turn early. It doesn't matter. Nina does not have any response to Victor's incredible offense here. And yeah, we're looking at a game where Nina was just stumbling both games all the way through, especially in that game too.
Victor did such a phenomenal job of just cutting that line off for Marnie's Grimmsnarl, taking out, especially in that game too, where Nina was essentially forced to only have one at a time, and just Victor constantly able to get rid of them. Let's take our way back through all 3 games here then. In game number 1, we see Charizard coming out and starting the prize race. We see all of these stage 2 starting to come up. We've got a Dusknoir, we've got a Pidgeot, and we saw this beautiful turn where Dusknoir goes and KOs the benched Morgrim. Then we use a Dusclops onto the active Marnie's Grimmsnarl, meaning that Charizard was perfectly in range to go and get that KO, completely cutting off any hope of Nina getting a sustained assault with that Marnie's Grimmsnarl, and that was all it took to finish off game 1.
Going over to game 2, Victor starting awesomely. Starting Klefki, bit awkward, but getting double Charmeleon hand, Evolution, evolving all these stage 1 Pokemon to play, Pidgeot getting into play, and after this Pidgeot got into play, it just became so hard for Nina to establish a board presence. Retreat into Charizard, thinking, can be knocking out Badoo? No. Boss's Sword is the only Morgrim in play, and this was where the game turned immediately.
Absolutely, it did. You start taking out, and then Nina is forced to just have 1 per turn. Now we see Dusknoir taking out that lone Impidimp on the bench, and Victor is feeling very good. We KO the active Badoo to get down to 3 prize cards. We then just can Infernal Rain. We manually retreat the Duskull, and then we KO another Badoo. We're down to 2 prize cards remaining. Nina unable to hit the rare candy. There's no Marnie's Grimmsnarl, so Victor uses Boss's Orders, KOs that lone Marnie's Morgrim, and with 1 turn to guarantee the win, Nina goes, nope, you know what, I'm not winning this. Have fun in top 8. And Victor sets up a date with Ethan Wild in the top 8. Charizard is going to have a tough time against that festival lead, but you're in top 8. You've got the prizing for top 8. Those 3 booster boxes are secured, and a whole heap of championship points.
And a whole heap of championship points is what our players looking for. Regardless if you're having a very difficult matchup in that top 8, you may be looking at it like, You have to maximize your efforts. You have to maximize what you can get out of the tournament. And, you know, we've seen surprises before in what we called bad matchups per se. So it is very, very possible for Victor even to take it. We saw the immense power of Dusknoirs being able to go in there and be able to swing these matchups, potentially something like Briar late in the game. We cannot count Charizard out because it's been such an incredible Pokemon. And this may be the last time we see Charizard on our streams for this time.
Indeed, indeed. I remember I was lucky enough to go to Creatures before Worlds in 23, and I got to have a chat with, the group of us had a chat with the director of the Pokemon trading card game. And now the Charizard set, their equivalent, Infernal Rain, that was the new set in Japan at the time. And I asked the game director, I said, how important is it? Because they only have one booster pack artwork in Japan. I asked, how important is it for you that the Pokemon on the front of the pack is powerful, is really good in the game? And he basically talked for nearly 5 minutes about how good he thinks Charizard EX is and how big an impact he thought it was going to have on the competitive metagame. And I gotta say, and you think he'd know a lot about the game being a director, but still nailed it. Ever since Charizard came out, has just been one of the absolute best Pokemon cards in the entire game, right from when we got it in Obsidian Flames all the way up to his last tournament now. It's never not at least been good, if not great.
And one who's going to be agreeing with both the director as well as you and me is going to be a winner from this asymmetrical Top Cut match. Take it away, Victandazon.
Thank you very much, guys. It's a pleasure to be here with our asymmetrical Top Cut winner, Victor. Congratulations. How are you feeling after that match?
It feels really incredible. This is my first ASIM and Top Cut. So it's such a big moment to be able to participate in this. I started the event, I went 4-2-1. And I won 6 games in a row to make it to ASIM. So that was a really fun experience.
Yeah, you got to be feeling fantastic right now. I mean, going 6-0 for phase, or potentially at that point, and then into phase 2 is an incredible achievement. And then, of course, you've just won our feature match as well. Talk me through that matchup a little bit. Charizard versus Grimmsnarl. How were you feeling heading into that?
This time I was feeling more comfortable into it than I've been to other tournaments, because me and my friends, me and 2 other guys are same 16, Alexi and Tommy, who's also in ASIM.
Yeah.
We're same 16 and we play 1 Mist Energy in Charizard. So many Grimlists play Devolution, and Devolution is the primary win con for them in the matchup, because if you have Mist, you can miss your Pidgeot and you can set up board and try to heal and make sure that you don't lose Devo. And if you don't lose Devo, you just have more stuff to do with that.
Yeah. Absolutely. You keep applying pressure, right? Because you can keep your quick search online.
Yeah.
Really good insight to, I guess it's a matchup you would have maybe tested into coming into this tournament, right? Because you knew Grimmsnarl picked up a couple of good pieces, but Charizard Pidgeot, you've been playing it for a little bit now, because I think you've had a little bit of success with it so far, right?
I've played the entire season.
Yeah?
Every regional I've been to.
Yeah, and I think it was like you've had a couple of phase 2s already before,
I've
right?
made D2 2 times before the season. Top 64 in Birmingham and top 256 in Sweden.
So slow improvements from tournament to tournament.
I got my first D2 end of last season, so.
Ah, okay.
It feels really good to be here.
No, amazing. So just so we know, and for everyone else at home watching, how long have you been playing the Pokemon trading card game?
I've been playing Pokemon now for 6 years, roughly, since about when Unbroken Bonds was released.
Oh, okay, wow.
So then I started playing, but then COVID hit. So we had no official events.
Sure.
So I played locals for 3 years. And then when the official play started becoming again, I traveled like 1 regional a season, often Gdansk. And then if we had a regional in Sweden, I played that. But this season, I've been trying to go to all the regionals I've been able to go to. I've registered to everyone, but we missed out on EYC and Lille because of school.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those things that sometimes happens, but at least you've been able to travel to all of these events and actually pilot Charizard to pretty good finishes, right? It feels like the whole sort of Scandinavia region has been very heavily influenced by Charizard in recent times. It's the last chance we get to play it in a European event. How does that feel at the moment?
Yeah, I was feeling, before this event, like 1 week ago, I asked Arni if I should play Dragapult instead, because Sword did not feel good in this meta at all, with how much Grimmsnarl and Dragapult it is. But I just decided to stick with the Charizard by adding a Mist Energy, because it's the deck that I know the best. And so the only matchup that is like really unplayable for you if the opponent draws well is Dragapult. But I faced double Dragapult in the event, and I won against both of them because they whiffed stuff. So if they whiff stuff, you can win in the end game, and it feels like the only real bad matchup they have. You can win if they don't draw really well.
Yeah.
And I just started playing it because I can play every 50-50 matchup really good.
Yeah, so it sounds like you're quite happy to go into most matchups. Do you know what you're going to be facing in the next round?
I have no idea. I was just excited to be an ASIM.
Absolutely. So you make it into top 8 now. If I'm not mistaken, you might be facing Festival Lead with Ethan. Have you had any consideration with that matchup at all? I guess it's pretty tough on paper because of the grass types into the Charizard, but you have sneaky things like the Dusknoir that can really pop off at any time.
Yeah, it's like I've faced it before. They need to whiff stuff.
Of course.
You need to be the more consistent deck and just try to slow them down as much as possible. But if they manage to draw their combo pieces, there's not really much you can do.
Yeah.
Because if they draw everything they need, you lose. You have to make sure Iono make sure they whiff on something.
Yeah.
And then take like 4 price turn with Dusknoir Wires.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess it's an opportunity. I'm pretty sure you're quite confident in your play with Charizard, with being very experienced in it now. I know we've kind of kept you away and you've had a chance to not yet decompress away from your asymmetric top card. So I want you to go just take a break, get ready for your top 8. I just want to say thank you very much and congratulations again and good luck for your next rounds. Hopefully you guys got a little bit of insight from the Charizard player that we have here, being able to take it all the way. I know, Ross, it was your pick for your caster predictions. I think maybe you're feeling pretty good about yourself, so back over to you.
I mean, I'm on the live stream for the Pokemon Special Championships. I'm always feeling good about myself, Alex. And look, I love that Charizard is in top 8. I am worried about its matchup against Ethan's Festival Lead in the next round. But yeah, I'm pretty much always feeling good about myself. How about you, Jesper? How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. And tack så mycket, Victor and Alex, for that fantastic interview. You're listening into our last remaining star player here in the top cut. And yeah, fantastic thing we got to watch, fantastic interview they gave us afterwards, and fantastic play that we got to see from both sides. Yes, Nina stumbling a bit, but Victor with the full game plan going to fruition.
You can't win every game, but won quite a bit. Now, I think we got a minute here for you to take us through a particularly enticing play from our previous game.
And it was a whole sequence of play, actually, I was looking at, Ross, and we got that clip together for all of you. One thing I really did like, we were talking about this massively in-game. We're seeing this board here, Rare Candy into Dusknoir, sorry. And we were looking at, all right, we can go Dusknoir, take out that Morcrum, right? And then we're looking at, wait, how are we actually going to be able to take it out? When we were looking at the prize card as well, we're looking at 5 prizes left for Nina. It's just saying, activating that Dusknoir, getting the knockout, and then forcing Nina down to 240. But we're using a Dusclops, puts 50 on the active. So we go Dusknoir here for knockout first, pushes another prize to Victor with that knockout on the Barney's Morcrum, and then Victor playing a bit through here. On the second clip we're going to be seeing in a second, it's going to be that Dusclops, and ending up in a fantastically awesome turn where you get to take the entire offense of Nina's setup off the board. Looking here, after a bit of supporter play, Ultra Ball play, we get to see this Dusclops being in play right here. And yes, Nina down to 4 prizes, getting it down to 3, meaning Charizard's doing 270 plus the 50, 320. How much HP does Grimmsnarl have?
It's only got 320, I'm afraid, Jesper.
No, you're not afraid. If we're talking from Victor's perspective, we're not afraid at all. We're mightily astounded by that.
That works, man.
Because then we're looking at 50 damage goes on to Grimmsnarl, and then we're playing with a game where you're going to be able to essentially one-hit knockout a massive Grimmsnarl. Dusclops to the active, and by that, when we're looking at this Grimmsnarl here, if we're taking away the Grimmsnarl from the entire board, let's pretend that it's not there, then we're looking at a situation where, yeah, there's no attackers left on the board, and from that moment on, we were looking as, yeah, Nina's game would essentially be over. We get to see the final piece of the turn here, attachment, double Charizard setup, and then, yeah, when you've knocked out the Grimmsnarl, and we're looking at it, and we do this again with removing this Grimmsnarl from play, right? Just expect that it's not there anymore. Triple Monkeydory and Frostlass, that is not going to be able to take out 1, 2 Charizard and a Pidgeot. So awesome play here from Victor. Really heads up in terms of all the maths. We may be thinking about Ethan, who is, you know, really good at maths with that Festival League deck. Victor, it seems like you have to have a degree when it comes to Dusknoir math as well.
It does get quite complicated. Well, thank you for taking us through that. And look, we've been taking you through this lovely special championship all weekend, but maybe you want a little bit more information. Maybe there's a few things about the stream you need to know. Maybe you've got some questions. Well, don't worry. We might have some answers for you.
Whether you're a long-time fan or just getting started, there's never been a better time to jump into the Pokémon trading card game. With thousands of cards, endless deck possibilities, and an evolving competitive meta, there's always something new to experience. If you're new, following the action is easier than ever. Here's what you need to know. Each game starts with a coin flip to decide who plays first. Both players shuffle their decks, draw 7 cards, and must begin with at least one basic Pokémon. If not, they reshuffle and draw again until they find one. Each player also sets aside 6 prize cards, which are drawn when knocking out an opponent's Pokémon. The active spot is where battles happen. A Pokémon stays there until it retreats, gets switched out, or is knocked out. Damage is tracked using dice, usually in multiples of 10. Special conditions, such as poisoned, burned, or asleep, can be lingering effects that last longer than a single turn. On the bench, Pokémon can't attack, but they're still in play. There are 4 kinds of trainer cards: Item, Supporter, Stadium, and Pokémon Tool. Each one brings unique effects to the game, adding new twists and strategies to every match. To win, a player must draw all 6 prize cards by knocking out opposing Pokémon, but that's not the only way to win. With so many strategies and surprises, anything can happen in the Pokémon TCG. If you're ever unsure, just listen to our expert casters. They'll break it all down.
Cards, no ancient card yet. There's 2. The pair will be discarded now.
Here we go. This is the comeback, taking 4 prize cards in one turn.
Just going to conclude that Earthen
Plus, our on-screen graphics are there to help you follow the action every step of the way. Stick around and dive deeper into the world of Pokémon TCG.
Welcome back, everyone. And if you did go away, make sure you don't anymore, because all of these games are coming thick and fast now. My name is Alex Dow. I'm here joined by the wonderful Amy Wosley. How are you feeling?
Very good, very excited for the matches to come. Let's take a quick look at that bracket, because we've already got some players down at the table, but let's see how this is turning out already. We've got Ted and Caleb on the table for you guys, ready in just a moment in that top 8 bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to finally get the rest of our top 8 here as well. Just one more space to be filled by either Tommy Makula or Daniel Verez, who'll be facing up against Nicholas Daraj, I should say. We have Christian Fontenot on the bottom there, up against Oscar Rivas, and then of course Ethan Wild against our asymmetrical feature match, Victor. It's an interesting way of saying things, but that is the current bracket right now. They're all going to be playing to try and make it into the semi-finals and then into the finals to try and call themselves the Seville Special Championships champion.
Yeah, we've got our top 8 almost shaped up there to the fullness that it can be. We've got the asymmetrical top cut, which I think is a brilliant system that we've now come into, where players get to battle it out to be part of that top 8 if they were on an equal record.
Yeah, and absolutely. As you mentioned, Amy, our players are ready right here, right now. So let's take it straight to the tables to see our top 8 feature match here. It will be Ted Tobin on the left-hand side, who has been, what we mentioned, the sort of top seed for quite a few of our last few rounds now, up against Caleb Barber, who had to go through the gauntlet of the asymmetrical top cuts to find himself here in top 8.
And they certainly made it through. I mentioned earlier how I hinted that this was going to be an interesting matchup, and I think we're going to be able to enjoy that together. Of course, we've seen Ted already today. We've had a lovely interview with him on the floor as well. He, of course, came top 8 in Birmingham Regionals, and now again in this top 8 for our Seville Special Championships.
Yeah, really taking Gardevoir for one last ride, but he'll be up against Caleb Barber, who himself had a great finish in the Birmingham Regional Championships as well, making it through into phase 2. At the same time, unfortunately not as great as Ted's finish, but he's already made it so much better by being in top 8 here at the Seville Special Championships.
Absolutely. Adding to that pile of accolades, both players are going to be adding a top 8 to that here. And now we're going to see who gets to go that little bit further, who gets to stretch in. Will Ted continue this tyranny of Gardevoir, or will Caleb battle through the ranks and continue past what has been a very difficult accomplishment? Anyone managing to take Ted down at this spot is going to be doing phenomenally.
Yeah, we're so interested to see exactly how this matchup pans out. It's a deck we've been keeping an eye out on throughout for the last sort of couple of rounds, checking in if Caleb actually has been able to pull through, and obviously he's here. He's right now in just Ted in front of him, but it is going to be one of those very much a toolbox decks with, I guess it's the Terra toolbox deck, but there's a couple of little treats in there that we're going to have to keep an eye out for. Might not pay too much in this matchup here, but we do get our players now putting their prizes down. The Mega Diancie on the left-hand side alongside one route, the Wellspring Ogerpon, and the Energy Switch there. But here we go. This is our top 8 here in the Seville Special Championships. We're about to kick things off. Both players primed and ready to go. Fist bump, let's get going. Caleb kicking us off with that first draw there.
Oh dear.
That's not normally the start that you'd want, but Pheasantipity has immediately hit the field, and it's a pass.
Oh, that is really not ideal. A Terra Toolbox deck really kind of needs that early terrestrialized Pokemon in play to be able to utilize this Hoot Hoot. We do have the Koraidon in play, so we will have that ever so soon, but we're not choosing not to quite put that down yet, holding it in hand so that it's not threatened. Meanwhile, Ted's turn. Here we go with the flurry that Gardevoir is used to. We're going ahead with the Earthen Vessel, discarding our first Psychic Energy of the game, which is very important, and prize checking we are going in with.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to give a bit of a gist of how this deck runs, Ted is playing just Gardevoir EX as the deck. He does have the one-off Frisch, which he did open with as he continues discarding energies to get those energies primed and ready for Psychic Embrace. That wonderful ability of that Gardevoir EX to energy accelerate from the discard pile and then utilize a flurry of attackers that you partner up with them, alongside also taking some damage because of Psychic Embrace. You have those Monkeydories with the Dark Energies to be able to fling over the fence some of that damage counters you apply onto your board as well, as we do get Energy Attachment and a Technical Sheen Evolution. More Psychic Energies hitting the discard. Professor's Research drawing a fresh new 7 cards.
Are these the 7 we need? Have we seen a Ralts? We've got a Ralts! We're rocking and rolling. This is what Gardevoir needs to begin the game. We want to jump off this platform. We're tempted, yeah, by the Ultra Ball there, possibly to get another Ralts down that we could evolve. Choosing not to, we're going to go with the Oceanic Gloom because we do have that Curlier in hand. No items for Caleb this turn, but it doesn't look like we have many in hand.
Yeah, Energy Attachment to the Hoot Hoot right now. Stadium played and does have a supporter for the turn, of course. Could not play it on their first turn of the game. But if you're Ted, you're going to be thinking, well, that's not a Wellspring Ogerpon EX in the active spot with an Energy Attachment. I'm not going to be sort of torrential pumped anytime soon as a Boss's Orders flicks out. But again, this deck is really built for those types of turns. It is really much a weakness type box deck, Amy, if you want to give us a little bit of information about that.
Yeah, so the way that he's kind of built this deck is to have a flurry of Pokemon that deal with different threats. And so you've got flexibility into your matchups. Looking at the different types in the deck, we've got grass, water, we've got fighting, we've got lightning, so many different attackers that could be utilized in so many different ways.
Oh, Amy, we're using some triple stab action, I believe, with the Hoot Hoot. He is rolling for the attack right now. Who's got the Energy Attachment? Has not been able to play any other cards.
That's 2. Can we get a 3rd? Oh,
2 out of 3 there.
It's not bad. It's not
Flip
bad.
3 coins. This attack does 10 damage for each heads. This is not the ideal start for your first top 8 match here in the Masters division. Ted here is going to be feeling pretty good about himself. Does get the Curlier evolved up immediately and can continue just kind of slowing the game down. I think we didn't go for the Technical Machine evolution because actually he might have hit both Curlier in that hand a moment ago.
Oh, that would make a lot of sense from the body language. I was like, oh, something's wrong.
Yeah, exactly that. I was thinking maybe he was going to go for another route, so I thought there was only one, but yeah, it was just this decision, so he could just Oceanic Gloom for the moment. As we do get another Earthen Vessel and then an Ultra Ball, another energy. I mean, we're already racking them up in the discard pile. There's probably 5 or 6 in there already. And we're really sort of just burning through the deck, really getting set up and not having to worry too much because Caleb's not offering too much at the moment.
No, and I think that's what Caleb's trying to do is just keep this to the minimum right now, probably allowing the Hoot to be knocked out so we can Pheasantipity flip the script and then kind of push off from that platform, being able to then go into our Terra Pokemon and get some attacks off. Obviously, an early game Wellspring Ogerpon would be great into Gardevoir, but failing that, not in a great position, unfortunately, right now.
Yeah, so another attack there from the Frillish, putting Hoot down to 30 HP now. And now it's still item locked. So the way I've always described this Frillish is just a Bravery Charmed and Vitality Bands Badoo. Does require the Psychic Energy, but it is applying a little bit more pressure, and so of course does combo very well with the Psychic Energies. Often you find and playing with when you are playing a Gardevoir deck. We do see Pikachu EX hit the field. That is one of the Terra Pokemon you can get into play, and it instantly gets the Crispin down onto it to power it up from an energy attachment to the Pokemon, and obviously one goes to hand as well. It only works when you are able to find 2 of 2 different types of energies, of course. But that works perfectly with a lot of the Terra-type Pokemon that does require. He's triple stabbing again, Amy.
Let's go. We can do this. 1. Say it with me, Alex.
Here we go. 2.
No. Gotta wait for it to roll, you silly. Oh, just the 1.
I was counting the die rolls.
No, matter. We were counting the heads.
Yeah, well, I was... Yeah, okay, fine. It's unfortunate. It's just a 10 damage, so it's giving more damage counters for Ted to be playing around with, which I'm not too sure is usually too ideal. Second Curlier also coming down now, and Iono to boot. So we're going to just, well, keep going. At the moment, we weren't able to Ultra Ball for that Gardevoir for the time being. We chose the routes on the previous turn. But at the moment, there's not too much of a threat going on to your side of the board. So you're quite happy with that, and you find a Gardevoir EX anyway.
Yeah, so now we're able to start our barrage of attacks. We've got plenty of energy in the discard pile to do so. Do we start to go aggressive here? Is it too risky? We ideally want something like a Screamtail to kind of do some damage on the bench to Pheasantipity or Pikachu due to that Resolute Heart ability. Going straight onto the Gardevoir. They're moving some damage with the Monkeydory. Of course, that's another way to get around Pikachu's ability. We knock out the Hoot mid-turn. Caleb has to promote. And
this is a scary point. Pheasantipity right now, if that gets promoted, it only has 190 HP remaining. So that's easy for the Gardevoir EX. But you also then can't go into the Pikachu because then it just gets item locked for just 10 damage. So this is where we get the retreat off. Gardevoir's coming forward with that further 1 more Psychic Embrace to be able to use Miracle Force and now be another knockout here. Does kind of leave the Gardevoir susceptible to a Pikachu EX, potentially, but I think maybe this is worth it to take advantage of this position.
Absolutely, and there we go. Miracle Force forcing the matter, and down to 3 prize cards for Ted. Caleb now needs to make a chunky comeback. We're considering the Sparkling Crystal for the last energy cost. Also, we discard fewer energy this way when discarding because of the effect of Pikachu's attack, which is great. Then it allows us to use Crispin again to reload the Pikachu if it manages to hang on in there this turn. Although that's tough with a Monkeydory on the bench.
Yeah, as we do get the Poképad now for the Hoot, we do need to get some of those support Pokemon going right now. We have another Ultra Ball in hand. Now we can play our item cards. Those Fan Rotom that just got discarded, we kind of wish we saw that on the first turns. We do also see, I think that's the Wellspring, isn't it? We see the lovely blue hue of it. Now, we're just kind of trying to set up. We will be taking 2 prizes here. Pikachu with Topaz Bolt dealing 300 damage, discarding 2 of those energies. Gardevoir goes down. Now it's over to Ted to try and find Gardevoir once again.
Making the good comeback there, Caleb, but now we need another Gardevoir. We don't have loads going on in our hand, I don't believe. Gonna promote the Monkeydory as a slightly safer choice. Managed to top deck a Lilies, which is quite fabulous. Going for the Nest Ball first, of course, take some more basic Pokemon out of that deck. Get them thinner and oh yeah, of course, Pheasantipity's a great choice when a Pokemon has just been knocked out. You can use Flip the Script to draw 3 more cards.
Yeah, we're going to need to try and hit one of those Night Stretchers or potentially one of those other Ultra Balls. Find a Gardevoir, get some damage on the board state so we can actually fling some across over to the Pikachu, because Pikachu has a pretty unique ability in that Resolute Heart, which if this Pokemon has full HP, and would be knocked out by damage from an attack, it is not knocked out and then only has 10 HP remaining. But with Monkeydory being able to essentially say, well, that ability is no more if I could put 10 damage onto it from Adrenabrain, it just kind of renders it a little bit useless. So here comes also the Mega Diancie picked up from the prizes, and it is another Professor's Research. We are digging through here, Amy. What do we find?
I can't quite see.
We have an Ultra Ball.
We've got the Ultra Ball. We can go
massive.
back in. Clefairy, Lily's Clefairy is not it, and neither is Mew. But what we do need, Alex, is
Gardevoir. So here comes Psychic Embrace back live now. Pikachu under threat once again, because now we can start maneuvering around the board, especially when we have those 2 Monkeydories now activated. We can start to really manipulate a lot of the damage. We can even use the Mega Diancie, which is a really annoying card for a lot of Pokemon to deal with at the same time. And here comes the Monkeydory Psychic Embrace to the active. Free retreat into the Scream Tail.
Oh,
and
no.
Now it's just a lovely way to try and target down Caleb's support Pokemon. And that Hoo-Hoo is an easy target. A couple more Adrenabrains to really kind of work around with just for the moment here. But just kind of deliberating the direction we go down. And with this Hoo-Hoo going down, there's not really much else for Caleb to be working with.
Although it might be tempting to go for the Pikachu, the Hoo-Hoo's a really clever play because you're denying your opponent the idea of being able to cherry pick those resources, allowing him to charge up that Pikachu again, presumably with Crispin. So unless it's in hand, it's not happening.
Yeah, and we do see the 2 Adrenabrains and the Roaring Scream now. Hoo-Hoo goes down. And then it's just the 1 damage count on Pikachu. What's the top deck? It's another Hoo-Hoo. Oh, sorry, Noctowl.
No.
Yeah, you're right.
We can't utilize the Noctowl. There's an energy switch. The boss's orders. We're scooping it up. Caleb taking the note that it's not going to be able to come back from this. And Ted clutches game 1.
Yeah, incredible display. Ted was able to set up the board, take advantage of the poor start from Caleb there. And Caleb's just going to have to recollect himself to push himself in a position where maybe he can claw his way back in here. He will have the choice of going first or second in this game, but let's just have a quick recap of that game 1, Amy.
Yeah, absolutely. We started off slow for Ted with just 1 Ralts and some Oceanic Gloom to slow Caleb down. Caleb's ball was looking quite thin for a while. We had to triple stab a few times, doing only tiny, eeky bits of damage to that Frillish. And of course, then the Monkeydory was able to return that damage. Eventually, we managed to get this huge knockout using Gardevoir to knock out Pheasantipity, EX, and of course then leaving a lone Pikachu. Pikachu struck back with lightning and managed to take out the Gardevoir, but it was too little too late as another Gardevoir was able to be rectified by Ted, and of course then took out that Hoot-Hoot. At that point, Caleb's hand was dead as a doorknob, and unfortunately that spelled the end.
Very much so, and now it's back on over to Caleb to just try and bring himself back in. Like I said, recollect himself, try and bring this back to a 1-1 position. Plenty of time on the clock. Remember, in the top cut, we do have additional time available as we get a chance to see the prizes there. There's that Koraidon EX there alongside a Crispin, a few NGs. Fist bump to start off game 2 of our top 8 feature match. Ditto in the active spot is pretty good.
Him. We love Ditto. Transformative start straight away. Checking what's in the deck. This is such a fantastic tool for 2 reasons. We're able to, A, do our deck check before we then play any other cards, so we have the absolute optimum knowledge about what's going to be effective and what's not. And we get to transform Ditto into any basic Pokemon in our deck. Ditto goes to the discard pile, sadly, but he was a great help. Thank you, Ditto.
Yeah, it was a great start. And they don't even need to waste one of your fan roads and fan calls on the Ditto either. Typically, it's comboed with that because it's such an easy way to get any Pokemon you'd like. As you saw, the Wellspring Ogerpon EX in the active spot now. And of course, does have Noctowl in hand with 3 Hoo-Hoos on the board now. You can't take out all of them, Ted. So it's just a pass over. Ted has started a bit of a tankier Pokemon in that Lily's Clefairy EX. So it does mean that potential Torrential Pump might be a little bit harder to get off with a big, massive double KO of 2 smaller Pokemon, for example. Artisan being played by Ted will give Ted an opportunity to try and get one of those rolls down as soon as possible. Does have access to some supporters that are really useful as well. It's actually one of Arven, Iono, and Professor's research, Amy.
Got pick of the litter there,
Yeah.
but I don't know if the Professor's research is necessarily optimum considering the other fantastic supporters in your hand. Of course, Ted's going to go ahead first and grab some energy because maybe then it's a more effective supporter. But in fact, no! To the discard pile with you, sir. And we've got those 2 lovely Psychic Energy to get us started. Now, the only nice thing about Iono in this situation, of course, if we're going to consider that, is that it would take those Noctowl that we know are in Caleb's hand and put them to the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. But getting this energy is also a great way to maybe say, well, with the Arven, maybe I can grab my secret box and use Psychic Energies as that discard fodder to discard. So, because that's where we generally want them anyway. And then maybe just start setting up for future turns. But it is just going to be the Iono being played here, choosing not to maybe guarantee certain items and other cards, especially just kind of going into more of the deck with the Artisan already out and played.
Are we
he
gonna
does
get a
have
Ralts?
Ultra Ball
Nice.
and access to the Artisan. So that's kind of an intriguing situation to be in right now.
I think it's a double rolls. It's got to be a double rolls. Surely it's a double rolls.
I do wonder, I mean, it does play Technical Machine Evolution. That Arven could have been quite fun to have used on that turn, especially in combination with Artisan and maybe any other item card you pick up. But this is the direction we've gone in at the moment. I mean, the general good thing that we kind of would expect from Caleb is that if he is using a Crispin, you can't really gust at the same time because we don't have anything like Prime Catcher. We are playing the Sparkling Crystal version that we saw in Game 1. So maybe Ted's quite happy in this scenario for the moment.
Speaking of Sparkling Crystal, it's in the hand right now. So we could have a Torrential Pump turn even right now. But we're going to go for the Artisan first. That allows us to not only look through the deck, but shuffle, which is really important right now.
I guess I may be wrong. When you do get the tool into hand as well and an energy attachment from hand, a Boss's Orders is possible.
It very much is.
And Torrential Pump is a scary, scary thought. But do we have Boss's Orders available right now? We have Noctowl, right? As an option, no? Maybe we don't.
No, they were put to the bottom of the deck.
Of course, with the Iono.
So we crispin it up, but that is still an avenue right now into this Torrential Pump. And we may save our Ace Spec for later, which would be quite wise here. So yeah, we're going for that. Gonna save that for later and actually just take out one of the Ralts while dealing some damage to this Lily's Clefairy initially.
Yeah, it's definitely one of those things. Routes goes down. Clefairy in the active spot takes 100 damage. The Routes on the bench took 120. And no energy on the board now for Caleb. Does still have 3 Hoo-Hoos waiting in the wings here. It will be a Lily's determination for Ted to try and stem the flow here. Really hold off and keep away that water Pokemon from maybe doing it once again. And could then actually take 3 prizes on the next turn.
And this is the power of this deck. Although Caleb doesn't have a Pokemon that has any particular advantage into Ted's Pokemon when you look at weakness, it has advantage when you look at the early game scenarios you can squeeze Gardevoir into. Ted had to take the double Ralts there because the threat of the Wellspring Ogerpon was too strong. And I'm glad he respected it because that means he's still in this game for now.
Okay, well, we have Secret Box. That means we can go into a Rare Candy. We have Ultra Balls in hand as well. We actually have Ultra Ball and Rare Candy both already available. So it's just kind of deciding what 4 cards we can cherry pick here. All types of trainer cards available, an item, a tool, a stadium, and a supporter card for a future turn. Technical Machine Evolution is going to be the route we're going to take here. Well, very likely, maybe, I guess. It's kind of still scary to leave a damaged Lily's Clefairy in the active spot, but here it is. There's a Technical Machine Evolution, Ultra Ball as a choice. Then it's just Stadium and a supporter. Oh, maybe the Ultra Ball wasn't there. It was actually a Rare Candy and a Counter Catcher. But I guess this is where the direction. Maybe the Technical Machine Evolution could be used as a Ultra Ball fodder.
That's what I was theorizing. I was thinking that actually it might just be that it's not going to be useful right now. So actually what's better is to prevent the effect of that Wellspring Ogerpon quite so ferociously by actually denying your opponent the opportunity of a knockout by making the Gardevoir nice and big, nice and early.
Yeah, you do potentially run the risk of it taking some damage if we can't do anything to deal with this Wellspring Ogerpon EX right now, but it is the Ultra Ball discarding the Counter Catcher and the Technical Machine Evolution, holding on to that value of both the rare candies in hand. Gardevoir now coming into hand. Of course, one will be utilized immediately. Has Iono in hand as well. But at this point, it's just really to protect that routes that were still just kind of remaining on the board. Just kind of double checking what options this Artisan could provide as well. And just double checking the counts, of course, because Lily's Clefairy EX has a pretty unique attack, Amy.
It does indeed. It's one of our Rondo attacks, Full Moon Rondo. It's very much like our Raikous back in the day,
exactly.
and our Suicune, where you do damage based on how many Pokemon are out on both sides of the field.
Yeah, so instead we're going to retreat into the Screamtail here, putting 40 damage on it from Psychic Embrace, targeted down a Hoot Hoot. It is 20 times the number of damage counts on your Pokemon. That Roaring Scream there, taking a knockout. So both players down to 5 prizes. Clefairy's still at threat.
That's my concern right now, is we've now got a single prize Pokemon in the active. We think, great, fantastic. But Clefairy has such low HP at this point that actually the Wellspring is still a considerable threat to Ted's game state here. And so unfortunately, with Ted just not having the momentum to get a Monkeydory set up as well, we weren't able to put the threat back onto this Wellspring Ogerpon by moving essential damage from Clefairy onto the Ogerpon for a knockout with Gardevoir.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do get a flip the script now from that Nest Ball. It doesn't look like there was too much. It might have an energy attachment in hand. We do have this Sparkling Crystal as well. Ooh, he's flicked away the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
He went
That's
for a ride.
useful. We're going to Teal Dance for at least one card. And let's see what we work with here. It's a Boss's Orders. Does that help in this scenario? Or will we have to go for that Lily's Determination to refresh the hand a little bit?
If we do run Energy Switch. It's only a one-off, but it is a way into this attack.
And if we just get hold of the Hoot Hoots, or a way to get into, sorry, the Noctowls, I should say.
Absolutely.
So Ultra Ball, Noctowl, Pokepad. There's a few outs there to find this Energy Switch and potentially take 3 prizes on this turn if Caleb chooses to do so.
This could be a huge turn.
Yeah.
All we need is a Noctowl or just drawing the Energy Switch anyway off this Lily's. Let's see what these cards provide. Here we go.
6 cards. Let's see what we're working with. 6 cards here because we've taken 1 prize, of course.
What have we got?
Is that it? No.
No, it's not it.
That's not it right now.
That's not it.
It's,
We've got an Iron Leaves, a Boss's Orders, a Wellspring Ogerpon, Lily's Clefairy, and 2 Fighting Energy. That's not it.
That is rather unfortunate. There feels like there was plenty of outs as well. As also already seen the additional 3 cards from Flip the Script, so we can't utilize that once again. We're just going to have to sob this Screamtail, actually putting it up to being able to do 120 damage here with Roaring Scream on this huge turn. Here comes an Artisan from Ted, so maybe back over to advantage Ted in this scenario. Monkeydory comes down, just as you said, Amy. So important to just try and protect that Lily's Clefairy EX. And it's just going to be Ted in a pretty strong position from this moment going forward.
Yeah, not only protecting that Lily's Clefairy EX, but it also just allows for scattering damage to put Ogerpon of various forms in range of Gardevoir's attack.
Yeah, absolutely. And we've already taken down 1 Hoot Hoot. This could be an opportunity to take down a second as well and then limit the options that Caleb has access to on a future turn. The Iono, of course, giving a fresh new 5 cards for both of our players. And now it's just that decision. So Counter Catcher not live right now. So it is going to just be that sniping action of the Roaring Scream as an option right now because it is sub-locked.
Yeah, it can't move out of the active, so we can't KO the Wellspring Ogerpon this turn. We can load a little bit more energy on for a little bit more damage. We can start sniping off those bench Pokemon.
And here comes an additional Psychic Embrace from the Gardevoir onto that Screamtail. So it only has 10 HP remaining, but now we'll be dealing a full 160 damage. We do see the Monkeydory Adrenabrain to that Pheasantipity. That brings it down to 180. So it does have 20 HP remaining after that Roaring Scream. We're just saying we're going to set this up for a future turn and take an easy knockout at some stage, but not allow you to maybe even Iono me or do anything sort of crazy that might be in your deck. And it's just over to Caleb now to see what he can do.
Managed to get the Water Energy as the top deck, so we can utilize Wellspring Ogerpon this turn. But first, we're going to see what all of the resources that we have to work with are. We've got a Pokepad. We can just go ahead and attach that, of course. We might go for the Noctowl off the Pokepad. Help us towards some extra cards that are going to protect our Pokemon. It might even be worth going for the Turo's Scenario here so that we can pick up that Pheasantipity. So this might be what we take off of this Noctowl. I'm not sure what the other card might be. Area Zero seems like a goodie, though.
I guess the question is that Lily's Clefairy is still at 120 HP, so Wellspring Ogerpon could still cause a bit of a madness with that Torrential Pump. It's 100 to the active and 120 to one of your opponent's benched Pokemon, so it's still in range, but as we do see now, the other Hoot and the Area Zero Underdepths come down. Some more support Pokemon and draw power coming in as well. Torrential Pump announced. There you go. It's going to be taking those free prizes finally. We wish we took it on the previous turn because that would have caused a bit more of a ruckus here. Caleb down to 2 prizes remaining now. And do we have enough pieces to just close out this game at some point? Ted, only with a Gardevoir EX that he's just deliberating putting in the active spot and a Monkeydory.
Here's the comeback. Caleb managing to load up the Wellspring, taking 2 phenomenal knockouts for 3 prize cards, leaves Caleb just on 2 remaining to go. And that's the power of this box style deck, as we call it. And essentially all that means is that we have a variety of attackers utilizing the same engine to be able to pick and choose which one is the best for each given scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. And the only way this kind of Terra toolbox typically goes into Gardevoir is trying to utilize that Wellspring Ogerpon EX as soon as possible, as we do see some more pitching away of energy cards away from the hand with the Earthen Vessel and the Ultra Ball. We do grab a Pheasantipity EX. We're going to try and turn this game around with that Flip the Script ability from Ted's side this time. Is there a way to just kind of dismantle what Caleb has on the board right now? I mean, one of the trickiest things is Caleb doesn't have the easiest of attackers into Gardevoir usually outside of this Wellspring. Pikachu could deal 300, but it does require that 10 on that Gardevoir to begin with.
Yeah, we saw it last game. It did manage to happen, but in this instance, it's going to have to take a lot to get those final 2 prize cards. If you're Caleb, it might be a try and get the Pheasantipity into the active kind of angle and take that out with something. Otherwise, we are going to have to climb quite high to get towards this Gardevoir's HP total.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess just looking at the board state right now, even if Ted bumps the Area Zero Underdepths, there's 2 easy choices to discard. That's that Fan Rotom and the Noctowl that's already on those board state that's been utilized for that Jewel Seeker. So we don't have to worry about that too much. So Ted's just thinking like Caleb's actually set up his board pretty well here, because then he's still got the Mew, he's still got a Pheasantipity, he's still got double Hoot, still has Tilmask Ogerpon as a potential out as well. And now it's just a bit of a tricky spot, because when you've also benched Pheasantipity on the board, that is an easier target.
Much easier, yeah. We can take that down with all sorts, even this Tilmask Ogerpon itself. So when you're thinking about all of the different ways that we could get out of this situation, there are a lot of attackers. Ted goes ahead and brings forth one of our newer cards to Gardevoir, our Mega Diancie EX, which has a fantastic attack. It has Garland Ray. You can do some extra damage by discarding a Psychic-type energy.
Yeah, absolutely. It also has that little bonus of Diamond Coat as well. It is a Mega Pokemon, so it does give up 3 prizes, but in this scenario, it just effectively acts as an EX that gives up 2, because there's only 2 prizes remaining for Caleb's side. But it's one of those Pokemon that, when in combination with that Bravery Charm that's currently in hand, could sort of help to tank against a lot of different attacks. We do see another Monkeydory hit the field now as well. Just kind of interested to know whether there's another Dark Energy in hand right now. Not right now, but maybe the Night Stretcher might be able to help with that scenario. There it is. So we have double Monkeydory live. We have double Bravery Charm live. No cards in hand, which is an interesting scenario, but we can fully heal the Gardevoir. We will then, or actually fully even heal the Mega Diancie as well. And Garland Ray will be dealing a lot of damage. It's 120 for each Psychic Energy discarded from this Pokemon. You don't actually even have to discard both as well. You can discard one if you really wanted to, but I think we're going to try and take the 2 prizes here.
I imagine that is muchly the anticipated outcome here, is finally take down that troublesome Ogerpon that's caused so many problems, washing away Ted's board again and again. So this time we're going to want to take this one out, I imagine. It also takes your opponent's ace spec out of play. Those cards are so powerful. We're only allowed 1 in the entire deck. Okay, just moving some damage with Monkeydory first. A bit on the Fan Rotom, little bit on Mew. And then we're going for a full-powered Garland Ray for the knockout on that Wellspring Ogerpon EX.
Down to 3 prizes for Ted here. Also to note, with just the 4 damage counters on that Mega Diancie EX right now, actually puts it out of range of a Pikachu EX being able to one-hit KO it. Topaz Bolt dealing 300 damage, but because of that Diamond Coat ability, we'll only be dealing 270. So would keep it out of range for at least 1 more turn as well. So it's on Caleb here to maybe try and navigate this turn, because we've got 2 prizes remaining. And what can we do? We're finding an Energy Switch and a Nest Ball for the Bloodmoon Ursaluna. Do we have a gusting option? We have Boss's Orders to close out Game 2 here with Bloodmoon Ursaluna. And it's just a fantastic way to showcase all of the plethora of attackers in this game, in this deck, and brings this series level. And Caleb here, pretty stoked to bring this game back to 1-1. Both players discussing, but this is a replay of Game 2 here. Perfect start, I think, pretty much from Caleb.
Yeah, you really couldn't ask for better. We had the Fan Rotom, the Wellspring Ogerpon, got to attach that energy, which was really crucial to the next turn, where we managed to crisp in for 2 more, do damage to this Clefairy EX and take out a Ralts, and it pushed Ted into that awkward situation of having to take the 2 Ralts in the first place. And then with that damaged Clefairy on the bench, it was still just not enough. We used Sob for a turn just to keep that Scream Tail in the active for a little longer, while Caleb got even a further setup and then took a huge double KO to take 3 prize cards in 1 turn.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it was just kind of these key turn right here. We had the Nest Ball, we had the energy, we had the energy switch anyway, which it meant it was required for, because of 3 prizes that were taken by Ted. And then it was just a massive knockout. I did call it. That Pheasantipsy. Oh, both players here. Double pink in the prizes. Sparkling Crystal and Secret Box. It's going to be one of those very, very difficult games for both our players to get going here. But it is Ted who's going to be going first to try and take away that advantage of Caleb's energy attachment on the turn 1.
Absolutely. Just going to see if that makes the difference this time. It did last time. We saw how Caleb used that to great effect. But then again, Caleb has many supporters that also help with that energy acceleration. Now, Ted's going to need to be getting our head in the game for this one. We've got a great turn 2 lined up with that Arven and a Technical Machine Evolution. But going first right now is not quite paying off as much as I would have hoped.
The other worrying thing is, I don't know if there's another supporter outside of that Arven, so he probably would have been hoping for that not Sparkling Crystal, the Secret Box on his side. And then it's over to Caleb now. Just looking at the hand, again, it's also not looking too pretty. He's having to consider an Ultra Ball to discard certain cards in this spot. Discarding that Bloodmoon Ursaluna, which ended up closing the game in Game 2, and the Boss's Orders, which, again, helped to stake a claim for that Game 2. And now it's just going to be, are we going for that Fan Rotom here to try and set up the board state? But when you don't have a Terror in play either, it can be a bit awkward. Maybe you can maneuver into the Ditto to try and just get that going, I suppose, is another way of doing it.
I think what we're going to have to do is go for the Wellspring Ogerpon here, play a Crispin, and just start getting it loaded up with energy. And at least that way, if we do manage to come into our Noctowl, then it's all go, go, go. So I think you can't risk just taking the Fan Rotom, which feels so bad because it is a really crucial part of this whole engine for this deck.
Yeah, it just always feels so much worse when you don't get to utilize Fan Call because it's an ability that can only be used on that first turn. That's why it's in the deck. Being able to use Fan Call to search your deck for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or remaining, but it's just a Crispin, Water Energy attachment to the Wellspring Ogerpon EX, Sob on the Monkeydory. That puts it in range of Torrential Pump as well. It's another thing to keep an eye out on. It's got 90 HP remaining. Ted does have Professor's Research in hand right now and the Arven, so a couple of options. It's a scary point to be in.
I mean, we can just move the damage back across, of course,
that's
so
true.
You can keep your Monkeydory safe for a certain amount of time, but now it's just time for a item and a tool, and I imagine we're going to move some damage and do some evolving.
Just double checking, it is a Dark Energy attached, right? It does look pretty dark. We're just kind of showcasing, just making sure. And then it's just that Ultra Ball to see what we do here in this scenario. Are we going to Ultra Ball into a Curlier and just Technical Machine up to the Gardevoir this turn? Don't dislike it, but there's the second Technical Machine evolution in hand already. Maybe that's just a route we go down and just say, well, if I can prep this board and be quite happy with it, I can move the 2 damage over to the Pokemon that you've got. And there it is. Yeah, Technical Machine evolution straight up to Gardevoir EX. Turn 2, or between turns and turn 2, we effectively get it there. And that protects Ted's board really from Torrential Pump.
Yep, this Wellspring Ogerpon can't do much when the damage isn't around the 100 mark. We're now way beyond that with Gardevoir being fully evolved already, which is absolutely spectacular way of dealing with the threat on Caleb's side of the board. And Caleb's left with not much, but we do have that Noctowl. We can now utilize it and think about the way out of this situation.
Yeah, and when your board is not set up because you couldn't utilize Fan Rotom to get more of those pieces down, yeah, this becomes a tricky spot because I think he was holding a second Crispin in hand as well. That's why he was kind of almost saying, well, I could try and Torrential Pump really cause a lot of chaos if Ted doesn't evolve this up to a Gardevoir EX. But Ted making the right call there, completely stopping that avenue by getting a Gardevoir EX onto the bench. Just a Poke Pad and a Nest Ball here from that Noctowl Jewel Seeker. Finding plenty of items. Gets another Noctowl and a Mew EX. Energy attachment to the active.
Looks like we might be going for it anyway. Just start whittling away at our opponent's defenses and then have that Hoot Hoot ready for the future. But we'll also be able to use Restart from this Mew and hope that that helps out a little bit as well.
Yeah, just an intriguing spot to find himself in. That's Crispin and an energy in hand. So Mew Restart for 1. Boss's Orders, not really too helpful in this scenario because there's no little mons to try and take down.
I guess it depends how many energies in the discard pile, right? If you can't get that Gardevoir ready, then it could be a boss target. But with 2 energy in the discard and 1 on Gardevoir, unfortunately, that makes for a pretty package.
Yeah, so it looks like just a Sob right now, and then a Professor's Research just showing that in the hand, but can't play that Ultra Ball. It looks like we just picked up, so that's being discarded away. Fresh new 7 cards for Ted. Can we work with something here? There is no way to maneuver out of this Monkeydory in the active spot right now. Could be quite fun to Mind Bend as an option, but at least you want to try and protect that Monkeydory where you can, because that Adrenabrain is so vital just to kind of pop things like Resolute Heart or just bring Pokemon in range that little bit easier. The energy attachment is being committed.
Goodness. We're doing it, Alex. Moving that 20 damage with Adrenabrain onto Hoot Hoot, and it's time for some monkey business as we utilize Monkeydory's attack.
Mind Bend, 60 damage and confusing your opponent's Pokemon. Now that Wellspring Ogerpon EX is upside down. That's the symbol of confusion in the Pokemon trading card game. And now it's just over to Ted. We're still working with that Crispin. And now he's committing to it here, Amy. He's getting a couple of different energy counts or basic energy colors. He's going towards the Noctowl, which is an interesting play. He's gone for the Energy Acceleration Crispin straight to the Noctowl and instantly committed this second energy attachment to the Noctowl as well. Noctowl dealing only 60 damage with Speedwing. So just firing off Speedwings or 60 damage at each other if we're going to see a little Noctowl Monkeydory off.
Retreating into our Noctowl. An interesting choice, but looking like we're trying to possibly get down to fewer than 3 cards so we can use Mew EX's ability. But no, we're just going with a Speedwing.
Speedwing on that Monkeydory down to 50 HP, but does have Adrenaline to just fling it straight back over. And now it's just back over to Ted. Ted's, again, going to be looking at this board state thinking, what is going on? Do I suddenly have the advantage here once again? Because now I have another turn of reprieve because I can just kind of start maybe dismantling my opponent's board. Maybe start trying to think about utilizing something like that Screamtail once again. Take down that Hoot, which looks ever so frail on the bench by itself. Or maybe even something like that Mew, because that kind of limits the draw power that's even on Caleb's board as well.
There's a lot of options, but Ted still really needs to solidify that board state. It's still looking a little thin. And with just one Gardevoir at the moment and no backup, could be dismantled in the end by Caleb if Caleb manages to buy enough time.
There's the Screamtail that hits the field now. So Roaring Scream might be one direction we take it in. That is going to be one scary thought for Caleb. He saw how Screamtail can really start to dismantle his own board because of the single Hoots previously. And now it's just on Ted. Is this the right direction? What is the right direction here? We know for a fact he can't target the Terra Pokemon with Roaring Scream, of course, because of that fantastic kind of Terra ability, I guess we call it. Just being able to be protected on the bench as a Terra from sniping attacks. But this is where it comes to the real crux of the game. With 35 minutes remaining, plenty of time to get this game free. Iono, he's giving Caleb some more cards here, but maybe saying if I dismantle your board enough, Iono is not going to help you, even if I don't do this. So this is a spot where Ted's like, I can get so far ahead in this spot.
Exactly. Ted wants to solidify that board state. It's more important right now than disrupting his opponent or leaving Caleb on a smaller hand size. So Ted's in this position where actually it's still advantageous for himself to be able to play that Iono and just get back into the driver's seat and stay there. We need more energy in the discard pile. We need more energy for our Monkeydory. We want to be able to fling that full 60 damage back across the board. Could even take a mid-turn knockout on the Hoot that way. There's so much that Ted can do in this spot. But which strategy will he employ?
Yeah, absolutely. The Adrenabrains could both go straight over to that Hoot there and take a mid-game knockout. And then saving that choice of actually what do I attack into based on whatever you choose to promote, or choose to kind of then try and set up on a future turn, I should say. Because that Noctowl with double energies really isn't that much of a threat.
No, not at all. And so only dealing 60 damage with Speedwing, which is exactly what the Monkeydory kind of want at this stage, because there are 2 of them now, both have energy. We saw how damaging that can be, that actually attacking can be a bad thing.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Ted's now deliberating whether he slows the game down even more so. I've removed your potential support Pokemon if you suddenly find a Noctowl on a future turn. But how about I also removed you being able to play any item cards in your turn after I already Iono'd and gave you some new 6 cards. So there it is, Oceanic Gloom on the active Noctowl there. It will be able to take a knockout because 20 damage from the Psychic Embrace is on there. Speedwing actually will do something. Another Hoo comes down. Pheasantipity also comes down. And now it's just, let's see where we go with this. We can flip the script after that mid-game, I say in-turn knockout with an Energy Search knocked out and the Teal Mask Ogerpon also hitting the hand. There's quite a few options there. No real good supporters, however.
Not yet, but we might be able to utilize, obviously, our Noctowl next turn that we might to get access to, but I imagine a Screamtail might make light work of that yet again. So we're still in a really sticky predicament. We can't use our Earthen Vessels, we can't get Grass Energy, so we can't utilize Teal Mask Ogerpon, and Speedwing takes a knockout!
Well, who would have thought? We're in top 8 of the Seville Special Championships, and Speedwing is taking Pokemon down right now. So Gardevoir in the active spot. Another really cheeky thing that we could, again, once see at one point. Ted could get 3 Psychic Embraces up onto a Pokemon and again take another in-turn knockout, because that knockout was also down to 60 HP. Just having the abundance of Monkeydory and Adrenabrain that's available does mean he has plenty of options.
Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, we do have still a bit of a favored match right now. If you're Ted, we've still got so much going for us. Bringing back the Pheasantipity, we can utilize that, of course, but we're going to go for the Lilies first. This will give us the maximum amount of card draw that we can get out of this turn.
Yep, absolutely. I do still think the big target probably is going to be that Hoot that's kind of sat there waiting at the moment. Because it's only the single Hoot, it's always such a great feeling to kind of remove that potential that your opponent could burst onto the actual match with just one Jewel Seeker ability here. The Lilies, 4/6, and then, of course, has access to additional free cards from that Flip the Script as well. Sure, we're going to try and utilize that to make sure we have all the options available to just make sure we can keep in control of this game. And I feel like that's what this game right now is all about, just controlling both board states where possible. And it's looking, at the moment, pretty good for Ted. But one card, one thing can completely turn it on its head.
Here we go with the Flip the Script. We got our final 3 cards of this turn drawn off the top of the deck. Let's see if they're going to be of any help to us to command this position and just pull ourselves ahead. The comeback there, potential is still there for Caleb, so Ted needs to just really push forward now and target down the correct Pokemon, sequence this right, and he's got this in the bag.
Yeah, Nest Ball being utilized, eyeing up a third Monkeydory maybe, just to kind of give even more aggro sort of energy, flinging over potential with Adrenabrain, but no, opts against it, so just shuffles up. Wants to keep that space open. It's one of those things we consider a lot of resource management as so key in so many matchups. Board state resource management is another way or another thing that you have to keep on top of, as we do get a Psychic Embrace to the Gardevoir now. Has 20 damage on it. Scream Tail to the active spot. 4 energies, it looks like it might be committed to, which is the maximum based on the HP that it has. So can deal 160 damage with that Roaring Scream attack right now. Now, do we commit some more energies here to try and maybe utilize Adrenabrain that little bit more? Or maybe we can wait a turn? No, it looks like we're trying to go for it, Amy.
Yeah, it does. Looks like we're gonna, ooh,
yeah.
go again, no.
I mean, second guessing himself,
Whoa.
I think.
Understandable. This is a very high pressure situation.
Yeah, absolutely. But here we go. I mean, 160 damage that this Scream Tail could do right now. We can target down a number of Pokemon. I mean, he could have even taken a knockout on the Mew just by moving that 20 damage over to it and then sniping it there. But we're going to take the slightly maybe slower, calmer game and just continue to own the board, I should say. Monkeydory now getting or becoming a brave Monkeydory.
Yeah, Bravery Charm on the Monkeydory rather than the Scream Tail is something you rarely see. Could have used it to push Scream Tail's damage output higher to take out one of the other bench Pokemon like Mew or Pheasantipity as well. Obviously, once again, we can't target the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon because it is a Terra Pokemon.
Yep.
Something that I even often forget in my own matches.
So one final Psychic Embrace to put 20 onto that Hoot. Also bringing it within range of a future sort of double Monkeydory Adrenabrain. Just a 160 on the Pheasantipity, similar to what we saw before. Now down to 30 HP remaining on that Pheasantipity there. And now it's over to 10. I mean, kind of an awkward spot. It does have Energy Switch, so can kind of get the energy back off that Noctowl at some stage. But what's the direction here?
Might be, I suppose we evolve up to another Noctowl and grab the resources that Caleb needs to close this out. It could be that we try and Turo scenario up the Pheasantipity again and kind of take that 2 prize potential away from your opponent. And then I guess like you could even torrential pump at this stage, so you could be looking at that, because then you take out the Scream Tail and then kind of deal some extra damage. But it's not really enough, because on the bench we don't really want to be leaving damage when there's 2 Monkeydory with Darkness Energy around.
Absolutely.
So we really need a different attacking body at this stage.
I love that you called that out, Amy. That Professor Churro scenario was that first choice. Sort of, again, just making sure that we almost like nullify Ted's last turn. And that could be another way of swinging this match in your favor, right? He's also looking at another Hoot. So maybe just trying to think, well, maybe I can get another Hoot down and get another option for Jewel Seeking later. Here is the Professor Churro scenario going into hand right now. Just going to completely remove 180 damage off the field and straight back down as well, saying, I don't want you to Iono me. If you do take a knockout, or maybe my Hoot that I put down here, and just saying, well, I'm going to try and take advantage of this as much as I can.
I think then we might be looking at trying to set up an alternative attacker. Might look at the Earthen Vessel for a grass energy. We do have the grass type Teal Mask Ogerpon in hand, so maybe we'll do some dancing.
Yeah, definitely a couple of options available. Both players still got 5 prizes remaining. Of course, Speedwing took the first prize for Caleb's side there a moment ago. And then it's just the Adrenabrains that was able to take a knockout on one of those Hoots that were on Kayla's board. So both taking small single prizes, knockouts at the moment. As we do get the Earthen Vessel for that grass energy now. Oh, it's getting real tense, because though there's plenty of time, both players, I mean, Caleb's going to be looking at his board thinking, usually I would not do this. Usually I would not load a Noctowl with 2 energy cards. But he does apply the energy attachment from hand to that Wellspring Ogerpon EX. Maybe he's saying, if I just start taking advantage of this board state, maybe that's the way forward, because I can remove one of those Monkeydories and just kind of slow that Adrenabrain down.
I suppose with the Scream Tail, it only has 10 HP left, right? 6, 7, 8. Yeah, it's got 90. We could just use Sob to knock it out, and then you're not giving your opponent extra damage counters for the Monkeydory to fling back. And then you don't have to worry about discarding your energy, and if the Wellspring does stick around. So maybe... No, we are torrential pumping. We're going to go for the Monkeydory as well.
Yeah.
And of course, that does knock that one out as we do more damage to the bench Pokemon.
Down to 3 prizes for Caleb, but just the 1 energy left on that Noctowl. Ted here, 1 Monkeydory remaining. Pheasantipity now live. Artisan being played now, getting the other Monkeydory back. And we saw that Ted was considering that 3rd Monkeydory at some stage anyway, but this is now that opportunity to get another Dark Energy attachment onto it. Does already have it in hand, so we're just back again. Despite whatever you had just done, Caleb, I'm just going to fling it straight back once again at you.
And we bring it back. The Gardevoir itself can knock out at this stage, although we don't have another Rolt. So if Caleb were to be able to kind of get a Pokemon ready, get a Pikachu ready or something with speed. Our Ace Spec is still in the prize cards, I believe. We might have taken it there, but I didn't see, unfortunately. I think Alex is going to check.
Try and find out.
But if we do now have our Ace Spec, maybe it opens more doors, and maybe that Gardevoir is under a little bit of pressure.
Oh, counter catcher onto the Pheasantipity as well. We just saw Caleb put that straight back down, retreat into the Gardevoir. And it just looks like with the 20 damage being moved over shortly with Adrenabrain, Miracle Force will be able to just take the knockout here, because 210 HP minus 20 is that perfect 190 math.
And I think it's a great opportunity to say that actually, yeah, that Pheasantipity is much more of a threat right now than the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, which is going to take another 3 energy or 2 and an Ace Spec, which is still in the prize cards, to be able to attack again. And is it going to have enough meaningful targets?
Oh, it's one of those things where right now, Gardevoir's been left with that 10 still on it. He just wants to get full value, I think. There you go. So moves it to the Mew. And actually, another heads-up play here from Ted. Seeing the Professor Churro scenario already utilized, it's very unlikely the chance that there's going to be another one. We can just swing into this Pheasantipity, not activate the Flip the Script whilst you're down Iono to 3 cards. And this is one of those scenarios where he's trying to set up a checkmate scenario.
Being able to take an absolute littering of prize cards on one turn is clearly being set up by Ted, meaning that any Iono, any disruption as well is ineffective because Ted's still able to draw a pretty lovely amount of cards. So at this point, Ted's just using every single tactic in their wheelhouse to make sure that they're locking down this game after Caleb's shenanigans in game 2.
Yeah, very interesting that throughout this series so far, Ted's been quite happy to just kind of swing into Pokemon, not necessarily take knockouts, not necessarily activate, flip the script, but just saying, well, I'm going to keep applying pressure this way, and at some point, these damage counters will stick, and then some point, I'm going to be able to manipulate it in a way that I need to when I want to, as we do have a knocked out in hand. We do have the final Jewel Seeker, I believe, available to Caleb. Oh, no, he actually plays a 4/4 line, but right now that what could be available is just that one knocked out in the hand here. But what piece does he go for? He needs to find a way to retreat the Pheasantipity. Typically something like the Latias ES does that for him, but we don't typically always want to put those down right now. Doesn't want to necessarily commit energy to hard retreat it either. This Gardevoir is just a big tanky Pokemon that he can't really deal with. This is a real sticky situation that Caleb finds himself in.
Might have to be an area 0 under depths. We're looking for a retreat. We need energy acceleration. We need the area 0 under depths for Latias to provide that retreat. I'm going to remind everyone listening at home that this is open deck list. So Ted and Caleb have had a chance to look at each other's deck lists before they began this game. So Ted's probably very aware that Caleb only runs that one Professor Turo scenario.
Yeah.
Hence this kind of what would otherwise be a bit of a risky setup.
And he looks like we're going for a Crispin action onto the active Pheasantipity.
Oh my goodness.
Energy switch to the active. We're going to be cruel arrowing against Ted's board right now. Only deals 100 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon. None of his Pokemon is actually currently in range, which is a bit of a scary aspect, as we do also get the Super Rod back into deck, some of those energies, and then the options there. I think Ted doesn't have too much else going on in that hand, which is the only other scary thing from his side, but he's committed to this Pheasantipity just to try and swing away. And yeah,
I'm not sure what it's going to achieve. Caleb's the master planner of this deck, though, so if there is a way to knock out that Monkeydory, I'm certain he's got it in mind.
For one, restart for one, finds another Pokemon which isn't useful at all. That Pikachu EX hits the hand, Cruel Arrow to the active, and now just giving more damage counters. Oh, actually hits for Darkness as well, so double 200 damage. I guess it adds up. Just this scenario is going to be a bit awkward because Ted's currently got 5 prizes remaining. Easy 2 prizes from the active Pheasantipity once we're able to maybe just fling some of the damage over.
And then that energy is kind of lost to the void. Whereas if you try and keep grass type energy on the board, then you've got the potential of Iron Leaves for kind of an extra attack.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we're just not allowing for that potential because the Pheasantipity is probably going down this turn. And I think that's also why... Oh, is that a counter catch being played?
Sam's
yeah,
a counter catch
on the
onto
Mew.
the Mew. And it looks like, I think they're going to just move it over there. So Mew to the active spot. There's the Adrenabrain to the benched Noctowl. That's 1 prize. For more Adrenabrain to the Pheasantipity for 3 prizes. And final knockout with Miracle Force on the Mew EX. Will take a 5 prize turn for Ted here. Really commanding and just basically taking full control of game 3 as Caleb just couldn't get going in the way he needed to do so. Ted there really showcasing just why he's been able to master a deck like Gardevoir to 2 fantastic tournament finishes so far.
Ted is topping the ranks with a mind-bending display, showing truly why he is becoming a Gardevoir master just in time to head further in this competition. Let's check out the replay.
Yeah, game 1 was all about that finish, kind of slowing the game down initially, really stopping Caleb from getting going, and it got to a point where once Ted was able to remove the Hoo-Hoo from play, there really wasn't anything for Caleb to retaliate with. Pikachu did take a massive knockout, but after a few setup turns here, we removed the last Hoot, only knocked out in the hand. I think Caleb saw the writing was on the wall and there was nothing else he could do and had to scoop it up nice and early. Gave plenty of time for games 2 and games 3.
Absolutely. We needed just to be able to reestablish a board, and that he did in game 2. Caleb came through with a flurry of flying type glory and used them to enable the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon to take multiple knockouts every turn it used Torrential Pump. We used a Sob in the middle there just to slow things down a bit, get the board further set up, and this turn was huge where he took out not only the Screamtail but the Lily's Clefairy EX for 3 huge prize cards, and from that point on Ted tried to claw it back, but it just wasn't enough, and with Bloodmoon Ursaluna EX, Caleb just took that game using boss's orders to mop things up for game 2.
Yeah, game 3, this is where it really sort of went back and forth. Caleb had to make that difficult choice to power up that Wellspring Ogerpon EX, and we eventually got to a situation where Mind Bend gave Ted an additional turn. Caleb had to start swinging away with Speed Wing, but once Ted got stabilized, utilizing his Screamtail, kind of taking down big targets, this was one last final big swing turn there from Caleb with the Professor Churro scenario, but at that point, once that card was gone, there was no more to protect all that damage counters on the board state. Ted was able to swing away into this Pheasantipity, essentially start setting up this kind of checkmate position. Counter catcher onto that Mew EX. Nice and soft EX Pokemon to knock out with Miracle Force, but that was just after cheeky Adrenabrains onto that Noctowl to send it down for a 1 prize. To send down another Adrenabrain for 2 more prizes with Pheasantipity, and then a massive KO there on that Mew EX. And that takes Ted into our top 4 of the Seville Special Championships.
He must be absolutely elated after the success of Birmingham, running it back again. 2 players in our top cut right now playing who also were in the top cut in Birmingham is just spectacular and goes to show the strength of these players.
Yeah, incredible consistency, and that's what we love to see in this Pokemon trading card game. Being able to take his deck that he piloted to top 8 and go 1 step further. And we had a chance to speak to Ted a little bit earlier, of course, and he was already going, well, I want to take it down. We're running it back. We're going as far as we can with this deck in this final last hurrah.
And it seems to be working out quite well, I've got to say. I wonder if there are any tweaks to his deck that he made between Birmingham and now. The meta has shifted a little bit. I know that I saw a couple of cards that were very likely to have been put in the deck since. And, you know, I wonder whether there was anything that influenced those changes that came out in Ascended Heroes.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Gardevoir, we've spoken a little bit about it earlier as well. It's one of those decks that it's always had a bit of a target on its back. It's won so many tournaments. It's done super well consistently at so many tournaments as well. But every time a dark type Pokemon has been thrown at it, it's found ways to go beyond that, right? When it's had iterations with Drifloon and Bravery Charms and loads of different attackers as well. It's got, you know, Frillish to be able to utilize. It had Badoo before, but why use Badoo when I can have a bigger, tankier version that hits a little bit harder as well?
Right.
And then it's just kind of iterated to a point where it doesn't matter whether these dark Pokemon are still here or thereabouts. I'm still able to play my game, draw all these cards, have energy acceleration whenever I need it to, and I can just handle whatever's in front of me. And that's what Ted's doing right here, right now.
Absolutely. Let's go hear from Jesper on the floor, who has a special interview for us.
Special interview with a special player, Mr. Town Store Ted Tobin, into the top 4. What's going through your head right now?
What's going through my head is that I didn't put Town Store down a single time. That's outrageous. It was all I wanted to do. Priced it twice.
Priced it twice, still made it through the top 4 regardless. Now, Amy did have a bit of a question for you in terms of your Birmingham run versus the run you're having today here in Sevilla. What changed in your deck between these 2 tournaments?
Well, the problem is mainly a Zoroark-based problem in that while the Luxcape build definitely could beat it, and you had an okay matchup, their deck is so fast, and they're playing like Darmanitan now. So Diancie is just like really strong because they really struggle with that. And it's just like a pretty good card in general, especially with like Grimmsnarl got a lot better this format with Pokepad. That's quite scary. So it's just a nice card to have. And the Town Store is because Dragapult is so fast with Pokepad that, you know, even with Team Evo, you sometimes just can't keep up. So you need to get the Team Evo turn 1 if you're not using Frillish. So Town Store can bump the Jamming Tower and find the Team Evo in one go. And the other reason for Town Store is that originally I was going to play 2 Arvins, but then I have to cut a Research. And Town Store is another out to Team Evo with Research, which is a much stronger supporter than Arvin.
It's a bit more draw-based compared to the Birmingham list. Also taking up for what happened really today was that we saw an increase in Grimstall. Of course, we saw an increase in Zora coming Pokepad. Now, heading into this top 4, what are the things you're looking forward to see and what don't you hope to see?
Does anyone know what my options I can play against are? I'm not really sure. I haven't checked. I think there was a Charizard, so maybe I could probably beat that if it's not the Noctowl build. And I'm not actually sure what my other options to play against are.
If we roll a bit back, we look at this top 8 in of itself.
Yeah.
What would be the key moments you're thinking about that made it so you beat the Terra Box in top 8? Otherwise,
I don't know. The fact that you can deny Fez so easily with Monkeydory, even though they get the Turo, my tempo was so good in game 3 that I could live through the Turo turn. But I can just like knock out their Hoots or not give them Fez. So they really struggle to piece their combo together every single turn, and that's the main difference.
Yeah, and we saw as soon as you established God of War, as soon as you established the Monkeydory board, it was so hard to overcome for Caleb. Now, you ended off game 3 with a massive 5-prize turn. I mean, we were talking a bit backstage before your first interview around. We were talking a bit about 5-prize turns, multi-prize turns. What was going through your head when you were trying to set that turn up?
Well, I was obviously trying to set up the turn earlier, but I knew that he could Turo, but I felt that his attack wouldn't be strong enough if he just used Turo. I was just trying to count how many Monkeydories I could use per turn if he knocked one out or if he Torrential pumped 2. That's why I Bravery Charm 1, because if he Torrential pumped both, I was definitely going to lose, and so I couldn't let that happen. But yeah, it was just trying to make sure that all of my things added up in the right, like, +3 to make sure that I had just enough Monkeydories to close it all out. I even had 1 to spare by putting 20 on the Mew so that I could Scream Tail if I found that.
Without having seen you twice now on Stream 2 interviews and going into this top 4, potentially maybe even going into a final here at Seville Specials, I know it's a daunting thing to be thinking about, right? Is there anyone you would like to shout out before you get on?
I'd like to shout out Makani Tran. He does a lot of help in my thinking about lists. You got to shout out Azul GG, my biggest fan for sure. And then my locals Gamers Lodge and my friend Curtis.
Fantastic. Well, thank you everyone supporting Ted, and thank you so much for watching the crazy top 8 game you had. Such wonderful play, and I'm looking forward personally myself to see that continue on top 4. But with that said, I'll go back to you, Amy and Alex, for some more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Jesper. We've got so much coming up. Thank you for that wonderful interview, getting more words from Ted, who's not even sure what they're up against next, which is amazing. I love that. The confidence is unreal.
Honestly, it doesn't matter at this point. I mean, it was great to hear that insight in terms of just how he's setting up that board state, in terms of just trying to dismantle his opponent's deck. Didn't matter whether that Professor Churro scenario was there or not. We called it as well at the same time because he really was sort of telepathing that game plan. But yeah, eventually it came to fruition, and 5 prizes in 1 turn is always a special feat.
And if you want to be just like Ted one day and you're not really sure how to get started, it's okay. We've got a guide for you.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game. Basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Well, that wraps up top 8 action here at the Seville Special Championships. But I've got wonderful news. There's only one thing better than top 8, and that is top 4. And taking you through the first top 4 game here in Seville is going to be myself, Ross Gilbert, and the lovely Jesper Eriksson. How you doing, Jesper?
I mean, if I can count the amount of times you said that was lovely this weekend, I will be very happy indeed, Ross. Going into top 4 here, it's just getting more and more exciting.
We've been dodging it for a while, but we are finally going to show you a deck that I know some of you at home have been wanting to see. We're going to show it to you in just a moment. But first,
some bracket action.
We need to see the bracket. Let's have a little bit of an update here about the bracket. And we can see there 3 of our top 4 are confirmed. We've got Ethan Wild on that Festival Grounds deck and Oscar Rivas on Crustal. Yeah, that's right. Those 2 decks are in top 4. And then Ted Tobin, who you just saw get into top 4 with that Gardevoir deck. The other game, which is not yet finished, is Nicholas on Gardevoir against Daniel, who is on Golden Go.
Yeah, and exciting matchup with Gardevoir versus Golden Go. Some of you saw in Phantasmal Flames form, it was quite one of the deciding matchups of the format. But Ross, enough about that matchup. They may be happening later. We need to get to the matchup at hand.
We do need to get to the matchup at hand. We are going to be watching Ethan, and we are going to be watching Oscar. We are going to be watching Crustal, and we are going to be watching Festival Grounds. Essentially, the top half of the bracket is players who went, I think this is the best deck in the format, and the bottom half of the bracket is players who went, I think I've got a trick for you. Oscar here, EUIC top 64, EUIC top 64, EUIC top 64. I'm not broken. That is what it says on the screen there. And then Gdansk Regional top 32, a player who likes getting top 64 at EUIC.
Yeah, but this time it's not top 64 yet. It is a top 4 game against Ethan Wild, our latest Birmingham Regional champion. Lille Regional's top 8, Stuttgart Regional top 8, as well as a Birmingham Regional top 32 to boot off with that. Having a fantastic run in this tournament, when I can't stress enough, with Festival lead, Ross.
And he's looking to go back-to-back here. Like you say, he won the regional in Birmingham. That was the last regional level event we had here in Europe. We did have EUIC, the internationals in between. But the last regional we had was won by Ethan. He's looking to add to this with a special championships here. Have a look at the prizes. There's 1 Diplin, 1 Festival Grounds. Nothing horrific yet. Oh, and check all those lovely full art supporters from Oscar there.
And we're looking quite good. Oscar pricing, they're only Lycia's appeal. Not going to be very appealing to play in this matchup, but we're soon to get underway for the first game of our top 4.
And here we go, top 4, game 1. We are rolling, and in a shocking twist, no one could have predicted, Oscar starts with a Dwebble, which is, of course, the only basic Pokemon he plays. 4 of them, nothing else. Ethan starts with an Applin, only got 40 HP, but Crustal is, it's not a deck that puts on a lot of early game pressure. But first, before we get to that, tell us about Festival Lead.
Yes, Festival Lead is an awesome deck that combines a lot of usage between these grass Pokemon, especially Fwacky with that boom, boom groove, saying that if you have a Pokemon in the active with the ability Festival Lead, you get to search your deck for any card. That's typically pretty good. But on top of that, you would have the Diplin, which with its ability Festival Lead able to attack twice in a turn, not just once, if Festival Grounds is in play. So combining those two things means they have good search and also double attacks.
Very nice indeed. You do 20 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. You're hoping to hit 100 twice. Oscar here is playing Crustal, and this is a deck which is built to take advantage of an EX-heavy format. It's got the ability Mysterious Rock in, which prevents all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks from your opponent's Pokemon EX. And then for free energy, it does 120, and that goes through any effects on your opponent's active Pokemon. That is it. That is the only real attack. The problem is, Ethan's not using EX Pokemon.
I was about to say that, Ross, exactly, and that means that Oscar is going to have such a mountain to climb if Ethan gets to set up. While Ethan could potentially grab 2 knockouts in 1 turn, attacking twice, Oscar has to settle for 1 attack. And building up these Crustals continuously is not an easy feat to do. Yes, there is 2 reversal energies in deck, but other than those, you need to be building up to take 1 prize every single turn. Essentially, if knockouts are going back and forth every single turn, you need to build up 6 Crustals over the entire game.
And they need to have free energy on each in order to attack. Reversal energy will only work twice. Very well put. We are currently using Arvum, and we are going to grab ourselves a couple of energy with that. With a rather lovely Earthen Vessel. And here we go. Now, we're going to be using Ascension here, which lets you evolve straight up into Crustle. But we've popped a Luxurious Cape on there. Good news is it gets an extra 100 HP. Bad news is if it's knocked out by damage from an attack, then your opponent takes an extra prize card.
Essentially making that a 2 prize, which is what Ethan has been festivaling on in this tournament. Going to play that Lily now. No Grookey's turn 1 though. Not good news, even though getting 8 cards to get this setup going. Already have an Applin on the bench, a Diplin in the active, able to deal massive amounts of damage. Not quite getting knockout this turn, but if you're getting 2 prize every second turn, I think that's all right.
Part of the bad news here for Oscar is he's not attacking next turn. He doesn't have a double energy he can use. So Ethan here is going to basically get a free hit in. Is going to need the stadium if you want to attack twice. Is going to need some more basics. We do see Grookey hitting the board here, which is lovely. We see the Applin on the bench evolved up into a Diplin. That's what we're talking about. But we are going to need that Festival Ground Stadium because that Festival Lead ability only says you can attack twice if the stadium is in play. Pokepad is going to grab a second Grookey. It's a bit of a party going on here.
Indeed, there is. And when you're looking at this, and right now, Festival, do the wave with that Diplin does 60. But if you next turn can go ahead and get 2 more bench Pokemon and that Festival Grounds, you will still get the knockout on Crustle, unless there's a healing card being played. But Jumbo Ice Cream needs there to be free energies attached to Crustle to be able to use it, which doesn't work. So you have to use the Poke Vital A, which is the ace pick of choice on Oscar's side.
And this is about the only deck you will ever find playing Poke Vital A. It heals 150 damage, but it cannot be recovered from the discard pile. Drew it in his opening hand, has had it since the beginning. Now, Reversal Energy is coming down, but it does not activate properly unless you are behind on prizes, hence why it goes on the bench. We're playing Lily's Determination here, getting a new hand of 8. But, I mean, are you just giving up the active Crustle here?
Yeah, you are. It's really heads up here from Oscar saying that, all right, it's really, really likely that Ethan gets a knockout on the active Crustle. Better make the next one ready, right? And if you're just attaching to the active Crustle, the likelihood of that work going to waste is really high. So with these next 2 Crustles, if you're able to take out the only 2 attackers, hopefully for Oscar's perspective, that will be all right. But other than that, it's going to be really, really, I wouldn't say dangerous, but it's getting really tough.
It is going to be tough. We see an Iono coming down here from Ethan. Both players are going to put their hands at the bottom of their deck and draw 6 new cards because they've got 6 prizes remaining each. And remember, Ethan will take 2 prizes off of here because of that rather luxurious cape draped upon that Crustle right now. So that is going to put Oscar on the back foot. The good news is it will activate Reversal Energy.
And there is Festival Grounds in hand, but I'm still missing to see the last basic Pokemon being able to put into play. And if we only see 2 times 80, that's 160 plus 60,
220.
that's 200, and yeah, that's 220. And it means that we're not going to be able to get that knockout onto the Crustle. So from Ethan's side of perspective here, not getting knockout, but that doesn't mean anything is over yet. Still massive amounts of pressure on Oscar's side.
What this does do is it gives Oscar 1 more turn of energy attachment to start building up multiple Crustle on the bench, which could be absolutely huge. We do see a second luxurious cape coming down, so Oscar very happy to turn these into 2 prize Crustle. We see a spiky energy coming down. Now, the thing about spiky energy is if you attack into a Pokemon with spiky energy, you take 2 damage counters. But if you attack twice with Diplin, you take 4 damage counters because it's 2 damage counters per attack.
And if so, when you're looking at Luxurious Cape, if this Diplin has to 1 turn attack twice, that's 40. Then next turn has to attack again. There'll be 60 put on by the spiky energy. So potentially if a Crustle is being knocked out and you throw up the next Crustle also with a spiky energy attached, you can get a passive knockout onto a Crustle with that.
And that could be absolutely huge. So, we are building up these Crustle on the bench for Oscar. Don't expect any other Pokemon. There are no other Pokemon in the deck. Now, we are using Boss's orders here to bring up that bench Crustle. This is absolutely huge because this is the only one that can be attacking right now with that Reversal Energy, assuming Ethan takes surprise. There we see a bench Pokemon coming down with the Shaman. This is only going to be 200 damage, though. We would need some damage modification. So it seems like we're doing 200 damage, taking 40 back, but you're not behind on prizes if you're Oscar, so Reversal Energy is yet to be active.
It doesn't look super great on Ethan's side, not having any thwacking play to use the boom, boom groove. Here, taking the 40 damage from the Spike Energy because of the dual attacking. But when looking at it, Ross, yeah? Looking at a position where Oscar can attach one more energy, uses Chorus Tenacity, gets an energy, can get a Stadium as well. That's great. Getting a knockout here. Ethan is playing off the top of the deck. No thwacking play, no draw support is at hand. I really did like the boss from Ethan here, trying to force Oscar into an attachment. When you're looking at a worse board state than ideal, you want to be forcing as many cards out of your opponent as possible.
That is going to hurt Oscar throughout this game, having to have free energy on each of them. I'm also looking at count tier of stadiums, even obviously playing 4 festival grounds, there's only 3 stadiums in Oscar's deck. So that means Ethan doesn't need to wait for Oscar to play one and replace it. He can just play and he will always win the stadium war by having an extra stadium. That is pretty important. We finally see enough energy on the active crystal here to actually mount an attack. So that means that the 40 damage taken from spiky energy becomes irrelevant. Oh, he's eating some ice cream, Jesper. Jumbo ice cream comes down, and that is going to heal 80 damage.
Not just 80 damage. Num 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 times 2, 160 damage off of that Crossel.
Ooh,
getting it up to 210 HP. Important here, Ross, means that when the Dipplin attacks twice with a full bench, it's still gonna be left with 10 HP. Gonna be able to survive that and keep on attacking with the superb scissors.
Those ice cream must have been some tasty, but you're absolutely right. The numbers here are working out perfectly for Oscar. Your 200 is what Dipplin is generally hitting. We need to do something else. So we do see that Vitality Band being fanned to the front there by Ethan. That is coming down, and this is perfect. Now you're not doing 200, you're doing 220, and that will work rather nicely indeed.
It would do 220 if you still have an extra bench Pokemon to put down. Ethan is still missing that bench Pokemon extra. And unless something has been drawn off the top of deck from Ethan's side, that is not going to happen. I do see a Psyduck there, but if you're benching a Psyduck, it means you have no additional Applins to play down.
Oh.
Meaning that when... And that's why we go for the Air Balloon Retreat, trying to save this Dipplin here. Oscar can be really punishing with the boss's orders, which is top decked.
I was going to say, he's got that at the front of his hand here, and the problem is, and this is something we're watching, here comes the boss's orders onto the Dipplin. This is how Oscar wins this game. You hunt down those apples, you take away all of Ethan's attackers, and you get extra time to attack. Luxurious Cape to take you out of range of attacks, get enough time to get all your energy on, start swinging for 120, and if you can hunt those apples well enough, we're going bobbing for apples at the festival, and it's working.
And I don't see any apples here. Speaking of that, Ross needs potentially to go for a boss's orders stall play here, moving up that other Crossel that does not have enough energy to attack. Town Store can fin out a card, but Ethan does not have any options whatsoever. It's just gonna Town Store and pass.
This is not what you're looking for if you are Ethan. Does actually seem to grab that maximum belt, but that's not really going to do anything because that only does extra damage to EXs, and there ain't no EXs in Oscar's deck. So we are playing that Colrus here. That is going to go and get you a Stadium and an Energy. We're getting a Jet Energy, which is going to get that Crossel back into the active, ready to attack and rolling. And a Gravity Mountain, which you imagine you won't play here. You wait until Festival Grounds come down and then use it as a counter stadium.
Exactly, trying to play this sort of stadium war here, but no more stadium war. Jet Energy up that Crossel, being able to take the knockout on Goldeen. And I'm looking at Ethan's side. Something has to happen this turn.
You need to get a bunch of apples. What's he drawn into?
I think that looked like a...
Now, the good news is, no, he's giving it up. He's picking up his cards. He's conceding the game. Oscar Rivas wins game 1 with Crossel. He took out the only apple, and that was all it took to get himself 1 game up. He is 1 game away from a position in the final here. Win top 4 here, Jesper. You win this match, you go to the final.
And when Oscar is hunting down these Applins, when you take all of Ethan's apples, there's no lunch left to take all their prize cards. Going into a replay of this game 1.
Here we go. We're Oscar. This is a fairly simple game plan. You get your Crossel out, but it's using Luxurious Cape at the right time. It's watching your energy attachments. It's making sure that you are being able to play those Jumbo Ice Cream at the right time to heal down to exactly the right amount of damage so that your opponent cannot get you. Boss's orders on the only Dipplin. Now, Ethan had a very bad start and did not set up, but oh my word, did Oscar take advantage. He just needs to win 1 game out of 2 here in order to win. And the thing is, when there's no Dipplin, even a Thwacky for Ethan will not save him. And I'm going to have to say, I have to say it at least once. How do you like them apples?
I like him. I like him a lot, especially if Ethan can get into more apples this game. Although last time we saw Ethan on stream, lost game 1 very, very quickly as well. Going to see some prize cards here. Nothing too much of action in the prize cards of Ethan. Maybe that Seeking could be a bit annoying in these prize cards. Otherwise, they're pretty simple.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And here's the thing. Ethan does have a pretty good matchup here as we see the prizes come down. Oh, there's only 3 Luxurious Cape in the deck. Oscar was using them pretty heavily last game. Only has 1 available. We're off in game 2 of top 4 here in Sevilla. Ethan is going first. Applin in the active. And we know that Crossell does not put on early game pressure. So Ethan, what can you do to get rolling here in this game nice and early?
We get rolling by getting Grookey, which was what Ethan was missing last game.
Hey, he had plenty of Grookey.
Was missing for that turn 1 though. But yes, getting double Grookey out here, being able to set up that boom boom groove as soon as possible. Pokepad in hand, Festival Grounds in hand. Got to play that down next turn, otherwise you get countered and just going to go ahead and pass. That Pokepad is going to give the allowance to get either Flaky or like Attachment Spike Energy, Attachment Luxurious Cape on Oscar's side. The only Luxurious Cape, and Oscar's going to get some bad news here in a second.
He's going to find out that is his only Luxurious Cape for the game. One of his 2 Reversal Energy also prized. If Ethan has a fast start, that is a card you are going to want to try and mount a comeback. Prize is not doing Oscar any favors here in this game. For Ethan, he's actually prized the pointless Psyduck in this matchup, so that's wonderful. And I kind of like this a lot better from Ethan. Now, you go for a Pokegear, but you've got to get another basic down. Surely you could lose the game next turn.
Not really, Ross. You have to remember that the Ascension attack on that Dwebble is going to put that up to a Crossel. So unless Ethan has the whole shebang of full bench, Festival Grounds, Applin, and Kieran, Oscar's Crossel is going to stay on the field.
I don't know. It's not a risk I'd want to take, but it's an irrelevant point anyway. A second Dwebble has come down. I wouldn't feel comfortable leaving that only Crossel there. We've seen this deck can get explosive, especially when Thwacky starts coming out. We've just top decked the second Pokepad here for Ethan, which means he is going to be able to have a pretty good turn here. Absolute bare minimum, you can double Pokepad for a Diplin and a Thwacky and search any card you want.
You get 1 Pokepack and get a Thwacky or the Applin here.
But he's got 2.
Yeah, so we get the other one now.
Yes, that's what we're talking about. Boom, boom, groove. We didn't see it in game 1. We are seeing it here in game 2. Has he used it yet, or was he just shuffling the deck after the search?
He's shuffling for a Pokepad now. Going to play down the Festival Grounds and Boom Boom Groove. There was a consideration of playing Iono first. Going to Boom Boom Groove for Lily's determination to be able to draw 8 cards instead. And didn't go Boom Boom Groove for another Thwacky, wanting to hit that off this Lily determination.
I really like this from Ethan here. He does not need very much at all. He can mount a decent attack here. And the thing is, yeah, you're going to get KO'd by the spiky energy, but you're going to give up 1 prize. You're going to take 2 over the next 2 turns. That is a trade I am absolutely willing to make if I'm Ethan here. What we need to do is just keep setting up our board. We want more apples, more monkeys. We want to keep rolling here. And where are we? We've got a picnic basket. Oh, we've got Diplin. We've got another Thwacky. This is looking wonderful. We've even got, I mean, you can buddy pop in here and fill up your bench quite nicely if you want to. But why don't you bug catching set first?
Yeah, it's always great to use bug catching set first. Trying to take it off the top of the deck where Buddy Poffin is what we call a guaranteed search card. So you're leaving more targets in the deck with bug catching set by then using Buddy Poffin afterwards or Pokepad.
Oh, we got a third Grookey coming down. Next turn, that is going to lead to a third Thwacky. It's already in hand, and this is so different for Ethan than we saw in game 1. This means he is going to be able to search out 3 cards of his choosing every turn. The term we generally use in the Pokemon TCG is bricking. It is if your deck has turned into a brick, it is giving you nothing. That is not what Ethan's deck is doing this game. He's going to be able to be boom, boom, grooving 3 times every turn and just getting every single thing he needs. There's the full bench, so he can hit 200 damage. And here we go. Yes, I know if you do this next turn, you're going to get KO'd by the spiky energy. I don't care. I'm taking out the Crossel. I'm taking out the energy. I'm getting 2 prizes. It is a risk I'm willing to take, especially because Oscar can only attack now with a reversal energy next turn, and one of his 2 is prized.
Unless Oscar is getting any help off this Pokegear, it's going to look tough. Double Boss's Orders. Those don't draw any cards, and we have to look at the prize cards again. Double Lily's determination of prize cards does not make this any easier off a feat. Potentially, if there's no other Crossel coming down, and I have to think that either Pokevitale is played. That's not even going to help here. If there is not a second Crossel coming down, the game could end on the next turn.
It absolutely could. And this is best case scenario for Ethan, worst case scenario for Oscar. We saw the reverse in game one. In game one, Ethan couldn't get rolling. Oscar had time to set up, and you saw how hard those crustaceans were to take down. In game two, we are seeing Ethan get rolling very nicely, and it just feels like an uphill battle. Now, we do have that Pokevitale. Now, it is being played. Problem is, you're there on 200 damage. That's how much you do. So yeah, you've just used your ace spec, and I don't think you've gotten any real... Oh, no, he had to do that, or else you KO the Crossel, put Dwebble active and KO. I suppose it's at least saved your Dwebble, but it doesn't feel good.
No, because next turn from Oscar would likely be put up the Dwebble, hopefully evolve it, but then what?
We have to hit reversal energy. You have to.
There's reversal in hand, but then you still need to hit the Crossel.
Yes.
Although on everything's just going on Ethan's side here. Triple Dipplin in play, triple Fraki. You can get to essentially Quick Search, although it's Boom Boom Groove for free cards of his own choosing.
And Quick Search is hard limited to once per turn, even if you've got multiple Pidgeot. Boom Boom Groove is once per turn per Thwacky, so you can get free cards a turn. In this deck, this is so much better than Quick Search is in any other deck. And the thing is, in the last game, what Oscar did beautifully was take out the only Applin / Dipplin. He took all of the attacking options away. When this Dipplin goes down, even if Oscar gets to KO a Dipplin next turn, Ethan will still have one going into his follow-up turn.
Yeah, you can even be attaching the air balloon here, preventing that knockout with the spiky energy.
Love it.
Beautiful play here from Ethan, avoiding that Oscar.
That's it. Oscar's picking up his cards. Ethan is going to win game two. We are one game apiece here in top four in Sevilla, and we are going to a game three. Oscar saw the writing on the wall. And here's the thing now, Jesper. We've seen how Oscar wins. We've seen how Ethan wins. Now we get to a game three to see who can do it again.
And it's more so a question of, does Ethan get this set up with triple Thwacky, triple Dipplin? I don't see much Oscar can do if so that happens, although it was difficult for Oscar with no draw supporters, right? So if we can get to see a balanced game, speaking of no draw supporters, double Lilies in the prize cards.
And double Luxurious Cape did not help, but you see Ethan's start here was phenomenal. You get the double Grookey, and then by turn two, you've got everything you need. You've got double Thwacky, you've got a couple of spare Applin, you're doing a whole bunch of damage, at which point Oscar has to go into full defensive mode. You have to end up, just trying to set up everything, and it's so difficult. And it just goes for Oscar, I'm not going to win this. I used Pokevitale, so you only KO'd my Crossel for 2 prizes and didn't also KO my Dwebble. Well, what really is that going to do in the long run? Unfortunately, too far behind, 1 game apiece. And I'm going to make a prediction here. I think with 55 minutes left, we've got enough time for game 3.
Oh, you're sure about that?
In its entirety, I feel confident.
Okay, I will join along that bet with you, Ross. Yes, we are going to be seeing, at the very least, conclusion. Since we're on Top Cut, there will be a conclusion regardless, but it's going to be within these 55 minutes, even putting out some decent prize cards. Not too bad double energy in the prize cards, although still would have 3 left. And usually you're thinking you're playing 5 grass energy. That's not too good whenever we're looking at prize cards, but speaking of, you can still just Boom Boom Groove for the grass energies.
And there's 2 bug kit catching set, even with the 1 prize. I don't love those 2 spiky energy being prized. There's only 3 in the deck, so that's going to make things more difficult for Oscar. Ethan goes first. It's just an Applin and a Grookey, and he passes over to Oscar, who does get an energy onto the Dwebble and plays an Arven, so he can start getting set up here. It's going to be for that Luxurious Cape, shockingly, and then also going to look. It seems like, we're going to get a Buddy Buddy Poffin for 2 more Dwebble.
Exactly, 2 more Dwebble. Ascension into Crossel at the end of this turn. Luxurious Cape on top of it. Even does need to find some setup pieces. I do see Thwacky, I do see Lily, so it's going to be able to play this game.
This is what we're looking for. There's your Thwacky. You don't have a Dipplin yet, but you do have 8 cards off of Lily's Determination to try and find it. If you find a Dipplin here, then you're kind of sorted, because that means that Thwacky is going to be able to search whatever you want. But when I say Dipplin, I mean Dipplin or Pokepad or Bug Catching Set. I do like your odds of being able to find it here.
I do too. Typically, we're saying if you're drawing 8 with Lily, you're supposed to be hitting these cards. Although, Ross, we've seen it time and time again, players using Lily for 8, being confident they're going to hit it, and then they don't. But we get to see what Ethan has off the cards here.
He's got it.
A
He's
lot
good.
of Pokemon.
And one of them is a Diplin, which activates Thwacky's Boom Boom Groove. We have a bunch more basics. I think 2 Applin and a Grookey coming down here. So all you actually need is probably one more Grookey, and you've got your perfect setup Pokemon-wise. Could get it with this Boom Boom Groove, but you're probably going to want to get an Energy, because, of course, 2 of them are prized, and you don't have one in hand. Grookey can wait.
Grookey can wait, yes. And you're getting that Energy. Gonna attach that to the Diplin. Be able to deal 160. Right, that sets it up for a 2-hit KO unless Oscar goes Pokevital A. But then we may be speaking of a Pokevital A that sort of seems wasted when we're thinking in the grand scheme of things, right? So Even's on route to a fantastic setup. Even has more Thwackies to boot for next turn.
I love this, and this is where it starts going really well. When you start getting rolling, wait, why is it? Oh, there's no Festival Grounds in place. It was only for 80, but that still sets up a KO next turn, so I would not worry too much about it. We are using Town Store to go and search out a tool here for Oscar. Wow, Luxurious Cape. Who could possibly have seen that coming? And incidentally, this is why he plays Town Store. It's such an important card, this Luxurious Cape. Crossel is good at blocking EXs, but when you add the extra 100 HP, it can stop those few single prize Pokemon that you use to counter. They can be shut down by Luxurious Cape.
Yeah, in the case of Ethan here, yeah, no healing cards are going to be able to play unless it's Pokevital A. We don't see that off the grip with Lily's Determination. Just going to pass it over. So Ethan undoubtedly will be getting it. So Boom Boom Groove can get you Festival Grounds. Pokeball can get you the Pokemon. And then the second Boom Boom Groove can get you whatever you would like.
He's even got, he's even got a third Thwacky in hand. So if he goes Pokepad here and goes and gets, yeah, I think second Diplin is right. But if you end up with another Grookey, then next turn you're on to treble Thwacky again and you are rolling. Although you might get a Lily's Determination before that and just shuffle your hand in, because that's 8 more cards and you've still got a Boom Boom Groove afterwards.
Yeah, and we are indeed grooving here, mate. Going on with the Lily. 8 groovy cards getting in here, being able to use Boom Boom Groove thereafter. So if we're just hitting either Festival Grounds or a basic Pokemon, I'm not even asking for a Grookey here. Grookey would be nice, that is. But if we're getting any basic Pokemon, we will get the knockout with just searching out that Festival Grounds.
Yeah, that sounds pretty good, frankly. That sounds like it's going to help quite a bit. Here we go with the 8 cards from Lily's Determination. Festival Grounds, the only thing you really need. You've hit it off of the Lily's Determination. Even if you didn't, you use Boom Boom Groove to search it, but it's nice that you don't have to. Buddy Poppin is going to get that last Grookey, which we know you needed. And from now on, we're back in that situation like we were in Game 2, where you're not going to whiff anything. You've got 2 energy prize, but you're going to get an energy every turn. Festival Grounds, you're going to have it every turn. You are not going to whiff from here on in for the rest of the game.
And what this spells really big danger from Oscar. We haven't talked about how Ethan is going to be able to one-hit KO a Crustle yet. If Ethan plays down a Kieran, deals 130 times 2, that will get the knockout. So speaking of that, it's going to be even that much more difficult to prevent all of this from Oscar's side of things, right? Although I do need to remember, Kieran does only work on EXs, but still getting knockout here, still being able to two-hit KO these Crustles essentially.
It doesn't only work on EXs. It also works on Pokemon V. Come on, I had to correct you on that one. Now, here is a reversal energy for Oscar, and this one's important because this is his only way to attack. Now that he's behind on prizes, he can use this and go ahead and actually launch an attack. Yes, he has. Yes, he's got a third energy on this, so he can finally attack here. Have we even seen an attack from Crustle yet? Yes, we have. In Game 1, he got a couple. So we can actually get a KO on this Diplin. The problem is there's a follow-up Diplin and then a tertiary Diplin kind of ready to go. And Ethan is going to be able to use those Boom Boom Groove to rebuild his board. Here we are going to see a counter stadium, but Ethan can use Thwacky to get a new one next turn. I wouldn't be too worried. And we finally see that attack for the first time since Game 1. Superb Scissors gets a KO on Applin. How can Ethan respond?
Yeah, we're reaching the state of the game where they're trading essentially 1 for 1. Ethan every second turn is supposed to get 2 prize cards, where Oscar's getting 1 every single turn on any Dipplin, which means in turn that Ethan has to be able to play cards like Lana's Aid to get back these Pokemon. So it's actually going to be a bit of a game of resources, unlike we've seen in Game 1 and Game 2, where we kind of had some non-games here. Here we get to see the full matchup play out.
And it is going to be interesting to see if we can keep those Dipplin rolling. That we are playing a full 4... Oh, no, it's a full free list of Dipplin. So we are going to need to see some recovery coming down when these start getting knocked out. Because Ethan's not one-hit KOing. We see an Iono coming down. That's going to give Oscar a new hand of 5 and Ethan a new hand of 4. But we're not going to be seeing big one-hit KOs because... Now, the good news is we got Brave Bang. Wait, no, that only works on the X's. We got Kieran. That only works on the X's. We got Max Belt. Wait, that only works on the X's. We do have Vitality Band, but that still maxes out at 220. So we're not getting a one-hit KO on a luxurious Caped Crustle.
No, we're not. And that's where I can turn from Oscar. If Oscar's able to set up this second Crustle, that might be where Ethan gets in a bit of a resource issue in turn of that. When we're speaking about Ethan and the resources, though, we also do have to point out that Oscar also has only a limited amount of Crustles.
Yes, absolutely he does. Thing is, they're both luxurious capes. So for Ethan, it's quite simple. The prize map is take out these 2 Crustle on the board. They go down, you take 4 prizes, you'll win the game. The good news is Ethan isn't going to run out of resources in terms of he can search whatever he wants. He's just got to make sure he's searching and sequencing properly to keep the army of apples approaching. Here we're going to see a hit for 200 damage, as you would expect. But with 2 spiky energy prized, Ethan's not getting punished for the attack.
No, he is not. Oscar's also going to be able to tie up the game after this next coming attack. Morty's Conviction, first time we've seen that this weekend. Discard a card from your hand and draw 1 for each of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And with a full bench of 5, yeah, 5 fresh cards.
Yeah, you're going to be drawing 5 every turn. We do see the Jumbo Ice Cream coming down, but you're not out of the danger zone yet. Could we combine that with a Pokevital A? Because I don't think another Jumbo Ice wouldn't do it. It doesn't, so Ethan is still going to be able to get the KO here. But again, it means you have to use both attacks to take out Crustle. You don't get to KO it and then get a free hit on the new one. That is why this healing is happening from Oscar.
And the play that Ethan wants to be going into is this Seeking here with the Rapid Draw. Also has the Festival Lead ability. Also is able to attack twice. And with Vitality Band, if that gets attached to it, which we see here off the Boom Boom Groove, we can get the knockout with 2 times Rapid Draw, essentially drawing 2 cards each time. That means drawing more cards, getting all these resources into hand, thinning out Ethan's deck, meaning Ethan can sit with that much more resources and that many more options.
And it also means that the better attacker, the Dipplin, is being saved. So whereas we were talking about having to recover these Dipplin and making sure you've got enough, well, every time you can put something like a Seeking active and use that for a turn, that's 1 less turn where you have to muck about recovering your Pokemon. So in that way, it works very nicely indeed. We do see that Lana coming down, that little plate supporter Lana's Aid, lets you get free in any combination of Pokemon that don't have a rule box and basic energy from your discard pile into your hand. And that's the difference here, because you don't have to then search it out. There's a Vitality Band, there's the energy, double attack, and even draws 4 cards, because apparently searching out any free cards he likes isn't enough.
It is not. And the most important thing, especially about this, is that, yes, we're saving these Dipplins. These Dipplins are the keys to the matchup. And now Ethan only has to chew through 1 more Crustle.
But Crustle's only taken 2 prize cards. It's going to go up to 3. That's going to leave 3 remaining. If we carry on this back and forth, Ethan is going to win the prize race. But there is still some healing to be done. If Ethan gets a big attack and we see, say, a Pokevital A and a Jumbo Ice Cream, that could make a big difference. Having said that, to even attack this turn, we need that last reversal energy. Without reversal energy, there's no attack coming.
You're right about that, Ross. Although, Ethan just has to pile on some pressure. If there's no attack this turn, Oscar's going to be down in that prize trade. Morty for 5. Do we see it?
Oh, I didn't catch a good enough look at the cards he drew. They asked for, I'm sorry, we got Boss's Orders, Lily Determination. A spiky energy, but not a reversal energy. There will be no superb scissors this time. Regular scissors only, and they do not do enough damage. Back to Ethan here, absolutely in the driver's seat. Should be 2 turns away from booking a place in the final. Oscar is going to need some healing next turn. I mean, here you could hit with Seeking, or you could retreat into your Dipplin, do a bit more. Oh, but here comes the Iono. And yeah, sure, Ethan's putting himself down to a 2-card hand. But when you got 3 Boom Boom Groove ready, feels a bit better.
You get free of everything you like. So whenever Ethan is thinking next turn, I would like this card, I would like the other card, I would like the third card, you can just get them all free.
Is going for that Kieran there. Kieran does also work as a switch. It's not just for the extra damage, so might be using that to switch out next turn, not this turn. He's already played a supporter. Also using another Boom Boom Groove for an air balloon. So clearly trying to make sure nothing will be stalled into the active by Crossell.
And that's important to remember, that these YK have 2 retreat costs, which means that makes them vulnerable to exactly being stuck in the active position. We most likely see this more in other matchups, although Crossell does have a bit of a control-y element to it, so it can potentially go for that route. Although here we do see Dipplin do the wave, 200 damage.
And that means that Oscar has got to get some healing down. We know Ethan is going to have Boss's Orders if he wants it next turn. There is no question. Boom Boom Groove will see to that. So you need an energy. Oh, now you get the reversal energy a turn later than you wanted it. But you've got to heal. If you don't heal and you retreat, you're going to lose next turn. If you don't retreat and you don't heal, you're going to lose next turn.
We need to see both Pokevital A and Jumbo Ice Cream off this Lily. If it's only Pokevital A, one more bench Pokemon, double do the wave would do the job. So Oscar needs to be hitting both of these pieces. One of them is not good enough. Don't see that. 1 ice cream only.
And there is the fist bump. Ethan Wild wins this match 2-1, advancing to the final of the Seville Special Championships, the first regional level event since he won in Birmingham, and he is 1 match away from going back to back.
Back to back, stealing another direct invitation to the World Championships. Even while booking himself a seat into the finals, we get to see full replay of the entirety of the match.
Well, here in game 1, this was a game where Ethan's deck just was not playing. There were no Thwacky coming out. That gave Oscar plenty of time to get energy onto the Crossell. When the healing came out when it needed to, but crucially, the KO on that lone Dipplin, that was what made the big difference there. Got the KO, and that was pretty much it for game 1. Ethan decided that there was just nothing to be done. And at that point, that was it. That was the game. Oscar wins game 1. Ethan concedes. We move on to game 2.
Moving on to game 2, we saw an entirely different game, even setting up the full party of monkeys, of Dipplins, and going with that, getting the attacks going, and the extended pressure that Ethan could be putting on Oscar was to be felt. Oscar doing everything, Pokevital A to stay within the game, but it all came up for nothing when we saw this air balloon retreat into the other Dipplin and a concession.
And then we head on into game 3, but the problem for Oscar is that game 3 looked an awful lot like game 2. Ethan got rolling. He got his army of apples. He got his army of monkeys, and he set up beautifully. He's taken the KOs on these Crossell, and sure, it took a little bit of time, but that doesn't matter. He's able to take the time. There was an energy miss by Oscar, which was absolutely huge. And Ethan, with the army of Thwacky on the bench, meant he had everything he needed. He even managed to get a KO with Seeking to draw him 4 cards in addition to all of the search, putting himself in this fantastic position. And then it was just down to 1 Crossell there for Oscar. And unfortunately, he needed healing, didn't draw healing, and the fist bump that put Ethan into the final of Seville Special Championships.
And the Special Championships and special matchups we've seen indeed. I would not have been thinking we would have been seeing any Crossells into 4, nor any Festival Lead. But now we have Festival Lead in a festive finals.
We do, and I'm loving this because we have got one more streamed regional in this format next weekend over in North America in Orlando. And if you're watching this stream and thinking, I'm going to Orlando, what are you going to do about Festival Lead? Are you going to play it? Are you going to respect it? Are you going to attack against it? I feel like we're throwing a spanner in the works of the metagame at the last possible opportunity.
And that's what makes Orlando that much more exciting. Although for people at home, you can read up on Chiyu. There's good Chiyu for countering Festival Lead at that. But
don't give them all the answers, mate.
Do you want to be doing that, though? How much are we thinking that Festival Lead is being able to be played in Orlando? How big is that spike going to be in play, considering there's only 1 week left before Orlando Regional Championships? As said, last major tournament of this format. But much to be said about Orlando. Let's stick to our guns here in Sevilla. I mean, again, I am just struck by Festival Lead being in finals.
I think Festival Lead is a story, but I also want to just point out the other story here is Ethan Wild. He is cementing himself as one of the absolute top players in Europe, nay, the world. You don't win back-to-back regional level events unless you are that ridiculous top tier of player, and Ethan is putting himself exactly in that tier. He's in the final here in Sevilla, but why don't we remind ourselves what happened last time he was in a final in Birmingham?
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to look at Birmingham Regionals 2026. After Toronto Regionals, with 4 Dragapult and a Raging Bolt in top 8, 2,344 players descended onto Birmingham, all trying to solve this new stage of the Phantasmal Flames metagame, and they did not disappoint. As day 1 panned out, Mega Lucario, Mega Lopunny, Dawn Zard and Golden Go were all featured on stream, which was very representative of the overall metagame, with Golden Go and Dragapult jostling it out for the top slot, with Gardevoir and Charizard EX in the mix as well, along with the best top deck of the day, Precious Trolley, turn 1 via the one and only Tord Redcliffe. As we got into phase 2, everything was mostly the same at the top table, but we did have some standout moments, with Hermione navigating his way out of prizing both his Charizard EX in a winning in round 14. As Top Cut was formed though, it looked like Charizard was having a revenge tour, with 3 in total making it into Top Cut, via Ovind, Hermione and Nicole. But unfortunately for them, the finals wouldn't have any Charizard in it, as Ethan Wild, who only started to play Dragapult on the Tuesday before, had catapulted himself into the final. But he had a titan of the game sitting across from him in Emma Hagen, with her trusty Flareon deck, which she was very confident with, already getting a 2nd place finish in Gdansk and never changing off the deck since. But as the finals played out, it was a close one, but Ethan was able to take it all home. Will Dragapult be phantom diving all over this weekend as well? Can anyone stop it? Keep your eyes on the stream to find out.
I went to my first tournament in 2009 and I don't remember exactly anymore, but I was just really into the game, was playing with my brother, and I think we saw like an advertisement for the German nationals and we were like, let's try, maybe let's try to win this. And yeah, then we went to the nationals and really enjoyed it, so kept going. My favorite deck of all time was probably Seismitoad Giratina from 2015-16, because it was the first deck I really had success with competitively, and it was also a deck which wasn't very popular before I played it, and then got pretty popular, so it's always going to be like very special for me. I still really enjoy going to tournaments, just playing every now and then, and so just meeting friends, playing some Pokemon is basically just my motivation now. I wouldn't really say idol, but I'm really looking up to, of course, Tord and Azul, which are 2 best players in the world right now, and it's just so consistent, and I was just also innovating the decks and always coming up with great new ideas, and that's definitely inspires me to also maybe still try.
Hola trainers, welcome back to this riveting competition. Here we are in Seville for our special championships. We're back.
Definitely back. I'm Alex Dow. This is Amy here, of course, and we're here to bring you the other side of the bracket in the top 4 to find out who will be facing Ethan in a riveting final. Now, this is the brackets as we has it from a top 8. Of course, we've seen Ted Tobin earlier in that top 8 against Caleb. He'll be up against Daniel Verez in the other semi-finals. Of course, we've already seen from the other side of the bracket, Amy, Ethan making it all the way through, despite a little trouble in that little semi-final, because he did lose that first game, but he's in that final waiting for the eventual winner of our top 4.
Absolutely, and we've got this game almost ready for you. The players are just checking out each other's deck lists now. This is an open deck list, top 4, so they're getting to have a little peek right now. They know what they're going up against, and we've obviously seen Ted on stream a couple of times already today.
Yeah, no secrets, no surprises. They get a chance to really diligently review the opponent's deck lists, those card counts, and then really sort of take it to the opponent and really just try and overcome their opponent in front of them. Ted here, we've already mentioned a couple of times, or a number of times, I should say, already with that Birmingham regional top 8, looking to try and meet another Birmingham regional top 8, an actual winner in the finals, but he's piloting Gardevoir once again to another fantastic finish, taking it already one step further.
And of course, then we're over to Daniel, who did very well in Frankfurt and Stuttgart in our 2026 season, looking to add to those accolades today and doing a very good job of it thus far.
Yeah, absolutely. Both of these players now, this is going to be, I'm going to call it a little bit more of a conventional matchup in comparison to what we've just witnessed. I mean, again, riveting all the same, because there's so many good decks and Pokemon to still be played. But this is one of those where we're going to get Gardevoir against Golden Go. It's a matchup we've seen many a time before, but we're at the end of the line for both of these decks right now, just because of what is looming in a month's time. But for the moment, they still have an opportunity to pull themselves and call themselves another champion once again.
Had a quick chat with Ted just a moment ago. They were saying that the addition of the Mega Lopunny is not too fun in this matchup. I also see there's Pokepads in this Golden Go list, so this is going to be a little bit different than the classic Golden Go deck that we've seen before, and maybe our result will be different as well. So no matter what you think of this matchup, toss those expectations out the window, because we're going to show you two titans of the TCG battling it out to show you what really happens when Gardevoir is against Golden Go.
Both our players now ready with their active Pokemon, laying down their prizes. We get a glimpse of what each player will not be able to access during this game, at least initially. Nothing too crazy on both sides. We're going to get a good game, ladies and gentlemen. Shortly about to kick off this Masters top 4B match. There's the fist bump. Here we go. Who will be meeting Ethan Wild's Festival lead in the final? Gardevoir or Golden Go? It's Daniel to kick things off.
Okay, Daniel's bringing it home. We're going on in with an S-ball. Here we go. What is the ideal pick here? We kind of do want the Lunatone. We need to get that draw engine on board. But Gimmighoul's also a very important part of this deck. Going for the Lunatone first, but having a little prize check just to make sure nothing too crucial's in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's establish our early game draw power. It's been one of the best partners in this game since its inclusion, that Soul Rock Lunatone package with that Lunar Cycle ability, being able to discard a basic fighting energy to draw free. We also get a Pokebad, and I'm sure this is where those Gimmighouls are going to start to come down as well, because eventually we're going to need to evolve up to those Golden Go EXs, that coin bonus ability. Actually, we're going to start trying to utilize a more efficient attacker as well. We're going to go to that afterwards, but Golden Go will allow you to have some draw power with coin bonus, make it rain for some massive amounts of damage, and there is the Gimmighoul after all. But then it's got a new partner, and it's Baneri, Amy.
Baneri, yeah, of course, we can make use of the Mega Lopunny EX. It's got a huge 330 HP, which can be really quite troublesome for these Gardevoir decks. And also, it has effective moves that can not only do lots of damage, but also that have very few energy that need to be attached in order to use them, just like Golden Go itself. So this is a great inclusion that's super flexible in this matchup.
And look at this board, Amy. 3 Gimmighouls already down. Baneri also waiting in the wings. Energy attachment now over from Ted's side, straight to the Frillish in the active spot. Starting that single lone Frillish in the list once again, similar to what we saw a little bit earlier today. But it's going to be up against a pretty tricky customer in the Solrock Lunatone package and the Gimmighouls and Goldengos waiting in the background. Routes hits the field. We need those. Ever so important to evolve eventually up into those Gardevoir EXs, utilize Psychic Embrace, and then also start swinging away with its own partners in crime. Then also at the same time, with the Psychic Embrace energy attachments, we do damage to ourselves. Monkeydory is there to really heal off some of that damage, but also make it easier to take one-hit KOs. So this is a scenario where we're going to be in a real tricky spot. It's just going to be the Frillish Oceanic Gloom in this initial spot here. No supporter played here by Ted. Could be a bit awkward to work with.
Okay, we're going for the Lunar Cycle first. We also have a Fighting Gong in hand, so we can go ahead and thin the deck a little more, but we can't use items. Quite right, Alex.
There
Caught
you
me
go.
there. Can't use the items, so we have to go for the Lunar Cycle first. Don't know if we particularly have any supporters that are useful right now, other than drawing forward one of these rolls to knock it out with the Solrock.
Cosmic Beam for the first prize of this top 4B match here. Ted is currently holding on to the Pheasantipity and a Monkeydory. I think may have just top decked to Lily's Determination as well. So a great turn 2 hand to kind of work with. We're going to see a fresh 8 cards after shuffling the hand back into the deck. One of the prime supporters in a lot of these stage 2 decks now. And then can see an additional 3 cards with that Flip the Script as early as turn 2. So really in a spot where really could try and turn the game on its head. We're going to be looking for a number of pieces to try and protect that route. If not, get a second one down once again.
Now, we've just had one Ralts knocked out. One's in the prize cards, and the only other Ralts is on the bench. So the only way we're going to get it back is with some recursion, or we're going to have to wait and take a prize card later.
Maybe try and protect it with that Bravery Charm where there's no way to evolve. No, there is a Curlier, so we are bulking ourselves up to 100 HP there to try and protect it away from a Cosmic Beam, perhaps. Artisan being utilized now playing it down because your opponent can't utilize it because they have a full bench. So this is perfect for Ted's position here. No targets because, of course, that other route is currently prized and don't really want to take up too much bench space for the moment, at least. And now it's just over to get the attachment on Monkeydory, get Adrenabrain live and kicking as soon as possible.
That prevents, obviously, our temptation to attack into the Frillish, regardless of not being able to take a knockout. Monkeydory makes that much less tempting as they can start throwing the damage back. And all of our unevolved Pokemon on the bench quite dislike that.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking to do yet another Oceanic Gloom. 20 damage to the active. So Solrock now down to 50 HP. Just all of those items. Does have Lilies in hand here. But, I mean, imagine just being able to get a turn where all of those items could have been popping off. But we're just having to shuffle it back in and just hope we see them again later. Because we're going to need to start getting access to some more of those energies. With Lunar Cycle being online and on the board, it's one way to just get those energies sort of in and around somewhere you can find them. In those discard pile, you can grab them with that superior energy retrieval at some stage. Lilies for 6. While we're working, we do have a fighting energy.
We've got the Megalopunny, and we have an energy. We could attack here. We could go in for a Gale Thrust. It'll do 60 plus 170 because it will have moved from the bench into the active spot this turn. And just take down the Frillish and stop the item lock in its tracks.
Yeah, absolutely. It could be one way to really just keep applying pressure every single turn because Cosmic Beam right now won't be doing enough, of course. Only able to do 70 damage so long as you have that Lunatone also on your bench. We do now see Lunar Cycle does hit into a Golden Go EX alongside, I believe that's the Cypher Maniacs as well, the one-off copy. Cypher Maniacs co-breaking is another way to essentially tutor any 2 cards in combination with the clone bonus. But we do get the hard manual retreat here. Gale Thrust is live with the additional damage output, and it's a knockout on that Frillish in the active spot.
Megalopunny launches itself from the bench for a huge attack. Didn't need a huge attack, but Frillish unfortunately succumbed and is now in the discard pile. Obviously, it activates Pheasantipity, which we love. 3 more cards there for Ted to hopefully bring this back around, grab ourselves a Gardevoir, and get going to be able to retaliate. Now, the tough part is that Mega Lopunny itself is kind of out of range of any of Ted's attackers. We're not going to be one-hit KOing it, so that can be a bit troublesome. It's whether you then start targeting benched Pokemon instead.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 330 HP is definitely hefty. I know it's a Mega. I know you can take 3 prizes with it, but it's real difficult to overcome. But with Ted at the moment, we're going down the secret box routes for the moment. He does have Gardevoir EX in hand right now. It looks like the Night Stretcher Iono Technical Machine Evolution is coming to the hand. I'm sure we're likely to see the Night Stretcher for that routes because, you know, just in case my Gardevoir ever goes down, we're going to need a way to get it back online once again. There is the Gardevoir EX. Here comes the Night Stretcher now. That routes that did get taken out by Cosmic Beam. It's going to be real interesting to see how this pays out in the end. We're just getting that out of our hand as well. Technical Machine Evolution, and I'm sure we're just going to look for one of those partners, and there it is. That Screamtail hitting the field, ready and prime, ready to let's roar a scream at one of those bench Pokemon.
Yeah, being able to target the bench is a nice way of getting around the Lopunny, but it doesn't deal with the issue at hand in the end. Mega Lopunny still able to attack for very few energy, and it's already got the 1, so it can already do 60 with Gale Thrust and then 160 for that Spiky Hopper for 2 energy. So it's not going to take a lot for Lopunny to just kind of poke the Screamtail back to the discard pile. So it's about the long game here for Ted and Daniel. They're both needing to think sort of 2-3 turns ahead here to be able to piece together the correct sequencing of attacks.
Yeah, there's plenty of energies to work with. So there goes the double Psychic Embrace to the active. So 4 damage counters right now to be playing around with. If he does commit another one, he will have the full 6 to be able to maneuver over, and that could be one way we start to try and whittle down against some of these single prize Pokemon. Those Gimmighouls do have 70. So does the Lunatone, has 110. Solrock right now still also has 70 HP remaining as well. So right now can't necessarily take an in-turn knockout Fire Adrenabrain as we do maneuver into the Screamtail. Does get the final Psychic Embrace onto the Gardevoir as well, so something to play with. But let's see what direction. I mean, he's got 3 choices, right? We've got the Gimmighouls that we want to try and take out, or trying to remove some of the threats on the board of these single prizes. But let's see the direction that Ted's going to take us in.
Gonna go towards the Lunatone, kind of breaking down that draw engine of the Lunatone Solrock, and also taking Solrock away as an attacker. We scream at the Gimmighoul, and it runs off to the discard pile as we take a knockout.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, eventually just trying to remove that additional draw power from the board. I'm sure at some stage, Ted's going to be thinking, I need to take out the other Gimmighoul before it gets to a Golden Go stage as well. Right now, over on Daniel's side, he is eyeing up that potential of that Professor Churro scenario. That is one way to remove the Mega Lopunny out of play if he needs to do so, or maybe just try and prevent the additional damage counters coming back onto his board, because he could just essentially Gale Thrust without the additional damage from maneuvering from the bench to the active and still take the knockout here, as you called out earlier, Amy. Coin bonuses straight into a fighting energy. He has to be aware of how many energies he puts into the discard pile, because he knows his opponent is playing that Frillish, and mid to late game could be real troublesome to overcome. But 3 cards, hits that Golden Go EX to evolve up again.
Ooh, lovely, giving us some more flexibility and protecting the Gimmighoul from those Screamtail. We've obviously got the Legacy Energy in hand as well, which is something that Screamtail kind of pivots between as well. We managed to use different ways of getting around that sometimes. And then, yeah, now it's just really which attacker we want to employ and where.
Yeah, because he did have a boss's orders in hand once again as well. There's the Hilda, which is a nice inclusion that we've seen because he is playing the Legacy Energy variant as well. That's also currently sat in the hand. So if a Pokemon is knocked out when this is attached, they do take 1 less prize. Professor Churro scenario onto that Lunatone just to try and protect it an additional turn is a great way, especially when you're already forcing the issue by taking a knockout here anyway. So it's just down to what else could Daniel do to really make it as difficult as possible. It's just going to be a retreat into this Soul Rock here does a little bit more damage than the Gale Thrust and can leave the Gale Thrust activated for a future turn. So a big Cosmic Beam here.
Cosmic Beam taking down that Screamy Tail, and off to the discard pile they go. But being immediately hooked by a fishing rod back into the deck immediately by Ted.
You see the pace that Ted's there is playing that Super Rod. Not only is he chucking back in that Frillish and the Scream Tail because it can access it via Artisan, but also utilizing the Earthen Vessel to get more energies into hand and the discard, and actually immediately goes for that Frillish Oceanic Gloom. Is going to be one thing to keep an eye out for, because Daniel is starting to utilize a lot of those energies that are left in the discard pile, and that's what Ted is going to try and take advantage of.
And it very much makes sense. That Frillish is back. Ted's body language is giving us confidence.
Yeah, there is. I mean, it's like he's played this matchup before, Amy.
Oh, baby, he has. And onto that, Vezendivity goes a Bravery Charm, and now we're Arvening, looking at a counter catcher. Fantastic idea.
Yeah, one way to try and slow down a game will make Daniel maybe commit some more energies to either have to retreat or send up a different attacker, and it becomes a real nuisance, especially when you're having to force your opponent to hard retreat with energy attachments, and you're also trying to item lock them. If that's the route that we're going down, it does seem pretty good for this moment anyway. Is that just a hand attachment there just to retreat the Gardevoir? Here comes the Frillish, the bane of some of the Golden Goals that would be in existence right now. Free energy attachments, just trying to maybe get maximum value from Adrenabrain. 60 onto the Soul Rock. Let's remove that from play. And then just Oceanic Glooms and takes the knockout here. Down to 4 prizes, and it's on Daniel to try and retaliate into this Frillish.
Now, we've got a few different ways that we can play this out, but unfortunately, having had something knocked out, Megalopony kind of wants that pivot. We need the air balloon on this Golden Go, ideally for that to attack. So it looks like Golden Go might be the choice of attacker this time instead. Let's see how this unfolds and how Daniel chooses to play this turn out. We've still got the Legacy Energy, so that maybe could be an option this turn now to kind of try and skew the prize trade in his advantage to keep this pace of play going. But we're going to use the Artisan first to bring back a Soul Rock to reactivate that draw engine and also give us another attacker.
Again, when you say reactivating the draw engine, I mean, it's always scary once again to just kind of pitch away another energy at some point. Just going through, it looks like I saw 1 fighting energy left, or maybe 2 fighting energies left in the deck or so. So it is starting to come a little bit sort of a resource management that we have to work with, as we do get the Legacy Energy just being committed. He's showcasing, of course, with both players knowing each other's list now. Ted is going to be pretty sure that he knew that this was coming at some stage. It does provide any energy type when attached as well. It is that ace spec, so it is just that 1 ace spec of choice for the deck, of course. This is going to be ever so important how we play out the rest of this turn. No items.
No
from
items.
That attack.
Not allowed, but we can attack. And we've got more draw power. We can use these Golden Go. We can use coin bonus. We've got at least 3 cards there in view right now. And we're going for our first 2. Are they going to help us get towards some energy retrieval? But we can't use that energy retrieval because that's an item. So we can't do that one. Is there going to be a way of getting towards an attack this turn?
Well, we're going to coin bonus once again to see what we're working with. Earthen Vessel is not going to be helpful in this scenario right now. There's no energy else in hand. Hilda will be able to grab 1 energy, I guess.
It's not enough, Alex. It's not enough.
And
that's only 50 damage.
And that's the problem when you've committed the Legacy Energy to the active already. That's going to be a real troubling spot here. I think Daniel is now eyeing up potentially having to work with different cards with that Iono, perhaps. And they're just double checking how many energies are actually left in the discard. Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
That feels
it's a big
pretty rough.
Iono. It is rough, you know. Oh, wait, are they? Oh, it's a Lilies, not an
Lily,
Iono.
sorry.
I I was like, what's going on? They're shuffling. No, lilies are the big lilies. It does get us more cards, but we do shuffle in, which means that the deck is further saturated with cards we don't want.
Especially after you already used your coin bonuses as well. We're going to be looking for some tricky pieces here. I mean, 2 energies will be able to do it, but then you are committing a lot more. And no, 1 energy found.
That's still not enough, though.
No.
That's the same as doing a Hilda, so it's a pass onto Ted's turn.
Yeah, so Ted's here has an opportunity to really take advantage of this slow spot here from Daniel. Does have Frillish in the active spot, but how best can we navigate this turn? Do we try and remove something out of play? I think just the item lock really impacted Daniel's turn there, so it wouldn't surprise me if we just continue down that avenue, as it just looks like Ted is just deciding how best right now to utilize some of the Adrenabrain damage, of course, and just make sure that he has the energy in his discard pile to continue just maneuvering around and start rather than getting stuck at any point. I think he's got 2 more Psychic energies left in the discard right now. He's committing both. It's just going to be, yeah, just going to be moving 1 Adrenabrain, 30 damage to the Megalopony EX, bringing it down to 300 HP now.
We're getting into the more achievable notions now. Still quite a lot, still a bit out of Gardevoir's range, but that's what we're going to have to do, is just whittle away at that bunny. We're putting 1 damage counter there on Golden Go using our second Adrenabrain and attaching for turn on the Gardevoir. And looking like we're going for another Oceanic Gloom.
Yeah,
no more items again.
A super-powered Frillish in the active spot with 5 energy cards now there. So back over to Daniel. It wasn't really progressed too much or too heavily, it felt like. Now we're just kind of working with whatever cards we may be able to draw into with the coin bonus that's in the active spot. That will be an additional 2 cards. The bench would also provide an additional 1 card draw via coin bonus, unless you're able to maneuver into the active spot as well.
It probably is worth using the Cypher Maniac at this stage to guarantee yourself the other card we need. Like, do we have another energy in deck? Probably. I think we had 1 more.
Yeah.
And that would do it. That would allow for the knockout here. It's not the best move in the world.
No.
Just KOing a Frillish, we don't love that. But it does put us down onto 2 prize cards for Daniel, and that is completely workable for a victory.
Absolutely, and then it's just down on Ted to kind of work with. So I think right now Daniel's just eyeing up that Lana's Aid as well. It's one of those, I say newer inclusions in more sort of recent months because of the prevalence of things like the Frillish or like Badoo. When you're being item locked, you can't use your superior energy retrievals, but you can still play supporters, and that's one way to put up to 3 of any combination of Pokemon that don't have a Robux or basic energy cards from your discard pile into your hand. So yeah, he's just kind of telepathing that right now. He's got 2 energies and the Lana's Aid in hand. I wonder if you're Ted, you're going to be able to read that and maybe hit them with an Iono as well. But let's see how this plays out.
It would be a good shout. Absolutely very, very strong move there would be to disrupt that hand, knowing that that's likely coming. We were able to cherry pick what we wanted there. He knows that Daniel does run a lot of recursion. That's why it wasn't too dangerous to put those energy in the discard pile in the first place. We missed the attack last turn, but we're making it rain this turn.
Just with the 2 energies, and that brings Daniel down to 2 prizes away from taking game 1 here, as Ted immediately counts how many energy cards we've already gone through, and that is 9 energy cards that's been counted. We have very sort of caster vision, know that there's 1 in the prizes as well, but Ted's thinking, well, how many energy does Golden Go typically play? And that's where he's going to be coming down to the... Well, actually, he doesn't need to question himself. He's seen it. He knows how many energies there are. He knows there's actually only 12 in the deck and list and somewhere, and 1's attached. So he knows what we're working with, and he's just potentially trying to maybe go down that avenue again. So let's see how we do this here. Plenty of cards to work with. Ultra Ball top decked from that draw.
Who's the ideal attacker in this scenario? Who is going to get us towards this win. Now, the Gardevoir itself is a great attacker in this matchup, especially with its high HP total. It might be the way to go if we're thinking about being able to, you know, move the damage across with the Monkeydory and then knock out the Golden Go is the typical kind of Gardevoir play in this scenario. But I don't know if it's the most optimal play, considering that Daniel does just need that 2-prize knockout.
Well, there is that opportunity maybe to find a way to use Frillish 2 more times. Using it 1 more time really kind of, you know, Lana Zeta only gets 3 energies back, and if there isn't enough energies for Daniel to then take out a third and final Frillish, that could be one route to victory. But then there would have to be the commit maybe to something like the Mega Lopunny as an attacker. So there are threats that Daniel's been able to sort of build onto the board, and this is where Ted is having to deliberate right now. I think just having that Mega Lopunny just waiting in the wings as well, which is so efficient to work with, is a scary thought. So does Ted need to start being aggressive here? Or can we try and maneuver into another Frillish once again? He's eyeing it up.
Yeah, the concern is probably a Gale Thrust on the Pheasantipity, I would imagine, which is why the Bravery Charm kind of manifested on that quite quickly.
There goes a Frillish. That's the second Night Stretcher utilized now. Remember, he used one earlier for the routes. That was knocked out with the Cosmic Beam. There is a Psychic Embrace retreat into the Oceanic Gloom Frillish. It's back once again, and we're going to start loading up with more energies once again as well, just to play around with some of the Monkeydory damage counters. I like this is important as well, as we do get the counter catcher onto the Gimme Ghoul here.
We do have 1 air balloon in the list. It hasn't been utilized yet. So I imagine we'll be hoping to get a little bit further towards that, as Oceanic Gloom will descend on Daniel very soon. But only after we've moved some damage around using some monkey magic from Adrenabrain.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Monkeydory across this weekend so far, and this is where it really comes to the crux. Putting 5 damage on the Gimme Ghoul and taking the knockout. That's an interesting decision here, because now Gale Thrust by itself won't be able to take the knockout, but it's in range of a Soul Rock. Soul Rock Cosmic Beam dealing 70 damage will knock out Frillish because it only has 70 HP remaining. Does this spell a lot of trouble right here, right now? Because a simple knockout, there's double coin bonus being utilized. Professor Churro Scenario and Picnic Basket as well. But Lana Zeta, just get those energies back into the deck, and all I'll need at some point is to utilize something like Professor Churro Scenario and Gale Thrust my way to victory somehow at some point.
Very true. That's a good angle as well. Daniel possibly going down to the 1 prize card mark, where Iono becomes so scary in this case, taking him down to 1 potentially. But we do have card draw on board. It's probably where that other Gimme Ghoul came into play. But now we've got the Cosmic Beam for the knockout on that Frillish.
And he's just taken that air balloon also from the prizes as well. So another way to maneuver around the board state. And this is one of the things that we're going to have to try and work out now. Ted's got to find the route to victory here. Does start with, oh, here we go, counter catcher on the Mega Lopunny EX. Double Psychic Embrace to the active, has 60 damage counters to play with.
Wow.
And double again to the Mega Diancie EX. And is that it? Hang on, I think that's it. That's enough damage.
Cards. A Golden Ray takes the lead, taking Ted to a 1-0 victory. A very tight victory indeed, but Mega Diancie EX came through and the game plan was set.
Yeah, what an incredible display. I mean, being able to just place the 30 damage earlier from the Monkeydory and just kind of leave it there waiting in the wings as we get a chance to watch this all back, because there were such intricate movements here. The Screamtail to knock out the Gimme Ghoul there, and then also just apply some pressure onto the Soul Rock Lunatome. At the same time, Frillish taking just a couple of knockouts by itself and keeping item lock sort of sufficiently on the board. That was the 30 damage there from the Adrenabrain to the Mega Lopunny, keeping it ready for 300 damage from a later Mega Diancie plus more Adrenabrains, and that was more than enough. Really forcing the issue by item locking your opponent, knowing they can't play any of the items. I mean, I don't think we saw a superior energy retrieval, and then that was the moment where we take the final knockout here with this gimmick, putting Ted down to 3 prizes. And we highlighted it earlier, Amy. Mega Pokemon give up 3 prizes. Despite being 330 HP base, they are going down if you hit enough damage on them.
Absolutely, and we, manipulated lots of damage with Monkeydory across that game, and it allowed us to get into that position where Garland Ray was enough.
Yeah, I do wonder if Daniel ever thought maybe just playing out that Professor Churro scenario on that turn. I think there were maybe still, there was one more copy left, right? Because he'd used one earlier on that Lunatone. Maybe just removing it out of play, maybe for one turn would be able to keep it out of range.
Yeah, just for a little bit.
Yeah, and maybe that would, because he was only 1 prize away. He was so close. But Ted was able to find the route to victory, and now he is 1 game closer to meeting Ethan in the final, whilst Daniel has it all to do.
That would be a rematch between Ted and Ethan. Ted was the only one to beat Ethan in Swiss. So that rematch would be quite a tale to be told.
Especially with both our players previously having said it's 55-45 in their favor. But at the same time, Daniel was here trying to stop that from ever happening.
Very much so, with their newer variant
yes.
of Golden Go with the Legacy Energy.
Yeah, exactly that. So Ted, big sigh of relief there. He's just big deep breaths. He is closer, but Daniel's going to have to be working through mulligan there from Ted. That gives Daniel an opportunity to get an additional card on his turn until Ted is able to find a basic Pokemon to start the game. And both players here, plenty of time to go. We do get a chance to see the prizes from Daniel's side at the moment. Baneri in there. Could have been useful earlier, but at the same time was a bit of a target a moment ago because of its evolution to the Mega.
It is an early prize card, though. It's low down.
True.
You usually expect most players take them bottom up, right? So in that instance, a knockout with a Soul Rock or something does provide that Baneri to his hand.
Yeah.
So almost I don't hate the Baneri in the prize cards at that level. It's the Pheasantipity that kind of makes me a little like, oh, I'm not sure about that. And the Professor Turo scenario. You do play 2 in the deck, so that is 1 of 2, so it's not too crazy.
Absolutely, and both our players now, I think Ted's mulligan once again, so Daniel will get another card if he wishes to take the mulligans, of course, once he has consults his hand. Ted does need to open with a basic Pokemon from these opening 7 cards to be able to kickstart the game off here.
Let's see if he gets one this time. We've done it! We've only gone and done it. There's a basic Pokemon on either side. Daniel will get to draw 2 additional cards. And, oh dear.
Oh dear, no
that
access.
Is a thorn.
And if you said it, there's a fist bump. We're kicking things off, but we just did see the Frillish in the prizes and near the top as well. So it's something we're going to have to keep an eye out. If Ted suddenly does start picking from the top, or maybe he did before, I'm not really too sure. We'll consult him as he does take prizes, but maybe no Oceanic Gloom throughout for game 2.
And it definitely was the kind of pinnacle. It was the tactic. It was the be-all and end-all for Ted last game. It's what kept him in this against Daniel, and it was something he kept coming back to even when Daniel looked like he was actually pulling ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And we get a chance again for everyone to see all of the prizes that Daniel has right now. You know, some of those pieces are multiples of. There are the singletons of the Pheasantipity EX and the Baneri there. But immediately does get the Solrock Lunatone. Draw Engine package online, not even just Draw Engine, Attacker online. There's everything you need online as he deliberates what other item cards might be used. I mean, he must be feeling like there's that threat of that Frillish coming down at some point. So maybe just trying to play down a few more items would be good. But at the same time, there's that Earthen Vessel. Let's draw some cards first before I even commit to that gameplay.
Good idea. I like it personally. Making sure that you've got all of the information available to you before you commit to anything else. But we are going to want to be playing a lot of items because the threat of Oceanic Gloom would turn them off next turn. So ideally, Daniel's going to be looking to play practically all of them from his hand. We might go for the Earthen Vessel straight after this just to continue that momentum. Going for the Soul Rock there and grabbing 2 more energy from the deck. Probably expecting the Oceanic Gloom to descend. And when it doesn't, that might be quite a telling factor.
Yeah, absolutely, especially if Ted's going to be playing a number of cards to search out Pokemon as well. But this is the direction. We got some fighting energies ready for future turns. We have the metal energy also in hand as well. So we could commit that to say, well, we do have it as either an attacker or a retreat option. But we're going to commit the energy to the Soul Rock first and say, I'm going to start swinging away with Cosmic Beam at some point. Over to Ted. Turn 1. Opens Secret Box and top decks. Lily's determination pretty much has it all here, especially with that Earthen Vessel to grab further psychic energies, also to continue discarding them.
That was the, you saw that. That was the sit back and pause as I don't have. Look at that. The body language is giving it away. We can see the hand over the eyes there for Ted has shown that he's figured it out pretty quickly. We've got no Frillish. So what is the move? Using this Earthen Vessel to do the initial deck search, Secret Box, using it to get rid of 2 Psychic Energy, and a Professor's Research? Yes, a Professor's Research.
So we're just grabbing those 4 trainer cards, a tool card, a tool card, an item card, a supporter, and the stadium. Again, giving a plethora of cards to work with on this turn. But if we play the Artisan, we know your opponent can then utilize that as well. I mean, it's the only sport even Daniel was playing in his list, just 2 Artisans, so you don't always want to give that necessarily anyway, but it will make them 2 quote-unquote unusable cards if you play your own Artisan here.
So very true, when otherwise you could use it as kind of a payment for an Ultra Ball and then use Daniel's later on. But in this scenario, it looks like we're going to need to use everything we can get. We're probably going to need to use Artisan to further our play. Instead, look like we're going for the Earthen Vessel just to make sure we're getting plenty of energy. Using the Earthen Vessel on the another Psychic Energy that we took from the previous one and going in for some more.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go with another Psychic Energy coming to the hand, getting attachment to the routes with Technical Machine Evolution and the Artisan down now. So we'll Lilies first before we play or action the Artisan Stadium on the board, because then we might just draw into the routes and we can Artisan for something else, like a Monkeydory instead. Just giving the most percentage chance of actually hitting one of those Pokemon. But then we're probably going to need to try and be an aggressor at some stage. Really start forcing the issue, because we know we can't go into the Oceanic Gloom Frillish as a backup option to try and slow the game down or even completely change the game mid to late. But we do see a couple of EX Pokemon. We do find the route, so we can Artisan for something like the Monkeydory or maybe another route itself. But yeah, it looks like the Monkeydory for the time being will evolve up one of the routes. And then it's will be over to Daniel just to kind of see how he navigates this turn as well. Maybe he's going for the other routes and get double Curlier down.
I think considering his situation, which he knows he needs to be a little bit quicker because he doesn't have the Frillish to slow Daniel down by force, he's going to need to go faster. And that's the problem, is that you're not running the deck in the optimal way because you've got to speed up. Speaking of speeding up, let's circumvent some evolution. 2 Curlier now on the board. Over to Daniel.
Yeah, number of items, Picnic Basket, and a couple of Superior Energy Retrievals in hand, plus the energies as well. So we'll be able to Lunar Cycle if he wishes to do so. I mean, hasn't seen the Frillish come down. I don't know if he got any of the tell from Ted when he was searching through the deck that is not available. But here comes Lunar Cycle, 3 cards, Artisan there, Boss's Orders, and a Nest Ball. Do we play any other damage modifier? I don't think so. With no Premium Power Pros that could overcome the additional HP of those Curliers, at least for now. Or can we Boss's Orders and evolve up to the Gimme Ghoul for the moment? But it's just just a Professor Churro scenario. Let's find that to maneuver out, save the energy on the Pokemon, and we'll just take a cheeky little single prize knockout here and just start applying a load of pressure on the Gardevoir player.
Going in for the Artisan. You can use the opponent's. Got one in hand. We don't need it. I'll go ahead and use yours, buddy. I think at this point, the penny might be dropping about Bunnery. So we're going to go for the extra Gimme Ghoul this time. Both players not being able to utilize an early mechanic they used in the previous game that led them towards taking a lot of prize cards on either side.
Yeah, at least not right now. I mean, it's one of those things where he has got the 4th Gimme Ghoul and does take the knockout there. Routes goes down, Curlier to the active spot. does have a number of items that have been taken. So we're just looking. He does grab the Baneri from the prizes there, kind of just showcasing for everyone at home to follow with as much information as possible. It's going to be one of those pieces where you can't use yet,
but will definitely be useful later down the line. But now we know that the threat of the Mega Diancie is there as well, so there's a lot to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, there comes the Ultra Ball, pitching away the Mew EX, does grab the Monkeydory with a Dark Energy, does also Artisan straight into another attacker here as eyeing up that Scream Tail. We know that came up trumps in the first game and just generally throughout this tournament, I'm sure, for Ted. Lily's determination for the full 8, no cards to shuffle back in either, so it will be a fresh 8. So look at the pace that he's playing at. He knows exactly what he has to try and do here rather than necessarily have to be in the thinking position of having to try an item lock when he just doesn't have that available to him.
Absolutely. He's got to go faster, and so he knows that he's playing not only fast, literally, but also metaphorically, and getting a plethora of new cards. We've got that full 8 from Lily's as we haven't taken a prize card yet. And we've got loads of energy in the discard pile to Psychic Embrace back onto Gardevoir itself. We get 20 damage for that. Switching back into the Scream Tail, putting damage on that one as well. And then choosing which target's Monkeydory is going to move the damage, presumably off of Gardevoir, towards one of Daniel's Pokemon.
Yeah, now it's just which target does he go for? Does he go for that engine of the Lunatone, maybe just trying to slow things down? Does get... Yep, 6 damage counters on that Scream Tail. So that means that Scream Tail will be doing 120 damage where it likes to. Just puts the 30 damage and takes down the Gimmighoul with the energy for the moment. Again, makes the energy go into the discard pile, which is always sometimes where Daniel wants it, but with item lock, sometimes not where he wants it. But let's see how this all plays out. Lots of cards in Daniel's hand, and that's even without any Golden Go EXs available to him.
Yeah, the Golden Go are thoroughly in the deck right now, but unlike last game, we have access to all those items, so we can go ahead and start utilizing them to full effect. So thank goodness we can go ahead, we can Nest Ball, we can Fighting Gong. We do need to get on with drawing some more cards because this isn't particularly the best setup right now for us, but we are far away from a bad situation equally. We can still take out this Scream Tail. We're continuing to keep pace with the prize card journey that we're expecting. So it's not too bad overall.
Yeah. Just to confirm, I don't think that Artisan's been used yet. I think that was just on there from Ted's turn. So Daniel does have an option to double check what is in the deck and what might be available as well if he wishes to do so. I don't think there's many other options generally for the Artisan for him. At the same time, as we do get a Nest Ball being utilized now, just kind of confirming there's not many other basic Pokemon that you can pull out of the deck for the time being, especially with one, I think it was a Soul Rock prize right now. There is Lunatone still in there somewhere.
But we don't really want to be putting that down. We don't want to overcommit. We need that bench space.
Sometimes it's even good just to keep that bench space open, because if you get hit with an Iono, all of those good item cards do get shuffled to the bottom of the deck, and that's one way to kind of replace all of the cards, reshuffle all of those cards just by utilizing the Artisan at some stage on a future turn. So maybe sometimes keeping that space is really useful, but he needs to draw cards. He needs more. It feels like despite having 8 cards or so in hand, it's not quite enough. So he's deliberating whether we're using a superior energy retrieval on this turn just to be able to actually just start getting some more draw power. As we do go and retreat, he wants to get full value from the superior energy retrieval because you get up to 4. And there it is, discarding the Artisan and the Nest Ball, so it gets all 4 energies. Sure, we're going to see the Lunar Cycle here, Amy, 3 cards.
Yeah, we want to be getting towards that Golden Go now. We've committed to this line.
I mean, Soul Rock could have taken the knockout there.
Oh, beautiful. We got the Legacy Energy and
the
Golden Go.
Does have the boss's orders as well, so
could be a big turn, Alex.
Yeah, do we keep going at this point? And okay, maybe not. It hasn't really hit any other energies other than those 3 in hand right now.
Got 1 more in the discard pile.
Yep, just from that Lunar Cycle we just had. Doesn't have access to Earth and Vessel or anything. There's the commitment of the Legacy Energy. So with 3 energy in hand, and Baneri comes down, boss's orders onto Monkeydory as an option, maybe just trying to limit the
trouble.
Yeah, the dark energy attachments. Adrenabrain going offline is always a good thing, but it does require all 3 energies.
It does, but we have another energy retrieval in hand, and I think at this point Daniel feels quite confident that we don't have the Frillish yet. So looks like we're feeling a little more comfy in this position right now. Going for that knockout straight off the bat, taking down the Monkeydory to prevent shenanigans like last time. It was quite impactful.
Yeah, absolutely. Making it rain, 150 damage there. Gardevoir now in the active spot, always utilized as a Pokemon to push forward to get more damage counters available in play. As we do see the other Monkeydory come down with a dark energy as well. And now it's just, what else can we do to just kind of manipulate the board and be in a much more advantageous position? Double checking the energy counts once again. Could be a bit of a ploy saying, maybe I will pretend that I will need to get the Frillish out because you're starting to utilize a lot of those energy cards. But little does he know, here comes what looks like an Iono.
I think so. Putting Daniel down to 4 cards in hand while Ted will get a fresh 6. Trying to prevent Daniel from continuing to have so many cards in hand. I suppose if you... I know at this stage you're thinking, okay, well, hopefully you won't hit another fighting energy and then can't Luna Cycle at least.
Yeah, there's a couple of different options. I mean, does have the 3 energies right now attached on that Scream Tail. I'm assuming that there are enough energies for this Gardevoir to actually be maneuvering and pivoting around. Doesn't have access to a Bull Search or anything like that for the time being. So we do have the energies that are going to go on the Gardevoir from Psychic Embrace. Moving up to 50 damage on it. Scream Tail is maneuvering into the outer spot now. Still capable of dealing 120 damage and is just moving some 30 damage counters from Adrenabrain onto the other Gimmighoul. And now it's just a choice of target. Choosing the Buneary. Sees the little bunny, sees it as a big threat, so screams it off the table and into the discard pile there. And now back over to Daniel here. Still the initiator in this prize race. Golden Go now in hand as well.
Buneary had to hop off to the discard pile, unfortunately, became too scary. Honestly. Look at the threat in front of you. It was a great decision. And let's see how Daniel chooses to respond. We've still got that Golden Go, and you know, Ted's been doing a great job of pivoting around this legacy energy thus far. Did it really well last game, is doing it again now. So the legacy energy becomes much less efficient if your opponent doesn't take the knockout.
Absolutely, and this is where also with Daniel not really having to overcommit with all those energies like he had done in game 1, lots of maneuvering around, retreating, hard retreating with energy costs. It's just utilizing it for Lunar Cycle right now. Has a few of those energies. Gets coin bonus first. Those free sort of draw power that you could get.
Ooh, superior energy retrieval. We've already got 3 energy in hand. We can evolve one of these Gimmighoul to give it a bit more oomph when it comes to HP.
So 230 HP now on that Gimmighoul. Does find the Mega Lopunny. Unfortunately, Buneary has hit the discard pile. So not as useful. I'm sure we're going to Lunar Cycle here. I feel like that hand is just still not good enough yet.
It's not there, is it?
Just what are we looking for? Do we want to try and target something a bit better than just this active? Just finds the Lily's Determination as a supporter for turn.
It's not quite right. It's not quite what we want.
No,
we want to be really taking down that Gardevoir if possible.
Yeah,
but right now, not happening.
Needs 6 energy and the boss's orders to be able to do so, but hasn't found it, despite drawing essentially an additional 5 cards there. No, 6 cards there through coin bonus and Lunar Cycle. Does play 4 copies of boss's orders. 1 is prized. Gets the energy attachment to the Soul Rock here. Is that a safe place to put it, considering you know your opponent is playing an item lock? Cards, Lily's Determination being now utilized to shuffle his hand back into the deck and draw 6 new cards. 30 minutes on the clock.
Might help us for next turn.
Very true, very true. I feel like it's just one of those things where it's all about that energy resource management now, because you're always going to have to be in the back of your mind thinking that Frillish will come down at some point. Little does he know that Ted has prized it.
Unlikely for a long while yet. But this is looking like an okay hand for next turn. We have the boss's orders.
True.
We've got superior energy retrieval. We have 1 energy to kind of play with right now.
Yep.
And we're just going to go for the simple make it rain knockout on the Screamtail.
Yeah, so now it's like committing 2 energies at that point for 1 turn, because you're having to already attach to the Soul Rock as well, and then also then pitching 1 away or discarding 1 away for make it rain. Ted, I'm sure, is probably going to double check and pick up the energy, the discard power at the moment, double check the numbers in there. It's always good to keep track of it. It's probably 5 or so in there right now, 4 or 5. Monkeydory coming down once again. Double Monkey now available. Night Stretcher used for the Screamtail and the Bravery Charm and Iono to boot. So will this be the way to turn it back in Ted's favor? He's only 1 prize behind after all.
That's a huge Iono disrupting Daniel at the pivotal moment, building up that Screamtail so it's going to be able to knock out the benched Golden Go for 2 prize cards.
Yeah, Pheasant Dipty being choice of the Nest Ball, being able to flip the script, considering your opponent has on their last turn taken a knockout or taken a prize effectively. And now it's just flip the script for 3 cards. Let's see what we're working with. Rare Candy's not as useful right now. We have the Gardevoir and the Curliers already. Psychic Embrace to the active. We're now moving back into that Screamtail. We're doing it again, Amy. We're just going to load up some more energy cards this time, it looks like, and maybe go for a massive knockout that will potentially allow Screamtail to take a big knockout on a Golden Go on the bench.
A deafening blow going to Golden Go is going to knock him right off that surfboard and into the discard pile, as we first of all have to move some damage around with Monkeydory. Of course, we have 2 to utilize. We have up to 60 damage to move around with. And looks like we're going to take the knockout on that Gimme Ghoul, furthering to disrupt Daniel's draw power, leaving them with just 1 Gimme Ghoul, 1 Golden Go and our Lunatone. We got the knockout of the Golden Go on the bench. And it's time to see if Daniel can handle this Iono.
And that sends Ted down to 1 prize card remaining. And you can see from the board state, it has actually found the Frillish as well. So it has another avenue to victory if Daniel needs to do so. But by loading this Screamtail, it has to be dealt with, because there's no way to just remove it completely out of play and taking out a Gardevoir and also finding a way to disrupt the hand. So asking a lot of questions. Ted there, I think, looking pretty comfortable for the moment, just kind of sitting back, knowing exactly the game plan from this spot. And this is going to be a pivotal final couple of turns. It feels like Ted really putting himself in a commanding spot, just really overcoming where Daniel's position was.
Yeah, Daniel's now got a long mountain to climb as Ted is set up in a very commanding position, unlikely to falter after this next turn. The only thing that could possibly kind of take this away would be taking down a Gardevoir and the Screamtail in the same turn, but it's just not possible with this makeup.
Yeah, not with this list. Ted also knows Daniel is not playing any disruption cards as well. We've seen a sprinkle of Iono sometimes in some Golden Go lists. This one does not. So does that mean writing is on the wall here? But we're going to continue, of course. We have to play to every single ounce. Golden Go in the active spot. We'll give up only 1 prize because of that legacy energy, but 1 prize is all it needs.
That's the problem. 1 prize card stands between Ted and the finals. 1 prize card that Daniel's going to do everything in his power to prevent Ted from taking.
And trying to progress the game himself, and that's the trouble. If Daniel was down to 2 prizes remaining, maybe, you know, he'd be digging and looking for an out to try and take down that Pheasant Dipty or the Gardevoir EX, for example. But with 3 prizes remaining, Ted's put himself in such a commanding position here, and there's not really much that Daniel has in his hand that he can work with, and that's the problem. There's plenty of energies in the discard. We'll get 1 last big massive attack, but then that Screamtail can take down either one of those single prizes with ease.
Using Artisan to check the deck. If there's anything left, any remaining answer, anything that can save the day, that could prevent Ted from taking that final prize.
Yep, do we have 6 energies committed right now to the Screamtail? A couple of dark energies attached to the Monkeydory. There's 1 dark energy in the discard pile. Maybe, is there a way to maybe just trap a Pokemon at all?
I don't think we have access to a boss right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just means there's going to be that Cypher Maniac's code breaking being utilized, being able to choose 2 cards to the top of the deck. Does that mean that gives all the information that Ted needs to say that he will be winning this? This boss's orders being put to the top of the deck as well. This is the troubling point. I think I'm just trying to look at Ted's hand at the same time. There is
the knockout on the Screamtail.
Can we do it here? I think there's a couple of pieces that will show it off. Mega Diancie EX from the hand. Attachment to the active. Just needs to promote. Psychic Embrace to the active. Adrenabrain to the active as well. And there it is. Ted Tobin makes his way to the final with Gardevoir EX to face Ethan with his Festival lead deck. Golden Go does not get any further.
Being able to take it this far, Ted's tenacity triumphs through and is headed into our finals here at Seville Special Championships. Let's see how that game 1 went once more.
Yeah, game 1, Screamtail, again, putting in all that work. But alongside that was that Frillish, utilizing that Oceanic Gloom to really slow down Daniel's game plan. There was plenty of energies on it. It was still only doing 20 damage, but that 20 damage with the item lock was more than enough. Alongside Adrenabrains being able to just apply so much pressure with damage counters because of the Psychic Embrace, and then eventually a massive Garden Ray from that Mega Diancie EX was able to take a big free prize knockout.
Absolutely huge. And in the second game, we had a pretty strong setup from both players. Ted managed to overcome the trouble of having that Oceanic Gloom Frillish prized and still keep pace, knowing that you had to go faster with this build and leave the Monkeydory until later, taking multiple rolls to get them set up quicker, and then just started this flurry of attacks with this Screamtail.
Yeah, absolutely. And then the damage placements of the 30 to each of those Gimmighauls as well. Just saying, well, when you evolve it up, I'm going to find answers to those Golden Goals on the bench because I can stick a Bravery Charm on my active Screamtail, boost up the HP, boost up his damage output, and take multiple knockouts, sending him down to just 1 prize remaining. And this was the final turn, Amy. That's Mega Diancie once again, that late game finisher, doing massive amounts of damage and taking Ted all the way to the final.
Absolutely incredible. Mega Diancie is a card that has flip-flopped in and out of Gardevoir decks since it came around. Ted showing the true power of Mega Diancie and why it's in that deck. It was one of the reasons that Ted was able to close out both games.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been one of those cards that, especially with all the dark type Pokemon and decks that are out there right now, it's one of the few Pokemon attackers that Gardevoir can utilize and not be hit for weakness. And it coming back in really just comes up trumps once again, because dealing 240 damage, well, Golden Go only then has 20 HP to work with. And let's face it, those Monkeydories knows one thing or two about those little damage counters that it can fling at it.
That's so true. Monkeydory is a connoisseur in managing those damage counters.
Absolutely.
It knows almost too much about those damage counters, as we've seen so many Monkeydory across this weekend. But if you'd like to get up to your own monkey business, then you're going to have to get down to your local store, and we're going to show you how to do that.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Oh, I'm all tired now. We're back from locals, Alex. God, that was a really quick trip. If you guys would like to come along next time, make sure you scan the QR code so you can join us and all of our friends at our local stores.
Yeah, absolutely. And maybe you could be the one twin cannoning your way through your local leagues at the same time, and then eventually find yourself in a position where Ted has found himself in the finals of a special championships or regional championships, international championships, or maybe one day at the world championships as well.
Absolutely. And we've got our champion to be crowned yet today. The air is so tense right now. It's getting closer to that moment. I can feel the crowd outside getting very warmed up. I can hear the murmurs and the whispers of who's going to win this matchup. It's a rematch from our Swiss standings.
Yeah, you're giving me chills there, I think, a little bit, Amy. But yes, it is a rematch between Ethan Wild's Festival lead deck against Ted Tobin's Gardevoir. And just to give you a little sneak peek, it was Ted who was able to take and give Ethan his only loss of this weekend thus far.
Absolutely, in Swiss. So with that, we better boogie off and get ready for some more Boom Boom Groovin' with Ted and Ethan very soon.
In the Pokemon TCG, there are some terms that you might hear that might not be so obvious what they mean at face value. So today, let's take a quick crash course on some of them. Toolbox. What is a toolbox deck? A toolbox deck is where you aim to build a deck that has a wide range of attackers. So you always have one attacker to use against every other deck in format. This, in theory, should help make your matchups more positive in your favour. Terrestrial Box is a very good example of this right now, since you play Lily's Clefairy EX for Dragon types, Tillmask Ogerpon EX for Dark types, and Wellspring Ogerpon for Fire types. And for basic attacking decks, you can sometimes use Terrapagos EX's Crown Opal attack to completely become immune against them. And for everything else, Topaz Bolt from Pikachu EX normally cleans them up. Now, while these kind of decks sound unbeatable on paper, they often lack consistency, since they have to play a lot of different energy cards and a lot of different Pokemon as well. But they normally are very fun to watch. Gust. The term Gust goes all the way back to base set, and has been very important to the game ever since. Gust relates to cards that swap your opponent's active Pokemon. Gust of Wind was the first one of these, all the way back in base set. But since we have had cards like Boss's Orders, Lysandre, Prime Catcher, Guzma, and Lycanroc GX, all of these are known as Gusting cards. As you can imagine, these cards are normally very powerful and are seen in almost every deck in format right now, making them a true cornerstone of every format they are available in. Safeguard. The term Safeguard refers to Pokemon that have abilities or attacks that make them immune to other Pokemon. For example, Crystal's ability makes it immune to damage from EX Pokemon, and Cornerstone Ogerpon's ability makes it immune to damage from Pokemon that has an ability. So these could be referred to as Safeguard Pokemon, even though their abilities aren't specifically called Safeguard, like Mimikyu for example. So now that we're all clued up to some Pokemon jargon, let's see if any of these terms will make it onto the show this weekend. So let's get back to the action.
On Valentine's weekend, thousands of Pokémon TCG fans, including a record-breaking 3,988 Masters Division players, descended on London for the European International Championships. Entering the weekend, the discussion was about the format being dominated by the four decks we've been seeing for the past few events: Go, Gardevoir, Charizard, and Dragapult. And the metagames of both Phase 1 and Phase 2 looked like it was business as usual. Moving into Top Cut, however, it was a different story, with 3 Mega Absol box and 2 End Zoroark decks, proving there's still plenty of other decks that you can take through a huge international championships. After 3 intense days of action, though, it was time to crown our champions. In the Junior Division Finals, it was an all-Japan affair as Kotaro Matsudaira defeated their friend Reo Atake, but not before they both confirmed their world's invites. In the Senior Division Finals, Jacob Lee took the victory with a Mega Kangaskhan EX deck that nobody saw coming, using proof of event damage and Jumbo Ice Cream after Jumbo Ice Cream to heal any damage that was dealt. Finally, in the Master Division, Edwin Mesman took the lesser-played Mega Absol box into a matchup which looked unfavored on paper, but was able to play carefully, using Poison, Monkeydory, and all his other tricks to take home the crown. Thousands of players, thousands of matches, 3 champions, one fantastic weekend of fun. Don't forget to head to Pokemon.com/compete to see how you can join in for future events.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here, and today I'm going to talk about metagaming in the Pokemon trading card game. The competitive Pokemon TCG landscape is constantly shifting and evolving from event to event. We call this the metagame. Basically, what decks are popular and what decks are most successful. Let's discuss how you can use this information when preparing for a Pokemon TCG tournament. By using the results of recent tournaments and following along with online discussion, players can attempt to accurately predict what decks will be most popular at an upcoming event. There are a few ways to approach a tournament with this information. You could take a popular deck or archetype and just choose to play that. There's nothing wrong with doing this. There's a reason those decks were successful at the previous tournament. They are really good. It's easy to find successful deck lists on the Pokemon website. You can either copy one of these lists to use yourself, or use it as a baseline and put your own personal twist on the deck. Some players will look at what has been successful and try to find ways to take advantage of the anticipated metagame. This can be in the form of a single tech card to have an answer to something you expect to play against, or it could be an entire deck. When a player builds a deck with the intention of countering the expected metagame, this is called an anti-meta deck. Anti-meta decks can be very powerful, as they include cards that are good against a variety of popular strategies. But they also can be risky, as oftentimes these decks are less consistent and could lose games simply because they fail to get set up quickly enough. These are not your only 2 choices, however. Playing the best deck is rarely a bad choice, and trying to find an anti-meta strategy is very fun and rewarding, but you can also find some middle ground. There are dozens of viable strategies that you could play at any given tournament. It really becomes a numbers game. If there's a deck in a format that consistently makes up for 25 to 30% of the meta, it could be a really risky decision to play something with a bad matchup to that deck. I think it's important to recognize that it's okay to play a deck that has a bad matchup, so long as that bad matchup is something that you feel is not going to be very popular. The metagame is also constantly shifting between events, so it can be useful to stay in the loop online to see what the community is discussing and what players are thinking leading into a tournament. When making your final decision, comfort level should also be a factor. It's worth your time to practice and prepare to make sure you have a game plan regardless of what you come up against. Being familiar with not only your own deck, but the popular decks in the metagame will increase your chances to become the very best. To see all the action, be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Wonderful look here at the city of Seville here in Spain. We've been here all weekend. We started with around 2,000 trainers. We have played through phase 1. We have played through phase 2. We've had an asymmetrical top cut, a top 8 and a top 4. The only thing left is the final. Confirmed that we will have a European winner of a European major. which is carrying on our theme of having it at every European event this season. Confirmed! We will have a British winner for the second event in a row after a 7-year gap of no British winners. But will it be Ted Tobin or will it be Ethan Wild? Here to take you through the final is myself, Ross Gilbert, my good friend, Jesper Eriksson. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I'm in quite the festive mood today. Good old Fable Gardevoir up against the Festival Lead. It's going to be such an exciting match. Not a lot of Gardevoir we've seen on stream compared to the amount of Festival Lead from Ethan. Such a wonderful tournament from his side.
And it is worth noting, Ethan has had a wonderful tournament. He has taken exactly 1 loss in this entire tournament. But who was that 1 loss to?
I heard that was against Ted Tobin.
It was against Ted Tobin over in Phase 2 earlier on today. So this is a matchup that Ethan is going to be a little bit wary of because he knows this is one of the few decks that can take him down. He is trying to go back to back. He won the Birmingham Regional Championships, the last European regional level event. Ethan won that. He's gone back-to-back finals. Can he go back-to-back victories? But don't count out Ted. He got top 8 in Birmingham. He came very close. He could not get over the hump. Is this the time where Ted gets over the hump and takes that regional championship victory? Both these players were in top 8 over in Birmingham. They're now both in the final here in Sevilla, and it is going to be wonderful getting to see which one of those takes home the victory. And I got to say, if you get a minute, go back to the end of yesterday's stream. When we were finishing off, I told you quite bullishly, I thought Ethan was going to take down the entire event with this deck. I told you that before this whole day of action. So no pressure, Ethan, but I would like you to prove me right.
Speaking of both of these players being in the top 8 cut of our previous Birmingham Regional Championships, we also do have our bracket for today's top 8. The decks being used here, not expected. Gardevoir, okay, decently expected. So was Golden Go, but not Crustle, not Festival Lead, not really Charizard. Pidgeot's been kind of on a slump lately, and the Terra Toolbox at the end there. Ross, anything that sharpens your eye?
There's missing decks here. There's no Dragapult. And Zoroark being hyped in the Ascended Heroes format, completely missing. We've got no Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which seemed to have been on a tear this weekend. But we do have Festival Lead, Crustle, and Terra Toolbox. Yeah, this is an unusual top 8. It is not what we expected coming in, but we knew that this might be a slightly weirder tournament. Being a special championships means that without the cash prizes, sometimes people do change their playing style a little bit. We have players here who have already got their Worlds invite locked up, so they're willing to take a bit more of a chance. It is the only European major in this Ascended Heroes format. You add all of that up, we expected a slightly weirder format. We've shown you the top 8 decks. Let's have a look at how the bracket has been going today as we've headed into Top Cut and how Ted and Ethan made their way to the final.
Yes, Ted going through, Caleb Barber and Daniel Veras on their way to the top 8, with Ethan Wild going through Oscar Rivas, and finally, before that, going through Victor Andersson. And great top 8 action we had so far, and I mean, it feels weird to me that we're already in the final. Such amazing action we had the entirety of the weekend. Not to mention we do have Nicolas Dage, Christian Fontenot with that Goldengo deck as well, and Victor with the only Charizard in cut, and it's going to be last time here on the European circuit before rotation that we get to see Charizard in that variation.
Well, all of these old favorites that are rotating are gone except for Gardevoir, the last remaining of those top decks. But the players are ready, the stage is ready. Let's head on down and get ready for the final of the Seville Special Championships. Ted Tobin on Gardevoir, Ethan Wild on Festival Lead. Tell me if you saw that coming at the start of the weekend.
One thing I did see coming was Ted already having been warming up their seat there. Birmingham Regionals top 8 lately, EUIC top 128, and Gdansk Regional top 128. Great season they're having on right now, and it's going to bolster up that accomplishment list with, at the very least, a finalist place in Sevilla, wanting that to be the champion one.
I mean, if the worst you do is having a finalist here, that is not too shabby. Ethan, of course, won the last major event we had in Europe, the Birmingham Regional Champion, but let's not forget the Lille top 8, the Stuttgart top 8, and the Birmingham top 32 last year. A player who has really been pushing not just that level of regional champion, but that level of one of the best Pokemon TCG players around. That is what they've been trying to do, and I'm telling you right now, they could well be cementing that this weekend. Here come the prizes. I don't like double Grookey prize, and I don't love that. Well, no, actually, no, it's not too bad for Ted, but double Grookey, not ideal for Ethan there at all.
Yeah, although we do see the Mega Diancie being prized, can be playing some. Oh, starting Frillish. That is the best start in this matchup. As we see with Gardevoir wanting to establish Gardevoir EX as soon as possible. Although a card like Frillish is in there to be able to put that item lock on. We've seen Buddy continuous times throughout this weekend being able to establish an item lock. But Frillish can do that for an energy and doing more damage at the same time. Artisan to start us off will undoubtedly be getting at least one route into play, and that's exactly what Ted wants to be doing here.
And it's very upsetting for Ethan here because there's one Frillish in the deck and there really isn't any switching options. So the only way Ted is going to be getting that Frillish there turn one is by starting with the only copy of it. That is a little bit upsetting. Over to Ethan here. Starting off, he's got a Grookey. He's got that that's not a Staryu. What am I talking about here? But he's got himself that other Festival League Pokemon in the active. The Goldeen is ready to go. And that can evolve up and actually have that Seeking attack where you deal 60 and draw 2. Now, the way this deck works for Ethan is quite simple. Dipplin and things like Seeking, they can attack twice because of this Festival Lead ability, but only if the Stadium Festival Grounds is in play. You've also got Thwackey, who, as long as your active Pokemon has that Festival Lead ability, lets you search for any card in your deck. So the goal for Ethan is basically surrounding two Pokemon. It is Dipplin and Thwackey. Get your Thwackey to go and search out anything you want. Get your Dipplin to do, well, it's 20 for each of your bench Pokemon. Full bench is 100, but you do it twice. And here's the key thing about this deck. If the first attack takes a KO, your opponent has to put up a new active Pokemon to take the second hit. It is not 200 damage, it is 2 times 100. Now, we see Festival Grounds coming in here, and do we actually see... No, it's 2 energy attack.
We do see Ted starting off Secret Box for double Psychic Energy after that Earthen Vessel, discarding Iono on top. And you know what? I see a rare candy in the hand of Ted. Ted is moving fast here. Townstar getting in. Evolution, Team Evolution getting in. Ultra Ball, I can get that Gardevoir with that rare candy that's in hand, and Lily to draw a fresh 8. Turn 2, going first. Rare candy Gardevoir, double energy in the discard pile, and everything is just falling out spades for Ted.
And this is how you beat Festival Lead a lot of the time. You go fast getting KOs with high HP Pokemon that are hard to KO, and you basically say to your opponent, you'd better have a perfect setup or I am going to win. Ethan can 1 or 2 hit KO a Gardevoir depending how you look at it, but it's going to take a little bit of help to do so. You'll need one of these other... Well, actually, it takes a lot, but it can be done with something like a Max Bell and a Kieran. It is possible, but it is difficult.
Yeah, and difficulties arise here for Ethan. If we see the Oceanic Gloom coming down, cards like Buck Catching Set, which are so helpful for the deck, Pokepad as well, will not be able to be played. So depending on if we can get some monkeys established here with the Monkeydory's Adrenabrain, it could even spell more trouble for Ethan.
Well, we do have that Gardevoir, and that Gardevoir's got an ability that accelerates energy from your discard as much as you like, as long as you put 2 damage counters on the Pokemon to whom you attach the energy. And that's where we build in this myriad of attackers like Jellicent and Frillish and Mega Diancie, although there is no Jellicent in the list, it's just Frillish. But we've got things like Screamtail, a whole bunch of different attackers we can be using if we like. It seems like we've got a Nest Ball coming down, going to search out another basic Pokemon. That is your Monkeydory. And of course, if you're accelerating all your energy, your psychic energy with Gardevoir's ability, that gives you your attachment for the turn onto Monkeydory to use that Adrenabrain ability to move damage from your Pokemon to your opponents.
So it's not just the Oceanic Gloom's damage we're going to be seeing this turn. No. We're going to be seeing Monkeydory be able to throw more damage over. Goldeen has 50 HP. If Ted decides to use double Gardevoir, Psychic Embrace, as we see here, 40 onto it. Move 30 with Monkeydory. 30 onto Goldeen there. And Oceanic Gloom for the knockout. Knockout plus item lock on turn 2. perfect.
Yeah, it's exactly what you want. The Monkeydory there facilitating that so that now you got the KO like you wanted, but you didn't have to put your big Gardevoir in harm's way. You just had to go and use your Frillish. You get the item lock as well. Now, Maximum Belt is in hand as that ace spec. It's boss's orders onto Monkeydory, and it's double festival lead. 2 times 60 is 120. That is a KO on the Monkeydory, but building up to potentially get a KO with Maximum Belt on Gardevoir in the future. But you know what we don't have?
What?
Thwacky.
Indeed. Again, these stream game ones for Ethan have not been falling out in terms of the consistency here. Ted getting down Festivity. Knockout was taken with that Diplin, being able to draw 3 more cards for that flip the script ability. We see almost every single deck running Festivity, unless you're playing Festival Lead, obviously. Drawing 3 more cards here, getting that consistency engine rolling, while we're looking at Ethan's side and not seeing exactly that. What was so great about Ethan knocking out that Monkeydory was that otherwise, double Monkeydory could have been taken out that benched Applin, while you could swing with something like the Gardevoir to take out the active Diplin, and thereby removing every single piece of Ethan's offense.
And when you're attacking with stage 1, you've got to have your basics down to evolve up. You cannot get the rolling in one turn. Excellent point there. KO the Monkeydory, cutting off that double apple KO. But it does seem like Ted is in a bit of control here. He's got everything he wants. He's got the Gardevoir to accelerate the energy. Lily's Determination gets 6 cards because he no longer has 6 prize cards remaining. And we can now combine Monkeydory, just like we did last turn, with this Frillish attack to take a KO with Oceanic Gloom, while also making sure that our opponent doesn't have item cards next turn.
And really intelligent play here from Ted, putting down that Bravery Charm to the Monkeydory. We're thinking that, okay, if Ethan gets 1 more bench Pokemon, can do the wave 1 time onto Frillish, takes the knockout. But if Ted decides to promote the Monkeydory, it's going to take a hit. It's not going to be knocked out, regardless of whatever Ethan puts against it. So you can basically use that as a damage soak, and then use that damage counters with the Adrenabrain to further put more damage onto Ethan's board.
It's an excellent point, because if Monkeydory's got 110, all it would take would be a full bench and a Vitality Band. That would do 110. That would KO that Monkeydory. So we've got damage on Frillish. We've got plenty of energy. There's no Jellicent in the list. We're not going to see a Jellicent coming out. That exists purely as a Frillish. So do we want to move the damage of Monkeydory and then KO with Frillish, or do we have a better plan? Ted keeps touching the Frillish like he's thinking about moving it out the active and replacing it with something else. And that is what's happening. Monkeydory goes active. And I love this because, like you said, this is out of range of being return KO'd.
And we could see in Ethan's last turn, pretty weak hand following along here. Even needs some help. Ted correctly recognizes that there's not a lot going on for Ethan, and there's nothing there.
Oh, that is it. That is game 1. Ethan picks up his cards. Ted Tobin, 1 game up in the final of Seville Special Championships here. 1 game away from crowning themselves as the first Special Championship winner of their playing career. They've not won a regional level event yet. This could be the time.
And this is where we're starting. Turn 2, going first, Secret Box, Rare Candy Gardevoir. Every single piece of that combo came from that Secret Box. Ultra Ball here, getting the Gardevoir, already starting with that Rare Candy in the hand, setting up every single piece that Ted wanted to see here, even setting up Frillish, setting up that Oceanic Gloom plus Adrenabrain KO on that Goldeen, and from there on out, even was just struggling, no item cards, makes it so much harder to set up, retreating into that Monkeydory, putting energy on it, using the Adrenabrain, taking the knockout with its Mind Bend attack thereafter, greatly recognizing that there was not much left for Ethan, and Ethan, shortly after, draws, takes a look, and concedes.
And it is worth noting, Ethan has a direct invite to the World Championships locked up from winning Birmingham. Ted does not have his invite to the World Championships sewn up yet, so there is a little more on the line in this game for Ted than there is in Ethan. If Ted wins this, guaranteed direct invite to the World Championships, no more worries. Ethan is already in that position, so that is a little subplot going on in this game. And I'm not saying Ethan doesn't want to win this game. You know he does. He is a competitor, but Ted does have more to gain from this match. Ethan's prizes here, one Diplin, that's about it. Fine by me.
Not too bad, no, not too shabby at all. We've even already looking like a way better starting hand. Not that it takes a lot for that to be a better starting hand than last game.
Good, mate.
Apparently, we do have a bit of that on the stream for Ethan's game 1. But yeah, Ted taking a mulligan here for this second game. Going to be drawing up a fresh 7 and see if we can find any basic Pokemon.
Well, I'm having a look at the hand here. There is at least one basic. I didn't see what it was, though.
It's a Serendipity, not the best start, and pricing that pink card, the secret box.
Okay, so we priced secret box and started Serendipity. That is not a great start from Ted. If Ethan can get rolling quickly, this could be big. And there's no switching cards in Ted's list, so he's going to need to get a Gardevoir EX up before he can get that Serendipity realistically out of the active without just attaching and retreating. Ethan starts with a Grookey, and we see a Buddy Poffin. We got a Grookey, we got an Applin, presumably one more of each here?
Could presumably also be that Goldeen. Even's hand still wasn't looking too great. Can go and use that Pokepad next turn to find that Seeking, to be able to use Rapid Draw twice to draw 4 cards, aiding that setup. Ted's going to go ahead, start off with Earthen Vessel, just like last time, although Ted playing no pivots in the deck. We were talking about this before, where going turn 1 item lock against these decks like Ethan's is very potent. With no pivots, with no Air Balloon, no Latias EX, that is not going to be the case for this game.
No, absolutely not. We are attaching because presumably, and you do kind of have to retreat here because if a maximum belt comes down onto the Seeking next turn, that will give a KO for 2 prizes while drawing 4 cards because it will be 2 times 110 is 220 against a 210 HP of Serendipity. So you do have to try and get Serendipity out the active as we play an Iono to get 6 cards. It's not really what you wanted. Lily's Determination would get you 8.
Without knowing, though, Ted made a fantastic play. Even was already sitting on Festival Grounds and Pokepad, being able to get that Seeking out. Although draws a new Festival Ground, buck catching set, double Pokepad. That's not going to be an issue for this time.
So that is going to be double Thwacky in the bag next turn. Oh, and that Brave Bangle. Oh, Serendipity is in the active to start this turn. So we should be able to get a KO on that Serendipity for 2 prizes because Brave Bangle will then mean you, well, you Brave Bangle on the Diplin would do it with an extra 1 more bench Pokemon, and that would be 110 times 2. You're not there with Seeking, but just use Diplin, it'll be fine. You got Thwacky. Oh, and he's actually got Thwacky straight away. Going both of those off the bug catching set. You don't even need Pokepads to get your Thwacky.
Double Thwacky means you get some boom groove, even feeling groovy in this Seville Specials Finals. Also getting to use the Artisan off Ted's. And yeah, with that double Pokepad in hand, is just richer gets richer with being able to search out another Applin, getting this fantastic setup.
I mean, it's another example of sequencing because now you get a double Thwacky off the bug catching set, then you grab an Applin off the Artisan. You've still got your 2 Pokepad that you can use for whatever you want. Now, all Ethan needs to do at this point is attach one of those tools. Oh, instead, he's actually gone for Boss's Orders because I've just had a cheeky look at the bench. There's only 1 Rouse down there. That seems like a fairly attractive Pokemon to KO.
And you're not wrong about that, Ross. What you can even do is you can Pokepad for Seeking, use that Jet Energy Ethan just got, and then capture up the Ralts with that Boss's Order and be able to Rapid Draw to take the knockout, leaving Ted with no setup, no way to fire off any meaningful attack next turn, and thereby also having that many more cards in hand.
I think Ethan might be thinking along similar lines to you. We've evolved up into the Seeking on the bench. We have a 3rd Grookey for a potential 3rd Thwacky and a 3rd Boom Groove next turn, and now all we need to do is attach that Jet Energy, play that Boss's Orders, and this is going to be a phenomenal turn. And this is exactly what we saw from Ethan in the previous stream game against Crossell in top 4. Terrible game 1. But game 2 is going a bit better. Oh, no, it looks like we are actually going to be using Diplin here to take the KO on Serendipity. 2 prizes. It's hard to argue. They were both fantastic plays.
Yeah, going on in with the aggression here. And when you're thinking about it here, yes, Ted still needs to hit rare Candy Gardevoir to, again, be firing off any meaningful attack. But what's going to get you there? Lily for 8, hopefully getting some setup pieces. Although with that secret box prize, it's going to be that much more difficult.
It's going to be more difficult, and it is worth noting, of course, when you KO the Fez and Dipty, you also remove Flip the Script from your opponent's arsenal. They're not drawing 3 extra cards because you took a KO. So it's going to be just these 8 cards from Lily's Determination. You need Rare Candy and a Gardevoir or a way to search it. No more supporters, no more Pokemon draw. You've got to hit it off of these 8 cards. Oh, it's all going super fast. I can't see. Do we have the Candy Gardevoir?
In that hand, Ross.
I see Gardy, but I don't see Candy, and it might be a Mew anyway, actually. Regardless, I don't think it's in hand. We see Monkeydory hitting the bench. We see an energy discarded to retreat the routes to put Monkeydory in the active. But that seems to be it. And I think Ethan might have stumbled into a wonderful line here. He got to KO the Fez and Dipty, and he can still boss and KO the only routes this turn.
And speaking of boss, did top deck it, even though he went for that boom, boom groove for that boss last turn. One more boss. That's not going to be too bad. But yeah, speaking of boom, boom groove, we'll go ahead and do that and then search out more. We just need, whenever you're playing with Ethan's deck, whenever you're using these Thwackies, at some point you're thinking, well, I got everything I need. But then when you're doing what a great player like Ethan does, looks at a board and goes in this position, says, how can I actually lose from this stage? And that's just by taking apart your opponent's board.
Absolutely, and this is going to be wonderful. In theory, he should be going down to 3 prize cards remaining, cutting off his opponent's only real route to any attacker, because everything comes from Gardevoir. We said this at the beginning. The entire deck revolves around Gardevoir's Psychic Embrace and using that to accelerate a whole bunch of energy to your other Pokemon, and then you've got a suite of attackers. Not going to be using, and here we go, boss onto the routes. Now we see the KO. Something has to go active. It's going to be Monkeydory, which only takes 100 because Brave Bangle does not do extra damage to regular non-EX Pokemon. So it's a TM Evolution and an Iono for 6 for Ted, 3 for Ethan. But it doesn't matter. Ethan's going to search out any 3 cards you want with Thwacky next turn. I guarantee he's going to get what he wants.
Unless Tobin could have gotten that counter catcher to pull up the Thwacky, not being able to use that from the active position, doesn't even get an energy for that TM Evolution. And you know what? There's going to be a boss's orders to quote for that.
And, well, we had a boss, and then we top-decked the boss. There should be, well, there isn't actually one in hand after the Iono, but, of course, Thwacky can get you the boss. Here comes Thwacky, boom, boom, groove. Are we going to go straight for the boss's orders here? Because anything else per active would be a KO. It would be a guaranteed double KO here. Anything that went up active afterwards would get KO'd. Actually eyeing up that Kieran. Now, it's not going to be that relevant for this term. Oh, looking up the Vitality Band. These are things which aren't relevant now. Oh, actually, the Vitality Band could be, because if the Fresh Monkey comes up, you would need a Vitality Band to KO that. So could we see Vitality Band on the bench Dipplin and attack with that one?
I think if you're using the Vitality Band, you also do need to move the active Dipplin. Has to retreat. So you're not going to be able to do that this turn, but potentially just setting up for if another Monkeydory comes up after a knockout, then we have that next turn. I think this turn around, getting that boss's orders may be a bit more important than going ahead and, retreating.
Well, he's gone and grabbed a Kieran, though, so he might just be going double KO here rather than going for boss. No, it is going to be boss, straight to the front. Hey, I'm just saying there was another option. I would obviously be going after the routes here, and that is what Ethan does as well. Fresh Monkeydory is going to come up and take the hit, but Ethan's got 2 prize cards remaining, and Ted's board is looking, I think, suboptimal is the nicest way I can put it, and sacrificing that damaged Monkeydory there.
I do like this a lot because it puts Ethan down to just 1 prize card. You know what I can pull back games? Iono to 1, and then counter catcher up Thwacky, leaving that potentially stuck in the active position, and then Ted has to build such an astounding comeback.
And that is important to note. Yes, Thwacky will search out any card you like, but only if your active Pokemon has the Festival Lead ability. And Thwacky itself has Boom Boom Groove. So as soon as Thwacky comes in the active, you can't just go and search out a Kieran or an Air Balloon or anything like that. So that is a potential here. Now we see the Iono coming down. 6 cards for Ted, 1 card for Ethan. Show me counter catcher. He's got it.
There, Ross. And the important thing about this one, we saw the boom boom groove from Ethan last turn, picking at that Kieran exactly as said. But when you pick in that Kieran into your hand before the Iono, where's that now? It's at bottom of the deck, which means that it's so much more difficult to find. So this opens up a bit more of a likely scenario where Ted can stick even in the active position.
There's one air balloon in the deck. There are two Kieran, one of which we know he's not drawing into. So it's one air balloon and one Kieran. Here is the counter catcher onto the Thwacky. And there's not really enough. Oh, the only air balloon is the last prize remaining. There's no air balloon. It is just one Kieran that Ethan is searching for here. So we're using a bug catching set to go and thin the deck. But with one Ethan at the bottom of the deck and the only air balloon in the prizes, Ethan is going to struggle to get this Thwacky out the active.
It means Ethan needs to be pulling that singular jet energy after the Lily that Ethan has in hand. Fantastic Iono. Getting put to one card and drawing Lily, great. But needing to hit that singular jet energy which is left. Of course, as said, no air balloon left as an option. So it needs to be that jet energy. Can then go ahead and pull up the Sea King and do double attack for knockout. That's great.
Or Diplin.
That would just
Diplin works.
Literally.
But it is important to note that we just saw the bug catching set that did actually shuffle the deck. So now those Kieran could come out again. I'm not seeing anything here. There is another bug catching set, but nothing that's going to get that Thwacky out the active. If nothing else, Ted has bought a turn here.
Ted has indeed bought a turn. There's no jet energy in hand. Kieran not going to be able to be played since there's already a supporter being played in that Lily's Determination.
Oh, of course.
So, with bug catching set, fitting the deck, making it that much more likely to top deck out of it. And again, Ted, continuing the comeback, Iono to 1 is the best way of doing this. Although, with the amount of cards Ethan has in hand, which it's, I think it was 7 cards in hand there, those are going to get flushed to the bottom. So that Ethan can obviously draw those. And yet, it's another chance of Ethan to draw into that jet energy. Oh, please show us.
Or Kieran. Kieran would do nicely as well. The deck has been shuffled a couple of times, so those Kieran are now randomly distributed. I believe both of them should still be in the deck. So we've got 3 outs in the deck. Now, for Ted's side, looks like we're using an Ultra Ball. We're dropping a Night Stretcher and a Mega Diancie, and we are searching out... Oh, shocking. Gardevoir. I wonder if he's got a rare candy to pair with that. I think he might.
Yeah, you're right about that. And with the candy in hand, we can start a position here where we can Psychic Embrace to the Monkeydory, move up the Screamtail, and try within 3 turns to take out all the attackers on Ethan's side. 1 energy here, going faster for Ted. Gotta retreat that Monkeydory into that Screamtail. And if Ted could buy 1 more turn, both of these Diplins can be gone.
And this is, well, you need to take out the Sea King as well, though. Sea King can end the game quite nicely against a lot of Pokemon. Now, here's the thing. A lot of the times, oh, your opponent's got 1 prize remaining. You can't just go and, you can't just strand something in the active. Sooner or later, you've got to go and attack. The difference here is you literally can just strand a Thwacky in the active and just start hitting the bench.
With that Monkeydory Adrenabrain, though, putting 20 on the Diplin here, we could be seeing a second Monkeydory coming down, second Darkness Energy, and depending on how many Psychic Energy there are in Ted's discard pile, we can move 60 damage to that bench Diplin, and then use Screamtail on the Sea King to take a double knockout, removing every single Festival League Pokemon from play.
Yeah, now that would put him in a phenomenal position. And the thing is, now I'm actually having to look up Thwacky's attack now. It's just 2 energy, 50. It would actually KO the Screamtail, but of course, well, it really depends how much damage is left on there. But if I'm Ted, I'm looking at that Screamtail thinking, Grass Energy and Thwacky actually wins the game here. I need to be a little bit careful about that.
And we're looking at this position. Ethan sitting on 1 card. Has an energy attached to the Thwacky, using that. But I still think it's a good out. Taking knockout with the Screamtail.
Oh, he's got an energy! That means Thwacky attacks, KOs the Screamtail, and Ethan is going to take game 2 with an attack you did not see coming. Beat for 50. Ethan takes game 2, and we are headed to a game 3 at the Seville Special Championships. Tell me if you had that on your bingo card.
I did not, and just in literally a heartbeat, Ethan swung a 1-card hand into exactly what he needed, on top of just top decking another Grass Energy. We're going to get to see replay. Beautiful buck catching set for double Fwacky, setting up some boom, 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 boom grooving and getting on with every single card that Ethan would have liked. And from this position on, he was sailing towards an almost insurmountable lead.
And just absolutely phenomenal. And here's the thing, Ethan did get going beautifully in this game. He took lots of prizes. He's knocking out all the Pokemon, but he's knocking out the right Pokemon. He's using boss's orders to take out those routes, trying to starve Ted of getting any Gardevoir out for as long as was physically possible. And he did a phenomenal job. The problem was he then went down to one prize card remaining, and Ted started using Iono, used Counter Catcher to bring that Fwacky into the active, and then he's set about trying to take the whole board apart, but Fwacky has an attack as well, and it does exactly enough damage to go and KO that Screamtail. I don't know if Amy's watching the stream right now, but you know, if Amy asked me for a highlight during our outro later, it was that. That was my highlight of the weekend.
And that definitely beats my highlight, but we have game-free action here.
Beats your highlight.
Indeed. We got to play with that when we can, right? But game-free, Ted Tobin going first once more. And typically, we'd see Gardevoir wants to go second. But as Festival Lead wants to go first, Ted is like, I'm not going to give you that chance, mate. I'm just going to go first, because it also means that with these Earthen Vessels, can get an attachment and use that as a retreating platform into something like the Frillish next turn.
Absolutely. And the problem is with Screamtail, you know, you might have been watching that thinking, well, why didn't Ted just heal the Screamtail using Monkeydory? Screamtail's attack, remember, is dependent on how much damage is on it. He had to have 4 damage counters on to do 80 to the bench, but having 4 damage counters on left it in range of Fwacky. You only actually lost to an energy. It was a risk you took. It didn't pay off. Now, we haven't talked about prizes yet, but it's worth noting only 2 rare candy in Ted's deck. One of them in the prizes.
And as well, only 2 Gardevoir in Ted's deck. One of them in prizes as well.
That's a bit annoying.
It is. That means half of your outs to the candy and Gardevoir combo are gone. Again, making it that much more difficult, although at least it's not Secret Box being prized.
Yeah, Secret Box is still worse, let's be clear. Ethan here is playing Lily's Determination, going to get a new hand of 8 cards. We got 2 Grookey on the bench. We got an Applin in the active. We have got a Goldeen on the bench as well. So he's starting to get his basics set up, and he's about to get a new hand of 8 cards. And for Ethan, we know what the MO is at this point. Get Applin, get Grookey, and hopefully get something you can use to start getting these Pokemon for next turn. The good news is that to turn off items, Ted would have to get Rare Candy, Gardevoir, to get the routes out the active, and then get Frillish in. That is not that likely, so hopefully Ethan can start getting rolling next turn. Hopefully for him, not for Ted.
Yeah, we're looking at the energy attachment here onto the Applin. And it's a 3-1 split of the Applin. If Ethan decides to attack with that tumbling attack, it says 10 plus, if hits, 20 more damage. So it's going to be a flip a coin attack if so. And that's not super great. You don't want to be putting damage in play for Monkeydory, but attaching to energy, so cards like Iono cannot be disrupting.
Absolutely. Oh, what have we got? Is that the secret box we've got?
No, that's the Ultra Ball for Gardevoir.
It's Ultra Ball for Gardevoir.
And a research as well.
And that means that he is going to be in a much better position here. Ted is playing with urgency. He feels like he's got a chance in this game now. Ultra Ball for Gardevoir. Perfect hand, literally. Rare Candy into Gardevoir. Professor's research for a brand new hand of 7 cards. Traditionally, you would high-five your opponent at this stage. But, of course, we're in the final of a special championships. Maybe they've got other things on their mind. This is exactly what Ted needed. We evolved the active routes into a Curlier, and now we can start getting rolling with this Gardevoir deck doing Gardevoir things. But remember, in game 1 where Ted got rolling, Ethan didn't. If Ethan gets rolling next turn, we're still in a different game to where we were in game 1.
And speaking of weird attackers here, Ross, we could potentially see Psyshot plus Adrenabrain taking a knockout here on the Applin. We're going to put 20 onto the Applin with that Adrenabrain and Psyshot for the knockout.
I mean, that's the thing about Monkeydory. We've seen it with Frilish back in game 1. You can take these tiny little attacks, and when you combine Monkeydory and then Applin's terribly low HP, that actually gives you legitimate, viable attacking options where you wouldn't normally have them. Now, here it looks like we're thinking of putting Goldeen in the active. Seeking would be... Oh, and Seeking's actually in hand. So you just need an energy. Festival Grounds is in play. There is an energy already. So Ethan will be able to get a KO here while drawing 4 cards, which it looks like he needs. I do not like... Oh, no, I like his hand a lot more. He's got a Lily. That's quite good.
Like a 4, like 8, a lot more than 4. That's double.
I like this. I like drawing a new hand of 8 more than doing nothing. This is better.
Way better. And yeah, we just have to wait to see what Lily will be grabbing for Ethan. And with the Seeking being able to attack twice with the rapid attack, you know, getting 4 extra cards, that's going to be good. Rapid drawing into those, nice. Needs to see some Fwackies on that field.
Yeah, Fwacky is the name of the game right now. You got 8 cards. How many Fwacky can we find? There is 1 in hand. Is there any? Oh, there's a Diplin. There is a Fwacky. There are any out to Fwacky. So yeah, Pokepad will be able to get one. Bug catching set might be able to get one as well. Let's see what we can pull from here. 7 cards, 2 in any combination of Grass Pokemon and Grass Energy. There's an Energy and there's a Rillaboom and a Diplin. Okay, not perfect, but you've still got Pokepad to get the second Fwacky anyway.
Yeah, no issue with that.
Oh, there's 2? No, there isn't. That's a Vitality Band. I'm seeing things. But still, you can use Boom Boom Groove and then get a second Fwacky.
You're indeed seeing things, Ross, here. But yeah, the Boom Boom Groove, getting any card that Ethan wishes for. A second Groovy, and we're going to go for that Boom Boom Groove once more. Just looking at the options that Ethan wants to present. Ted, unfortunately, not getting a second piece of Monkeydory plus Darkness Energy. Would have been really nice to get this set up further, but looking at cards like Picnic Basket, can have some intricacies in this matchup in terms of the damage in play, or Shaman that can be blocking that Screamtail, picking the Picnic Basket, since that can remove some of the damage in play, both on Ethan's side as well as Ted's, removing some of the ability to use Adrenabrain.
Absolutely, very well put. The good news is for Ethan, his board is looking like his board wants to look. And there's a card we haven't really shouted out yet, at least I don't think we have. Stop me if I'm wrong here. Shaman. It prevents non-rule box Pokemon being hit by damage on the bench. Basically, Shaman is Ethan's way of saying, I am not falling for Screamtail again. No Screamtail for you.
No Screamtail for Ted, unless it wants to be hitting that active position.
Yeah, you can still hit the active, that's true.
Which is not exactly what you want to be doing with that Screamtail. So the Monkeydories have to put in some work against Shaman. And that's why picking Picnic Basket is such an intelligent play from Ethan. Looking at, you can basically deny a whole Adrenabrain by just playing Picnic Basket. Although, that's going to go to naught because of the Iono being played on Ted's side.
If only Ethan had another way to find it, but how will he possibly do that? Fwacky.
Yeah, indeed. So not that bad.
But it does mean that Boom Boom Groove has to be to re-get that rather than get something else. Still a lot of benefit there from Ted. So Ted's got his Gardevoir, which is nice. He's got a way to KO that active Seeking, which is lovely. Problem is, it is in the realm of possibility for Ethan to one-hit KO a Gardevoir. It's a pain. But essentially, the way to do it is you need either a Brave Bangle or a Max Belt, and then you need Kieran. You need to add 60. This is, of course, assuming a full bench. Max Belt and Kieran means you don't actually need a full bench. You can do it with a bench of 4. It gets a little bit awkward.
And Math Professor Gilbert right here with all the math needed for the Diplin KOs. And yes, more energy in a Gardevoir. And when you're looking at Ted's position, with that Shaman being down, Screamtail being forced to attack, and yes, cannot hit the bench because of that Shaman.
And if you try and attack the bench, the attack just fails and nothing gets done. Let's hope Ted remembers that there is a Shaman. Shockingly, Ted remembers there's a Shaman. Attacks into the active. Yeah, it's quite annoying sometimes. We've all done it when we go to attack an invalid target and your opponent goes, that was your attack, and I'm afraid it did nothing.
What is really good about the board position here for Ted, down to 4 prizes, even still being at 5. Now, this Screamtail is going to get knocked out by a Diplin if it attacks into it, undoubtedly, right? But can promote that Gardevoir, and we were talking about damage soaking a bit. Double Monkeydory being in play, being able to soak some damage, put that over to Ethan's board, and this is where Picnic Basket can get that much more important. If Ted can build some double knockouts. There's still only 2 Diplets in play currently. So if Ted can take out both at once over a couple turns of Adrenabraining, that would mean everything to him. Taking out all the offense from Ethan's side, and if there's no offense on Ethan's side, Ted gets to run away with us.
And I think Ethan is thinking very much along the same lines as you, with only having 2 Applin in play. He's double boom boom grooving. He's grabbing an Applin and a boss's orders so that he can go ahead and get a 3rd apple ready to go. Now, importantly here, doesn't have the ability to KO a Gardevoir on the bench. You have to use Kieran to KO a fresh Gardevoir. And you have to use Boss's Orders Dragon from the bench. You can't do that. Might be going after a Monkeydory here. Does he have access to Vitality Band?
Doesn't seem like it with the double boom boom groove being used. Going to pull up that Monkeydory, double Diplin, recognizing how important Monkeydories are in this matchup. And it's so great for me, and I can't stress this enough. Taking out this Monkeydory means that that Applin on the bench is going to be safe from potential double Adrenaline Brain, since Ted does not run any energy switch in the deck.
That is right, but I can't help but think not having that Vitality Band, really, really sad for Ethan. Would have got a free hit on something else if he did. It's not in the prizes, but you know, with only 2 Boom Boom Grooves, searching any 2 cards every turn is wonderful. There is still a limit. You can't just get everything you want all the time, although it does sometimes feel like it. Ted, using Lily's Determination here, is going to get a new hand of 6 cards. What's he looking for?
Looking for anything to bolster up additional Monkeydories for the upcoming turns. As said, we're building a scenario again. Unless Ethan decides to go Boss's Orders Monkeydory, which is not a terrible play saying that. But we can still hit the play where Screamtail gets knocked out in the active, Ted pulls up Gardevoir, it takes the hit.
It is worth noting, we're open deck list here. Ted knows that Ethan only plays 2 Boss's Orders. Ted knows that one of them has been played. So if Ethan does use Boss's Orders, Ted knows for a fact that for the remainder of this pivotal game 3, there will be no gusting from Ethan, and you play differently when you know your opponent does not have access to any gusting. Something to look out for if it does get played. Now, we do see damage move to the bench. Applin, the active Diplin gets KO'd by Screamtail, has to attack the active because of the whole Shaman malarkey, and now we're back over to Ethan.
And again, forcing Ethan's hand a little bit. With these 20 damage on the Applin, needs to either A, evolve into Diplin, but even if it's evolved into Diplin, a second Monkeydory can just flush 60 damage over to a Diplin. So essentially you would need both Picnic Basket and you would need Diplin to make sure that that Applin would stay safe, which is crucial towards Ethan's prize getting ability here, since you need more attackers than just a single Diplin you have in the active.
Well, as right now we're going for a buddy Puff, and there's not much left in the deck in terms of Pokemon. There is a Grookey in there, which would be a target. I'm not seeing any Applin. There is a Goldeen that could be grabbed. And to be fair, Goldeen here would KO the Screamtail and then get a second hit on something else. So that would be relevant.
Yeah, but like the Sea King, although it's a 2-turn investment you need to be putting. And we have to remember here, every single time a Diplin gets knocked out, you have to put down a new line of this stage 2. It's only a 4-free line that is in Ethan's deck. So every knockout gets that much more difficult. And then you're looking at, what's the recovery options here? We got Night Searcher. Okay, every deck plays that. But Lana's Aid. Wait, Rots. Lana's prized.
Yeah, Lana's in the prizes. There's only one. It's not a card you can really afford to play more than one of because it's so situational, and it's very much a late game card. Doesn't do much in the early game, and we've seen how important the early game setup is, so you can only play one, and it's hiding in the prizes. The good news is Ethan does have that double Boom Boom Groove. He's got a decent hand of cards. This is not his hand, incidentally. This is his deck. He is looking at that Picnic Basket, and he's certainly eyeing that one up as an option.
If we grab the Picnic Basket, if Ethan grabs the Picnic Basket, has the Diplin in hand, then we have that Applin/Diplin being safe. Needs an energy to attack this turn. So it means the first attack, yes, takes out Screamtail. But there may be a situation here where Ethan actually decides to pass instead to not put too much damage into play on Ted's board. Especially if we can't get that extra bench Pokemon into play, that would be really important.
I'm just double-checking the wording of Diplin there, and it does say, if Battlegrounds is in play, this Pokemon may use an attack it has twice. It does not force you to double attack, so it is absolutely possible. It's not a pass per se. It is an attack without choosing to use a Festival Lead ability, but I think pass is probably more naturally understood. But technically, it's a single attack without using the ability that you could use, but you choose not to.
You're exactly right about that, Ross. Going for another Lily's Determination here on Ethan's side. Again, I'm struggling a bit to look at the options. Didn't find a picnic basket, decided to go for Lily instead. If the picnic basket is not hit here, double Monkeydory can take the knockout on that benched Applin, and then the active, that's easy to knock out. You can recover Screamtail and do that again, or you can find almost any other attacker in Ted's deck.
Let's have a look. Oh, we got it! Last card. Card number 6, drawn off the Lily's Determination, was that picnic basket, which will heal and guarantee that Applin, Diplin, that's what it is, on the bench, will still be there coming back into Ethan's turn. Picnic basket gets played essentially as an old school potion. Healing 20. But right now, phenomenal usage.
Yeah, old school potion on Ethan's side, new school potion on Ted's side, and taking the knockout here with the first do the wave. And now the question is, promoting Monkey or Gardevoir? Promoting Monkey, there's no Vitality ban. Even can't play any more cards this turn because he's in the attack phase. So even if there was a Vitality ban in hand, could not have been using that. Just going to do the 100 to that Monkeydory.
Does choose to attack twice. That does give some damage on the Monkeydory. But to be fair, when you're playing against Gardevoir, if they want damage, they're going to get it from Psychic Embrace. So I'm not worried about putting damage on the board for my opponent. If they want it, they're going to have it.
And with the point we said about the Applin being safe on the bench, and the Diplin being safe on the bench with the 20 on it thereafter, this Goldeen has 50 HP. So if we see another combination of Monkeydory Darkness, Ted can have a 2-prize turn. And then with even being left of free prizes, any big attacker from Ted's side can be winning this game. So if you have a setup board with double Monkeydory, potentially benching something like the Mecha Diancie this turn, I wouldn't say Mecha Diancie, but more so Lily's Clefairy even, we could be seeing such a swing in a turn, and we could potentially see a checkmate situation happening from Ted. I know it's a bit far-fetched, but it is possible.
Well, we've got a second Monkeydory down off of an Arven. Arven for Nespal, Nespal for Monkeydory. Bravery Charm has been searched out as a tool of choice from that Arven. That is going to go down on the Monkeydory. Oh, well, maybe not. We see a Darkness Energy anyway. We bend it a little bit, but it's fine. Damage goes on to Goldeen. Twice does get the KO. Now we need something to attack into the active. We're not there yet. It's not going to take too much, but we're not there yet.
There's a Lily's Clefairy in the hand of Ted here. Can be an attacker we can get to use to close out this game, though. Bravery Charm going on a Monkeydory. Fantastic play here from Ted, recognizing if the first Monkeydory gets knocked out, that's okay, because the second one would not be knocked out, regardless of Vitality Ban or not, because of that Bravery Charm.
Now he's working on a 2-prize turn next turn. 2 prizes remaining for Ted, but he's already set up that Diplin to be KO'd by a Monkeydory, and then we can just KO with Gardevoir. So we're in a decent position here for Ted. There is still a chance for Ethan, though.
And we have to remember, even with the Mind Bend being used, the Diplin is not confused due to the effect of the Festival Ground. We haven't at all mentioned what Festival Ground even does.
But basically it turns off special conditions. You cannot be affected by special conditions, and you recover from special conditions. And that is any Pokemon on the board, yours or your opponent's, with any type of energy attached. It's not really been relevant on any stream game so far, but you're right. Right now, absolutely relevant. Now, Ted here has put himself in an excellent position. Next turn, he wants to Monkeydory to Diplin and attack for the victory.
Exactly there, Ross. And how can Ethan stop this? With 3 prizes left, it actually looks like Ted has almost set himself into a checkmate. And if someone with Festival Lead has to be able to find a way out, it has to be Ethan. But I'm struggling to see this, Ross, really. If you're taking a knockout on the one monkey there, the second monkey will still be there. It is not going to get knocked out because of the Bravery Charm. The Bravery Charm is exactly what's going to turn the tide here. And not many options from Ethan. Yes, there's still Boom Boom Groove to get your stuff out. But with that picnic basket being already used, yeah, there's not many options.
There are not many options. Even if you didn't have the Bravery Charm, Ted could just put the Gardevoir active to soak a hit. All you need to do, and it's really easy for Ted next turn, you just use 1 Adrenabrain to KO the Diplin. Gardevoir's 190 will KO literally anything, and Psychic Embrace will get all the energy it needs. So Ted has pretty easily got game on board next turn as it stands at the moment. Ethan's got 2 options. You take 3 prizes this turn, or you KO both Monkeydory. That's really the only way. But the problem is, you look at Ethan's deck, I'm not seeing how it happens. Is there any... No, you can't even stall with Boss's orders because Psychic Embrace is just going to give you all the energy you need to retreat.
Without Monkeydory in play, there could have been a way we can stall that Gardevoir in the active. Max belt, full bench, and with the max belt dealing 150 times 2, 300, Psychic Embrace cannot KO Gardevoir. That's not going to be the case for this time, though, since there is double Monkeydory in play at that.
And that is the fist bump. Ted Tobin is going to be your Seville Special Championship winner, winning a regional level event for the very first time, taking another direct invite to the World Championships to a UK player. Congratulations to Ted Tobin.
A direct invite and a one last Gardevoir victory here on the European circuit before rotation. Ted Tobin, such a long weekend. The only player being able to defeat Ethan Wild, does it in phase 2, does it again here in the finals, and this is your Seville Special Champion.
And wonderful, wonderful games played all through the weekend. And how fitting is it that after everything we've seen since Scarlet and Violet base released, that the last major event with it legal in Europe is won by Gardevoir. Let's remind ourselves back in game 1 where Ethan is struggling to get set up. The Thwacky are nowhere to be found, and Ted is just setting up, taking those little KOs with things like Frillish, taking advantage of Monkeydory. We had that early rare candy into a Gardevoir, and Frillish is taking KOs because you can throw that damage over with Monkeydory's Adrenabrain. We saw this a couple of times back in game 1. No items, no Thwacky, no hope for Ethan in game 1. Monkeydory even gets in on the action with some attacks into Diplin after Adrenabrain, and game 1 was a game where Ethan just had very little going on, and in the end he decided, let's just go to game 2.
And going over to game 2, we saw a bit of a different story. Even buck catching set for double Thwacky was the turning point. Ted not being able to evolve that Ralts before time was up, essentially. Here, seeing Ethan with the full setup. Brave Bengal to get that knockout with a double do the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. Double do the wave was absolutely doing it all in this game too. Ethan got set up, the Thwacky were doing it, and the crucial thing here, Boss's orders to drag up and KO those routes. That was doing it a couple of times and just starving Ted of having any Gardevoir. Game 1, we had the early rare candy Gardevoir, and that was huge. But in game 2, Ted wasn't able to pull it off, and that was a gigantic problem. And in the end, my favorite moment of the stream so far, it was a beat from Thwacky. Oh, he was supposed to be stranded in the active, but he wasn't.
Going into game 3 here, I get to challenge you a bit here. Adrenabrain onto Gardevoir, 20 damage, and we get to see an attachment from hand. After that, Adrenabrain onto it, and with my favorite moment, that side shot. Perfect maths here. Going on, Screamtail into the active. Shaman was benched very early, continuously putting damage on the bench with that Adrenabrain. Even finding their way out. Finding his way out to Picnic Basket off of Lily. But after this, second Monkeydory got into play, putting that 60 damage onto Goldeen, getting that much closer to what we call a checkmate range. Bravery Charm with the bench Monkeydory. Mind Bend for 60, setting up fantastic mathematical ability to just Adrenabrain for a prize and attack with Gardevoir to take that last prize. And with the concession, we have a champion.
We do indeed have a champion. Congratulations to Ted Tobin, and congratulations to Ethan Wild. What Ethan has done over the past few months is really cemented himself as one of the very best players in the European region. Back-to-back finals at regional level events, winning in Birmingham, runner-up in Sevilla, just absolutely fantastic. But you could look at the final and go, well, Ethan already had an invite. If Ethan gets a second direct invite, that just kind of disappears. If one player gets 2 direct invites, it doesn't push that line down any further. By Ted winning this event, it means both our finalists have their direct invite and can be competing in San Francisco. And I've had a chance to talk to Ethan a bit this weekend. He was basically here playing for boosters. Didn't need the invite, didn't really need the championship points. It's a special championship, so the monetary prizes of regionals aren't available. Ethan was here for glory and booster packs, and I'm telling you, He cemented himself as one of the best players with a second place finish. He's got the glory. He's won himself 3 booster boxes with his second place finish. He's got everything he came to get here this weekend.
And everything with a deck just like Festival Lead. Wasn't expecting to hit all the way into the finals, but we see fantastic festive things happen here in sunny Sevilla, and a fantastic ending to the tournament as well. Gardevoir winning, such a fitting ending, honestly, before rotation, before Gardevoir EX rotating out of the format. And I'll put my head on the block here, Ross. Gardevoir EX is the best card we've seen from the Scarlet and Violet area.
Yes, if you were going to say ever, we were going to have an argument, although that might be a different Gardevoir card. That's a discussion for another day. In the Scarlet and Violet era, I mean, there are some other contenders. Teal Mask Ogerpon, you could certainly put up there for the impact it's had in multiple different decks, from Regidrago all the way through to what we see nowadays, Raging Bolt and these Terror Box decks, etc. But you're right, I think Gardevoir may well have it. Let's not forget, it became legal for the first time at the European International Championships. I want to say 23?
You're correct.
Yeah, it was 23. It was the year after Frankfurt. The first year we were back in London. And I believe we had a final position from Tord Reklev at that event. And then we get all the way to here. So let's see how we got all the way to our final. Let's take a look back at phase 2 of this event, where we were at the beginning of phase 2 at the end of yesterday.
And such an increase in Marnie's Grimmsnarl compared to what we saw in phase 1. Dragapult Dusknoir still being the big dog of this tournament. Still first, but Dragapult Dusknoir, Marnie's Grimmsnarl, Golden Go, all being split around that 12% mark. Within Zoroark, we did expect that to ramp up and play this weekend due to the release of Pokepath and Zekrom. On top of our eventual champion, Gardevoir Monkeydory, only at 6%, and people sending off Charizard with these 5% amount of players. Great meta field that we got to see. Saw Charizard in cut. We saw Gardevoir in cut. We didn't see any in Zoroark, but it'll have its time to do that. We saw Golden Go in cut. And basically, most of the decks that are going to fall away to rotation actually make top cut.
And I'm going to be watching very closely when we get to Orlando next weekend. I'll be tuning into that stream, as you all should be. Let's have a look at the final standings for Sevilla this weekend. Ted Tobin there confirmed as your winner. Ethan Wild in second place. And coming into this weekend, I'm not sure how many people guessed that number 2 would be Festival Lead and number 3 would be Crossall, but that's where we end up.
And that's what happens when you go into the special championship and you get such a diverse meta game. We also get to see the first Swedish player in Top Cut since Malmö Regionals, I'd say 2017 with Victor Andersson. But yeah, ending up with such a festive finals is more than I could expect for this tournament.
It was a very fun tournament. We had fun decks, we had fun players, but we have a champion, and it's frankly a little bit rude if we don't go and have a little ceremony where we crown them and give them their medal. So let's head on over to the stage and crown our champion.
Thank you very much, guys. Well, what a weekend. It truly was amazing, and indeed a special championships here in Seville. It's been incredible. It came down to one final match between 2 incredible players battling it out to be crowned champion. Now let's hear it first for our finalist, Ethan Wild. It's good to have you here again, to be honest. You've had an incredible weekend, and making it to the finals is something that you should be very proud of course. But I've got one question for you. If you had one moment of this event that you would take away, what would it be?
I think just the community support, because I'm playing such a funny deck. Like, it's just so good.
I mean, you've been certainly grooving your way, and we've been following your journey throughout this weekend, right? So I just want to give you one more congratulations. Let's hear it one final time for our finalist with that Festival Lead deck, Ethan Wild. And now, your Seville Special Championships winner, Ted Tobin! Congratulations. Look, we've had you again numerous times across this weekend. It's great to interview you. You've had some great answers every time we had the chance to speak to you. I mean, is there a better feeling right now?
No.
Short, sweet, simple. What more do we need from a champion, to be honest? But just take us back to that final. You've already beaten Ethan once already this weekend. When was the moment you thought it was yours?
When I top decked the Ultra Ball, I like my whole turn, I was going, please top deck God of War EX or Ultra Ball. I would really like to do that because then I can't lose. Please do that. And then I actually top decked Ultra Ball, and you could probably see that I slammed it. I knew I like was very confident that I'd win then. And then as soon as I got that second Dark Energy on the second to last turn, it was over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a moment to savor for sure. I mean, as soon as you start playing with a bit of pace, you can see the confidence just rising through the roof. Look, just any final shout outs for this weekend?
I want to shout out my locals, the Gamers Lodge. But most importantly, I need to shout out Monkeydory. That guy's the GOAT.
Absolutely. You heard it here first. Monkeydory is the GOAT, has been the GOAT for many a format and meta so far. But one more final time, let's get our hands together for our Seville Special Championships champion, Ted Tobin!
What's my favorite?
My favorite's the one that's got jet black hair.
He's extremely fast.
Limitless. So cute. She has a 12-octave vocal range.
Can be calm.
Powerful. Estilo como yo.
닮기도 한 것 같아갖고. He would improvise on the spot. Just always finds a way to make it funny.
We both have very fast
moves.
And can change the world using its mind.
Jigglypuff is my favorite. Jigglypuff, Jigglypuff.
Every single time you met a new Pokemon, it felt like you met a new part of yourself.
He likes to sleep. Just like me. 뭔가 여러 모습으로 변할 수 있는 모습도.
Sí, tiene muchas formas de superar a sus oponentes.
Como mis chillas, por Dios, su love language.
Sa loyauté, sa rapidité.
She uses her voice to protect herself. It's homey, you know? Totally.
That's why I love it.
My favorite is Eevee.
Mi favorito es Arcanine.
Gengar, Jigglypuff. Luxray.
So what's your favorite?
Jeez, what an event. Thank you, Alex, and our finalists for running us through that wonderful ceremony. Let's check out our event winners for that final time. Let's have a look.
I mean, two incredible, well, both of them are champions now, right? Ted being able to take the final match here at the Seville Special Championships and just being able to crown himself the champion alongside another one in the final as well.
It just seems so bizarre that we had to wait something like 7 years since Joe Bernard won the event in Paris with Pikachu and Zekrom GX to have a British player winning a major, and now we've had two in a row.
Back to back, yeah.
Back to
amazing.
back.
Honestly, it just goes to show that if anyone works hard enough, you can absolutely get there. And we have our updated EU event champions with Ted right there for Sevilla.
Yeah, that next Pika could be you. That's all I can say to everyone back home.
Exactly. Going on to our next event in Prague. That's going to be the post-rotation format. And it's going to be great, mate. And thinking about that, we're looking at, when we're seeing all of our champions, all of them are European for this season. Are we going to see the first season where all European majors are won by a European player?
It's been a couple of years since it happened. We've seen Japanese players coming and winning tournaments. We've seen North American players. Take this as a challenge. If you're watching this as a Japanese, North American, Latin America, Oceania player, thinking, I could go and win a tournament, then come on down.
Come on, do it. Okay, yes, but you did accidentally jump the gun a little bit. We've got Orlando before Prague. Let's have a looky.
Yeah, and an incredible city to have another Pokemon tournament. It's still within this meta, of course. It's only a short week away, not even a week, in fact, but it's coming up very soon. And I can't wait to see how this tournament will impact the tournament there in Orlando.
You mean in terms of how festive that tournament's going to be, huh?
Of course, naturally. And then we have Prague, yes, but a wonderful, wonderful city. I've been once before myself, and there was a little spoiler about what I'm going to be up to on the Pokemon GO stream this weekend in Prague.
I'm so hyped for Prague. I've never been to Czechia. I know we've had Prague in the past, but years ago I wasn't able to go. I almost went to Prague one year, but I didn't make it. This was back when Legends were a thing, the 2-part cards. That'll tell you how long ago that tournament was. So I'm kind of hoping I can make my way out to that one because Prague looks fun.
Yeah, I thought I've been showing my age over this weekend, but you, sir, have taken it to another level.
I couldn't make that tournament. My car broke.
You're right, mate. I started playing before Legends. You're okay.
And we, of course, have a riveting Twitch schedule as well lined up for everybody. What are we thinking about this one, guys?
Anyone want to sing the theme tune? We don't have Freya here this weekend, so anyone want to sing the theme tune?
Only you know it, Ross. Come on. Solo act.
I'm going to politely decline.
You can't throw it out there, but yeah, there's so much to look forward to for the rest of the week ahead of the Orlando Regional Championships, of course, there. So, but that's just going to be that pinnacle right at the end of the week.
Absolutely. And you don't want to miss anything, and you know what to do if you don't want to miss anything. Catch all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcasts. And then you won't miss a beat. You'll be able to watch all of those goodies and never miss a show, which is exactly what everyone wants. If you're not there in person, you want to be watching. And even when you get home, why not? And to not miss out on any of that action, you can follow us on all of our social media channels. And you should. You should do it now, in fact. You can follow us on X, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram right now. Why not? The only thing that you're going to lose is nothing. So get on with it, everyone. And don't forget to follow our channels as well, because that's where you're going to catch us on YouTube and Twitch whenever we're live, or if you want to catch up if you are at the event.
We're not going to judge if you haven't already done it. The best time to do it was before now. The second best time to do it is now.
And it means that you get notifications whenever we go online with the Orlando Regionals as well next weekend. So it's good to get these notifications. Means just follow for it.
Exactly. Let's have a look at the rest of the events for our schedule that we have left. It feels like we're just over halfway through now.
Yeah, we just had, of course, the highlight of the Prague city landscape that we just saw, but there's a couple of more on the schedule that we need to touch on. Utrecht is also coming up alongside the final regional level event in Turin, and that's just before the final international championships, the final opportunity to earn those championship points, maybe earn that direct invitation to that final event there on the screen there, Ross.
I'm bringing my maths out here. We are 2/3 of the way through the schedule. We have done 6 of our 9 major events in Europe, 2/3. We've done 2 of our 3 international championships, 2/3. But oh my word, am I excited for when we get to the end and we get 3/3 of the way through, and then we end up at the World Championships and Pokemon XP in San Francisco. And that is going to be, I still don't know exactly what it's going to be, but it looks fun. I've had a little cheeky look at the website. I saw my face on there. That was weird. And it's already getting me hyped, and I still don't know everything. Although apparently I'm on the website, so maybe I'll be there.
Hopefully. I mean, I hope we'll all see you there, Ross.
There's no way I'm not going to be in San Francisco. Come on. I wouldn't miss that.
Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us on this super fun-packed weekend. But now we must go rest our legs and get ready for the next event in Orlando and Prague. So we'll see you there, trainers.